Henry Kissinger has died today.
Some folks about made to wave the flag, wave hail to the chief. Ooh, and point the cannon at you, Lord. But it ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no senator son. It ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one, no. Some folks about silver spoon in hand, Lord help themselves, dog. But when the tax man come to the door, Lord, I like a rum and say again, it ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no millionaire son, oh Lord. It ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one. Yeah, some folks inherit style. Ooh, they'll send you down to war, Lord. And when you ask them, how much should we give? Ooh, the only answer was, it ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no military son. It ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one. It ain't me, I ain't no military son. It ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this Dawson Hour broadcast coming to you live from kind of cloudy, as a matter of fact, California, Los Angeles. That's right. We are back in the heartland of the United States of America. No longer am I broadcasting from the industrially ravaged steps of the Gowanus Canal in the heartland of America, Brooklyn, New York, downtown Brooklyn, New York. Instead, I'm in the heartland of America, Los Angeles, California, West Hollywood. That's right, the real heartland of America. The beat, the heart that beats in the middle of this all. That's right, the United Mother freaking States, West Hollywood. And folks, let me tell you, okay, we are in Los Angeles, the Tel Aviv of America. Los Angeles, the Tehran of America. Los Angeles, the West Bank of America, the Gaza of America. Anyway, or as you guys might know, Los Angeles, the New York City of America. I misread the title and thought it said back in Gaza. Nope, it said back in LA. We're back, and we're better than ever. We're bigger than ever. We're doing it all. We're doing the damn thing. Okay, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, and a lot has happened. Kyle will be here in a little bit. Okay, Kyle will be here shortly. She getting dropped off. Okay. Did you have a chance to do an OnlyFans collab with Haley Bobalele? No. How was the cheese bowl? I need to know. It was pretty good. I mean, it was all right. All right. Anyway, we'll talk about all of that. So, folks, as you guys may have noticed, I wasn't live yesterday, which was devastating for many. I know. I suspect it was devastating for some. Not for me, though. I was hanging out with my family, and I love that, even though they can be a little bit too needy. Okay, it was my personal 9/11. Well, guess what? Speaking of 9/11, I woke up yesterday morning and went to 9/11. That's right. I went to where the Twin Towers once stood. I went to Ground Zero for the second time, of course. Well, some might even say for the third time, fourth time. Many different instances where I've been there, you know? Hold on. Brandon versus Trump debate. Anyway, where was I? What was I talking about? Yeah. Today, hair is giving pompadour. Would you ever go full Yakuza pomp? The reason why my hair is giving this is because, like, I washed my hair. I washed my hair the night prior, but I mean, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's get started. So I woke up yesterday morning and I took advantage of the wonderful, beautiful metro subway public transit system that New York City has to offer. I didn't see a single cop on my journey on any of the stops that I was at. Now, it could be because I was downtown. Could be because I was going from like Soho to One Trade. But I was genuinely confused as to why there were no Candy Crushers out there. Okay, sup, how is your ego today? I don't know what that means. It's fine. Thank you for asking. I suspect that it's because they were too busy arresting students in Uptown. Okay. They are too busy beating the shit out of students uptown. Anyone recognize you? Of course. So what is it? Candy Crush? Can someone help me? Candy Crush is what cops play on their phones when they sit around, twiddle their thumbs in metro stations instead of actually solving crimes or whatever fucking cops are supposed to do. Okay. So where was I? I thought it was a euphemism for Skull Crusher. No. So overall, I went on Wired. I went on three different podcasts. I went on a podcast every single day that I was here. I was in New York. Why was I in New York? Well, the real reason why I was in New York was to see my mom. My mom was graduating, or not graduating. She had already graduated, but my mom was finally doing her commencement for her doctorate from NJIT. As you guys, if you follow closely, you probably saw that. There's another doctor in the building, Dr. Anne, Dr. Mom, alongside my doctor father. So now there's two doctors in the family officially, right? As I am the black sheep of the family. But in order to do so, we had like a whole arrangement where we brought the entire family together in New Jersey before the commencement. And that's what I was busy doing. I was doing family stuff. And that's why I couldn't stream yesterday. And I was offline for the most part. You are the spoiled child, for sure. You are arguing with Asmongold on Twitter, though? Was I arguing with Asmongold on Twitter yesterday? I don't think so. What was her degree? Art history, cultural preservation. Does your parents know that reading books and going to college, getting a degree is utterly useless? Wikipedia exists. Oh, I do trust. In any case, so I did all of that. I believe her dissertation was on Orientalism or something. Anyway, it doesn't matter. What happened to the left eyebrow? Whose left eyebrow? Orientalism and interior architecture, I believe, is what it was about. But Tristan destroyed you? Who's Tristan? Is this like a Tristan, this dick in your mouth type shit? What is this? Got a lot of weirdos in the chat today. I see. A lot of drama frogs are out today, possibly because I wasn't live yesterday, so they couldn't get their fill. Anyway, regardless. So yeah, I did the Wired podcast. It was on conspiracy theories. I think it's kind of funny because like I don't know. We talked for like an hour and a half, and I think they like cut it down a lot. But I don't know what came of it. Like we had a long ass conversation about a bunch of different things. Oh, they wrote an article on it too. Hassan Piker won't tell you to vote for Joe Biden. Twitch streamers could have serious impact on the election even by sitting it out. So I feel like that became like the major point of contention. But overall, the conversation was so much more, and I think that they're just like clickbaiting by putting that in there. But overall, there is no article here. Oh, there is an article. You sent me. Wait, what? Why can't I see the article? Oh, I have to sign in. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait, hold on. Yeah, okay. Ah! It almost worked for a second. Okay. Wait. I didn't even know there was an article, man. Oh, there it is. So they think you have that much sway. I think that they think I do, which is kind of cool in a way. You're pissing off the libs again. Trump supports stopping bodily autonomy for women. Biden does not. Trump supports taking healthcare away from tens of millions of people. Biden does not. I've been excited to watch two 80-year-old men yap about a bunch of issues they almost completely align on with respect to policy while acting as though they're miles apart from one another. Immigration, Israel, Palestine, tariffs are out on that front. The key focus has to be on abortion. Yeah, I said that knowing full well that liberals would get mad, because that is a conversation that I want liberals to hyper focus on. I want liberals to recognize. I want liberals to recognize that like every single instance where we have this conversation, the issues keep whittling away. Obviously, there's supposed to be much daylight between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And yet, as time has gone on, as time has passed over the course of the past 4 years, for example, it seems rather odd that the issues that you could push back on have gotten less and less. You know what I mean? There's like obviously major issues that you can always say like Biden is different on. And I would never in a million years argue against that. Right? I'm not going to sit here and be like, the Republican Party is great on abortion. It's not. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm a fan of the Republican Party at all. But it is kind of wild that over the course of the past 4 years, under the Biden agenda, under the Biden regime, we have absolutely whittled away some of those key differences. Now, having said that, what about things like labor, man? Such an important issue. Exactly. You are absolutely 100% correct. Ironic that you brought that up because I did literally talk about that quite extensively on the Wired magazine's podcast, where we talked about the Biden administration's like major issue with communications, because in areas where they are good and quite frankly better than every other contemporary administration, and I openly state this all the time, as you guys know, like labor, right? Like labor, they are literally better than the Obama administration, better than every other administration that came prior. Like all contemporary administrations, none of them come close to the Brandon administration. They're great on utilizing the federal agencies, right? There are so many things that they do that are decent, except there are glaringly obvious problems in the Biden administration's mishandling of foreign policy that are unconscionable, that people genuinely, understandably have a distaste for, and the expectation that lesser issue voting or lesser evil voting it will keep them afloat. The expectation that like people will just forget about a lot of these other problems, and we won't even need to actually communicate what our issues are, communicate what the fucking white paper is on any of these policies to at least like the most passionate aspects of the fan base is utterly, unimaginably nutty. Anyway, we'll talk about all of that in a second, though. The reason why I brought this up is because I had this, long conversation with Wired Podcast. So hopefully it'll be good. Did you stop mewing while you were in New York? Your mew line is fading. Never. I never stopped mewing. Never. Regardless, we'll get to all of that in a little bit. I did that. I did the pod. Went to New Jersey with the family. Got my grandfather to hang out with his brother, who he hasn't seen in years. That was really cool. Just because they're old, though, like no other issues. It's just they're both super old. So that was very cool. Watched my mom graduate. There was some Hasanabi heads that were also in the same doctorate commencement. So congratulations to all the Hasanabi heads that graduated from NJIT with a PhD. There were some Turks in there too. They got stoked. A bunch of family members of like other people that were graduating that were there, they got stoked to see me. They're like, what the fuck are you doing here? So I did. I attended my chatter's graduation. Your father was dripped the fuck out. Yeah, my father is dripped the fuck out. So yeah, you attended your chatter's graduation. Technically I did. Anyway, Keith Olbermann, yeah, one of them will put you in a camp if he says you're Muslim or here illegally, or later if you don't speak English or you don't support our religion or you're gay and intellectual, and the other one. At least you won't have to worry about the intellectual part. That's so funny. Keith Olbermann doing the classic liberal thing where it's like, oh yeah, dude, well, considering you're a Muslim, you're about to go to Muslim prison. It's like, yeah, dude, I don't think you hate that much. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's fine. I'm glad that liberals are getting a little agitated on this. As you guys know, the number one thing liberals like to do in a situation like this is, instead of like trying to urge the Brandon administration to basically get its shit in order, they're like, yeah, no, actually, if you don't vote for Joe Biden, like, you're gonna get killed, and I hope that happens. So, but we'll get to that. I didn't even realize there was a lot of like heat emanating from liberals who probably see the same polls that I see and get very scared. And when a liberal gets very scared, instead of going, how do we fix this awful situation? They just hit let's yell at like those who would probably vote for us and have historically voted for us. That's what liberals like doing. Anyway, in any case, if the youth are important to winning, maybe try to win their vote. Exactly. We'll get to that. Honestly, I didn't even realize it was that heated, which is cool because, as you guys know, I'm not on Twitter, which means I only go on Discord and look at whatever the hell's going on in the world through Discord, which gives me a very false sense of what is happening in the world at all, because Discord is just busted. But yeah, Brandon versus Trump debate, Russian offensive on Kharkiv, aid limits on aid restrictions in Gaza, worsen crisis. Mike Cohen gets grilled. I'm back in LA. Get in now. Bro, you got the broccoli hair? Listen, I washed my hair and I didn't have my product, so give me a break. That's why my hair looks the way it does right now. I didn't like do. This is what happens when I don't do my hair and I just like wash it. Stop going on Discord. It's worse than Twitter. All your stupidest cancellations come from you venting there. Like it isn't stock 24/7. Yeah, but I'm just like I'm memeing in there. I'm not even venting in there at all. I'm just like fucking around. So I don't really give a shit. Also, I don't really get canceled. It's just people will be like, "Oh, we saw a thing that he said in his Discord. It means he must be like interested in killing himself or something." Anyway, what do you use? I need better products. I don't have any good products for you, I promise. All right, let's get it going. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it blasted. Wait, what the freak? What the freak? Where are these downloads going to? Okay. You look like if Egon Spengler from Ghostbusters was Turkish. Recommend a face cream with SPF? Dude, I don't even use that. Like, I only recently started using that. Anyway. Gatekeeper fake commented, tell me your hair care routine. I don't have a hair care routine. I literally just simply do not wash my hair with shampoo and conditioner outside of like once a week or sometimes twice a week, depending on if it gets like, if it gets dirty. That's it. I don't put anything in my hair. My hair is like naturally very dry. So I just try to like wait it out so it looks a little bit healthier. And then it's only with water. I only wash my hair with water for the most part, for the duration of the week. Ghost of Tsushima out on PC now? Hell yeah. Stop washing your hair every shower. No, I rinse every day, sometimes twice a day. Obviously, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm simply stating that I do not wash my hair with a shampoo and conditioner every day. I think that's too much. And that's just for me though, because everyone's hair is different, right? Like some people get dandruff, some people have really greasy hair. They get really greasy quickly. My issue is that my hair is very dry. I'm very fortunate because I don't get dandruff or anything like that, but I do have very dry hair. So if I wash it every day, which I used to, like for all my life, I washed it every fucking day. I didn't even use conditioner, as a matter of fact. It would be like really dry and like really frizzy, and I wouldn't understand why it was like that. And then I realized like, oh, it's because I'm just washing it every day. My doctor said just rinsing it with water causes dandruff. Yeah. Do you even wet it during those days? No, of course I wet it, man. What the fuck? I think it would be weird if I didn't like wet my hair every day. I will say that much, because I feel like if I sweat, which I do every day because I work out every day, I have to wet it. Like I have to like at least get the sweat off. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't do that. I'm not there. I can't do that. I can't justify that. Everybody's hair is different in general. But for me, are you having a Fuseli moment? No, not at all. I shower every fucking day, sometimes twice a day. I shower after I sweat every single time. However, if you are asking me directly about hair care, I get my hair wet every single day. I rinse my hair every single day. I do not, however, use shampoo and conditioner every single day. I think that's too much, and it's not good for my hair. We know how it is, little bro. The Hassan Hoscourt cycle. Hassan laughs off Hoscourt from Hassan gets into a Twitter controversy. Hassan runs a Hoscourt event and farm dank hugs. No, because I never get fucking dank hugs from Hoscourt. Hoscourt thinks it's like super cool to just be annoying. You wash your body with soap every day? Of course, dude. Greasy hair freak here. I cannot go 24 hours without washing my hair because it looks like I just finished running. Yeah, that shit sucks. I feel for you. Did you watch a new AC trailer? I did, and I'm very excited about this Assassin's Creed. I really hope that it doesn't have that same like UV bloat that that is heavily featured in every single game, because I'm really excited about like the environment, the story, everything else. So we shall see. Is the people clowning on your hygiene that don't even use a bidet? No, I'm very, very, very hygienic. So yeah, the right-wing gamers are very mad because it has like a real historical black figure in the game. So it's pretty funny that they're upset about that. Yeah, they're mad that it's like gamers when it's a historical white figure in a period piece in Japan. They love that shit. Okay, they're pogging their fucking face off. They love that shit. Gamers when the historical figure is actually black. Oh my god, this is so racist and unimaginably anti-Japanese. I hate it. Africa was invented in 1973 to spread wokeness. Yeah. It doesn't even have to be a historic white figure. It can be just a white figure at all. They love that shit. Anyway, we'll do the Brandon versus Trump stuff because I didn't even realize that like a lot of liberals were upset at me and were offended by a lot of the things that I was saying, not recognizing that like a lot of the things that I've been saying and have been saying are things that I've consistently said over the course of the past couple of election cycles, over the course of the past 8 years now, but even longer than that. I've always been an advocate for the Democratic Party to turn around and actually try to win votes. Okay. And I also have been an honest person and have maintained the position that I am not going to sit around and lie to people to go and vote for one person or another, especially if I don't feel it in my heart that it is the right thing to do. And as I say that, I have told people to go out and vote for Joe Biden. I've told people to go out and vote for Hillary Clinton, as a matter of fact. So having said that, however, I mean, the overarching attitude that I've always had about voting has not changed. Okay, voting is good. You should always vote down ballot. It is the least important, most important thing you can do. Okay, it is not the end all be all. It is not just simply the only part of your civic duties. You certainly do have to, engage in community organizing, activism of sorts, and apply pressure beyond voting if you want anything to happen. However, having said that, this does not mean that the Democratic Party can take your votes for granted. They can't. They mustn't. And honestly, it is precisely the reason why the Democratic Party is in a dire situation right now, as the Republican Party is like openly advocating to take more and more of your civil liberties away. Okay? It's craziness. Voting for the school board was how anti-trans evangelicals pass all these anti-queer rules in public libraries and schools. Yeah. Like local officials, local representatives that you vote for, like state representatives that you vote for, can literally mean life or death for like trans people. You can have like one pro-trans like state rep that will literally put her body on the line as it has happened in the past, and that will unironically stop like insane legislation from passing, right? So I'm not going to sit here and act like that stuff's not significant. Of course it is. And I'm not going to tell you that like there is no daylight between Donald Trump and Joe Biden on some issues. It is just unconscionable to me that like a lot of the major issues that we were told were really important. If you don't vote for fucking Biden, then like, we're going to do the Mexican melting machine. Donald Trump's going to fucking melt every Latino person. And then when Joe Biden is like, no, Jack, I'm the one who knocks. I'm the one who's going to kill all the Mexicans myself. 4 years later, it's like, we just dropped that. Like, oh, okay. So it wasn't significant 4 years ago to you. It was significant to me 4 years ago. Right. You can't constantly fucking go lesser evil voting only as a way to get yourself to be more evil. Like this does not give you more permission to be more evil. That's not how people operate either. You know what I mean? That's not how people operate at all. Yes, I did see that Elon Papa got detained. I heard. Ultimately, though, if you want to vote for Brandon, go ahead. You know what I mean? I will tell you never to vote for Donald Trump, of course. That is fucking ridiculous. And plenty of people will come in here and be like, well, what about Trump? This. Like, Trump would be better on this issue, that issue. That's not true. He will not. So all that stuff's ridiculous. Obviously, if you're an RFK Jr. voter, that's hilarious in and of itself. We literally are at this impasse because of lesser two evils voting. Yeah, exactly. All the time, constantly. But yeah, so we did a podcast. I don't know what the podcast looks like. Like, I don't know what they cut out, what they kept in. But this was, I would say this was like the only point of contention of the podcast because like both of the journalists, who were wonderful people, by the way, former Vice, former Vox, a part of that like circuit, they were kind of shocked about what I said about like my advocacy for unconfirmed or like not voting for Joe Biden in the primaries at least, and talked about how scary that is. And I did what I always do and try to explain to people that like it is scary and that they should be scared and that they should at the very least try to message, like make a calculation internally and try to offer a good faith initiative to say like, no, we do care about young voters. Like, please vote for us. Like, here's what we're doing. Right. The podcast was really calm. You sounded great. Yeah, because they were great. They were wonderful people. The left's favorite political Twitch streamer Hassan Piker doesn't know if he's voting for President Joe Biden. Doesn't care if you do either. Nearly every day, Piker streams on Twitch for around 8 hours. There was more than 2.6 million followers on the platform. He's not a household name by any means, but he's become one of the most influential political commentators for Gen Z and young millennial audiences online over the past 4 years. 3 years ago, he hosted Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on his Twitch stream to play Among Us and urged his audience to go out and vote. So it matters if he doesn't support Biden. Let's talk about it. Hassan has never been the biggest Biden fan, so his disregard for the top of this year's ticket is not much of a surprise. But on the Wired Politics Lab podcast this week, when Leah Feiger, our host and my editor, asked Piker about it, he said he wouldn't support any candidates this year before ultimately replying, I don't know if I'll be voting for Biden. I'll be honest. If you think that lesser evil voting is working for you, if it makes you feel better, go ahead, he told us. One thing he definitely backs is voting uncommitted. I'm an advocate for full-blown pressure, he said. Biden shouldn't expect any of the little support Piker offered last time around. I urged and lent support to Joe Biden in the last election. There were a lot of promises that he made in the last election on domestic policy, codifying Roe v. Wade, protecting abortion rights, and immigration. He was going to basically reverse everything that Donald Trump had done, and he did none of that. Biden's administration has actually had a lot of successes, but even when Biden secures significant funding for a project or a campaign promise, his team has never been good at relaying that to voters. This is actually something I admitted as well. We had this conversation as well. I don't know if they kept that in the podcast or not, but I said what I always say, which is I like how progressive the Biden administration is when it comes to the NLRB, when it comes to its agencies. You got the FTC, you got the NLRB, you got like the SEC. These guys are all actually legitimately doing work, whereas like under the Trump administration, they would not be. Trump very openly advocates and successfully will like maybe not abolish these institutions, but who knows in the second time around, but at least like he will reduce them deliberately. Like he won't fulfill cabinet roles and things like that on purpose, right? Like, so that is a major issue, right? So that is definitely something to consider. But that gets at the communication of it all. And Hassan also touched on something pertinent that voting seems to be talking about this week, the youth vote. On the pod, Piker explains his team has never been good about relaying that to voters. Even Biden's TikTok is barely about Biden and mostly bashes Trump rather than communicating the president's accomplishments, which is ironically what Hillary Clinton did as well. On the pod, Piker explains his and his young audience's disenchantment with Biden and their sense that the president has walked back many of the promises he made to them in the last cycle. If I'm young, I don't see anyone right now that is captivating me, Piker told us. Pollsters and strategists like to make the case that Biden won the last election in part to the young voters that turned out to him, but over the past few months, polling has suggested that their support is wavering. A new set of New York Times Siena polls out this week also claimed that in every battleground state except Wisconsin, Biden is polling behind former President Donald Trump. And the youth vote could be a large reason why. Streamers like Parker are arguably some of the most influential creators on the internet, and there's no doubt that they could have a real impact on 2024. Earlier this week, I spoke to Samuel Drzmala, the founder of Progressive Victory, a liberal group that works for streamers to get streamers on Get Out the Vote initiatives. Told me that Twitch's format allows for the kinds of back and forth that can change a person's mind. Definitely think Hassan is a decent representation of young voters this time around. I mean, guys, the young voter percentage, like the young voter participation rate barely fucking hits 30%. And when it does, it was under Obama, and they brought it up on the podcast as well. Like that was seen as an impressive feat. Like think about that, 30%. So young people don't vote for a multitude of different structural hurdles, something that I also mentioned on the podcast. And those are areas that we have to solve, like, universal ballot registration and things of that nature that like ease access to voting for everyone. Yeah, Progressive Victory is actually Brianna Wu's, or formerly, I think Brianna Wu was there. I don't know if she's still there or not. But anyway, he told me that Twitter's format allows for the kind of back and forth to change a person's mind. Long-form discussions allow for a lot of nuance and detail to be discussed and creates a greater understanding. Like these people are educating their audiences when they choose to speak on issues. Progressive Victory's approach to moving online activism into IRL has proven successful. In a recent Ohio canvassing event, the group was able to bring together 20 streamers and 300 volunteers to knock on 40,000 doors for the state's progressives. They built communities around their personalities and the way they speak to their audiences, Drzmala said. The live nature allows for creators to make really compelling asks to their audiences, can get people to take crazy amounts of action. Unlike Drzmala's group, Piker focuses more on issues advocacy than electoral politics, though he will sometimes encourage followers to vote in down ballot elections. His largest priorities are the causes he cares about. I think my impact is way more important when it comes to Chipotle unionizing Lansing, Michigan. I went to the UCLA encampment. And all the SJP and JVP students I met were like, I'm here because I started watching you in 2020 and really broadened my horizons, Piker told us. That impact won't be reaching the Biden campaign anytime soon. The Biden campaign declined to comment on what Hassan said about voting, but it has made, dude, that is so funny to ask the Biden campaign what they think, what they have to say about my statement on voting. It's like, I doubt that they care. And why should they really? I mean, they shouldn't. I am insignificant in the grand scheme of things, right? But it's made significant investments in his relationships with supportive influencers, and we've talked about it multiple times in this newsletter. But is a video with Luke Skywalker more effective than deeply engaged online communities? I guess we'll find out. On Monday, I spoke with Erin Hattemer, a comedian on TikTok, more than 1.6 million followers. For the past 2 weeks, she has spearheaded a program called Pass the Hat, pairing creators with herself with families in Gaza to raise money for them either to evacuate, pay medical bills, or rebuild their lives. The grassroots operation Olive Branch finds and verifies the families in need, and as of this week, Hattemer has matched more than 700 Palestinian families with online creators. Once a creator is paired with a family, the creator will continue to post about them and their GoFundMes until their goal is reached. I'm working all day. I'll take breaks, but I'm working on emails. I do a lot of coaxing creators, Hattemer told me over the phone. Evacuation is just the first step. The infrastructure, what? But they have people like David Pakman at the White House, so they should care more about you. No, of course they're going to have someone like David Pakman at the White House. David Pakman is the perfect independent content creator he's very safe. Like David Pakman is, and I'm not even like saying this as a diss, mind you. Okay. Like I've known David for many, many years. He has always been a very cordial person. And especially when it comes to like the State Department line, he oftentimes does not stray away from what like on American foreign policy. There's not a lot of disagreement with David Pakman and like, you know, those in positions of power. So I think that that's like a major difference. And there's I have no issues with David. You know, he can have his own opinions. I think that he is very respectful, and I appreciate that. He's very cordial, and I appreciate that. We do definitely have a lot of severe disagreements when it comes to American foreign policy, but beyond that, I think that we're like, beyond that, when it comes to domestic issues and stuff, like David Pakman and I are fairly aligned, I would say. Like I said, I've known him for many, many years. But ultimately, David fell off as far as Israel. Yeah, I mean, he's certainly had, I don't know. I can't speak on his like latest opinions on it. But yeah, he is definitely had more of a defensive posture when it comes to Israel. That is definitely one of our disagreements, or was one of our disagreements, for sure. I don't know what his like latest opinions are. I'm talking like many, many years ago. So in any case, but like he's the type of person who, regardless of his own personal opinions on Israel, I don't think will like go nutty mode and like be like a racist piece of shit when it comes to like talking about Muslims and stuff. You know what I mean? Like I don't think he's like he's never on that tip, if you know what I mean. Like I think that he defends Israel? Yes, I do, but I don't think he's like, no, he's not like MSNBC. I think that's too far. I think that is too far. I think he tries to manage this as best as he can and like stay silent on a lot of the aspects of what has happened thus far, instead of instead of like jumping on the fucking Joe Scarborough train. Like, come on, guys. Yeah, at most you could say he's like very quiet, and that's deliberate. Anyway, this is not about David Pakman. What the fuck are we talking about David Pakman? Jesus Christ. Okay. But I do understand, like I said, I do understand why the White House would want someone like him, because he's not like a progressive content creator. He's not a progressive content creator who's going to like go out and debate like CP. You know what I mean? He doesn't do dumb shit like that. He doesn't fucking go out and like talk to or even hang out with Nazis. Like he'll debate Nazis every now and then, but it's like very limited in capacity. It's like he's in and out. He's gonna fucking have a couple he's gonna have a couple lines. He's there to like he's there to destroy them, I guess, quote unquote, in the marketplace of ideas. But he's not there to like befriend them. You know what I mean? He's not gonna like eat chicken and waffles with fucking Nazis. He's not gonna like invite Nazis to his home and you know and do shit like that. Anyway, we need people like David on our side. He was mainstream appeal. He's good at delivering his message. Yeah, I mean, foreign policy. I don't think David and I are on the same side. I will admit that. But anyway. But hey, Sean the Black, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Anyway, For most non-TikTok users have been demanding that their favorite creators speak out on Palestine in the past few days. I've seen far more creators speaking out on the conflict than before, and I bet it's largely due to Hadamer pestering them. This gets to the question of whether influencers platforms should be required to speak out on political injustices. We saw this at a large scale with the George Floyd protests in 2020. What do you think? So that's the article accompanying the actual podcast. I hope that because they filmed it, so I think that it'll be on there as well. But something that I said yesterday about not having a lot of daylight between like Donald Trump and Joe Biden on certain key issues that Joe Biden actually ran on is something that I will stand on. Okay. I listened to it on Spotify. It was really good. Hell yeah. Yeah, a lot of liberals got mad at me for this one, I guess. I, for one, I'm excited to watch two 80-year-old men yap about a bunch of issues they almost completely align on with respect to policy while acting as though they are miles apart from one another. This, for the record, this was deliberate. Like, this was definitely bait. I will admit that. Like, I stand on this, especially on certain issues, as I clarify later down the line. Immigration, Israel, Palestine, and tariffs are out on that front. The key focus has to be on abortion. As in, I do recognize that there are issues that the Brandon camp and the Trump camp do not agree on. However, and union and environment, sure, fair. Trump is much worse than Joe Biden on everything. But remember, the fundamentals that you have to remember is that there is a reason why things just get progressively worse and worse year over year, what we like to call the ratchet effect. You know what I mean? In the past, you had 1 minute of ads at the top of the hour. Now you have 3 minutes of ads at the top of the hour. Luckily, the subscription price to avoid said ads have not changed. So there is that. It's still $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. If you no longer want to see those ads at the top of the hour, here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way. The 6 cuts in a 15-second video bodes well for a 2-hour live debate. It's not going to, yeah. DJ Kento, thank you for the 5 community gifted subs. But yeah, here's a 15-second video that he released. We'll watch that real quick, and then I'll tell you guys my points. FTC, SEC, NLRB, and IRA are his biggest W's and trains. Had he not been a genocidal senile maniac, I would have sucked it up and voted for him. Yeah, we're going to talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, and the genuine similarities within Biden's point of view and perspective to the Trump administration, leading to basically what I like to call, what a lot of people call the ratchet effect, but what I like to call, if you vote for the Democrat, he'll push for the same policies 4 years later. So you're basically voting for someone to extend, hold off on the same awful, violent right-wing policies by 4 years. Anyway, yeah, I've seen that video. It's funny. We'll cover that. We'll cover Assassin's Creed as well. But let's get started on this one real big.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. And since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
Yeah, the fact that they cut this out, chopped it up so much is crazy, but whatever. This is such a reductionist, inaccurate portrayal of the vast difference between the two. Leftists always do this. Neither person is a communist that will destroy the system, so they are the same. No, man. You don't have to be a fucking communist to be like, hey, you told me to vote for this fucking guy because he's not going to melt immigrants. Now he's telling me he wants to melt immigrants just like the other guy is. I feel like that's pretty important. When I first heard you say the 4-year delay thing, my mind was blown. Yeah. Back in the day, voting for the Democrats meant that some of the policies at the very least would change. Okay. There would be some reversal, not much, marginal, right? Or at the very least, it would slow down the creep towards fascism, right? Nowadays, however, it's basically, hey, vote for us, and then 4 years later, we will advocate for the same exact fucking bullshit that we voted against. And that's crazy to me, okay? The fringe, far left, the other side of the horseshoe. There's no media literacy anymore, just saying wildly inaccurate things and going viral. Is it crowded in your closet? You should exit it. Well, what are your options? Hassan, will you enjoy yourself in Istanbul, Turkey? Your input is not needed, nor is it important. Yeah. My favorite is Democrats literally being like, if you don't love it, leave. If you don't love it, leave, you fucking piece of shit, you Muslim ass scumbag. Fuck you. It's like, all right, man, thanks. What is this? Excited for you to go on stream and act as though there's a huge difference between you and a racist? Wait, what? What does that even mean? I don't even understand what this means, but I'm sure that has something. I'm sure something's going on there. Anyway, banger Michael Harriot thread on the far right worth a read for the uneducated in the chat. You really hurt people's feelings. It's insane. I don't know. I think the Biden admin messaging is more along the lines of vote for us and stop us to stop milking immigrants. And then 2 years later, it's not within our power to stop milking immigrants. We're actually doing it more, and I don't know how we can stop this. More C-word obsessed D fans. Oh yeah, that part. Look, I have one final statement on this. Okay, look, if you're a fan of Divorcelli, I don't know what to tell you, man. Your guy's saying the N-word out here openly. If you find yourself fucking posturing that, like, well, he's actually saying it to a person who is not black, and he's saying with a soft A, and that's actually not racist, while simultaneously turning around and being like, yeah, the term cracker actually holds a lot more weight, regardless of the fact that there is no systematic violence associated with that sort of thing. In the same way that there is systemic violence associated with the N-word. And without actual historical wrongs, it's just a mean word. It's just a bad word. It's a word that hurts your feelings, like, which is kind of crazy, especially considering, what is this? It finally happened. He died. Yeah. Ultimately, I mean, you're defending a dude who is like saying the N-word openly to try to be edgy, to be like, hey, look, I can say it, and, my fans will fucking defend it. You are duped into taking a position that I don't think you would believe, all things considered. Maybe some of you do, but I don't think all of you actually legitimately believe that. You're just a part of an in-group, I think, at that point. Does that make sense? A Canadian streamer defended it as well while you were away yesterday. Yeah, I think it's weird. Like, I don't know what else to say about it other than I think it's fucking weird to make this your political cause. You know what I mean? X quadrupled down defending saying the N-word because of a soft day only to get owned by his chat. Yeah, it's odd. Like, I don't know if people are like genuinely holding on to this. I don't know if people genuinely believe this or if they're just like trying to defend a person that they like against a person that they don't like. You know what I mean? Like, I think people should be more honest about this shit. They should be like, I don't really care because I like this person. And I do care, on the other hand, because I don't like this person. I feel like that would be more productive in general. X definitely says it privately. No, he does not. No, that's ridiculous. And this isn't me like defending XQC at all. I just know that he does not. Unless something is like severely changed, and I highly doubt it. No, he does not. You can say fucking sure all day. I'm not defending him at all. I'm actually criticizing him for taking an idiotic stance in this circumstance because he likes Destiny, and me not so much. But yeah, no, I don't think that's a thing that he would say. Also, it's definitely not a thing he would say because, as far as I understand, even in the process of him being like, well, it's just not as bad. It's just not as bad. He still, but you criticize him with baby gloves on? No, you just want me to be more aggressive for drama purposes. But what can I say to a dude who literally spent multiple days complaining about Cracker being like racist and then turned around and did not have even a margin of the smoke for the N-word because of the intent behind using it? It's not that bad. It's like, no, the severity of the N-word is much worse. It's much, much, much worse. It's ridiculous. It's not even in the same fucking orbit. That's why you can say Cracker, but you can't say the N-word, right? I don't know why people openly and willingly demonstrate cognitive biases in this situation where they try to, like, we went from, I just don't like any racism, please, including saying the C word, including saying cracker, to actually the N-word in certain contexts are perfectly permissible, whereas the term cracker when directed against a white person is racist. How do we arrive at a situation where, well, I guess I was technically correct. We didn't arrive at the situation. The entire discourse surrounding the term cracker and how fucking inappropriate it is the same animosity that a lot of people feel because white boys feel restricted in saying the N-word in general. So they find this person to be a hero for them. And that's it. Wonderful stuff. I can't believe I had to make this argument in person. Very awkward. I think you also alienate a lot of people. Brother, Jay Miles, my lovely, wonderful friend, what would you say to this, in your opinion? Like just popping off with the N-word. Do you think that alienates more people? Do you think saying the N-word alienates more people or saying cracker alienates more people? Do you think there is a higher percentage of white people that are genuinely, seriously offended by the term cracker? Myself included, I am white too. I'm not offended. Than the number of people, both white and black, and every other race, as a matter of fact, that immediately recognizes who you are when you are a white person saying the N-word. The reason why I think both do, but I think saying one with a bunch of hate feels different. Call me. So you are on the same camp. You are saying that calling a white person a cracker or saying they're engaging in cracker ass behavior is worse than a white guy saying the N-word. Kind of weird that X went so hard to stop the use of the F slur, but when turns around and it's on tiny side with the N-word, depending on the situation, yeah. I don't think there's any situation where that works. And I'm glad that you brought this up because this demonstrates a flaw in the argument, a flaw that I've been trying to get you to understand for the past couple of days. Okay? And the flaw is this. Are you ready for it? When people talk about racism, they're not talking about like individual acts that hurt people's feelings. Okay? They're talking about systemic racism and the violence associated with it, the historical violence associated with it. And without historical violence associated with it, okay, someone saying you're a cracker because there is no valid, real anti-white, especially in the Western world, especially in the United States of America, there's no real valid anti-white systematic violence that has ever occurred on the boundaries of being white, because of course white people have been fucked over a shit ton of times, except if they were Irish, Polish, Jewish. It was not on the virtues of being white. It was actually because they were considered not white at the time. Or across the board, they have been destroyed systematically from the framework of class as working class citizens, right? Having said that, however, the flattening of racism that you engage with right here is the major problem. This is why I keep talking about this over and over again, and I hope that people will understand why I do it. The reason why I do it is because interpersonal racism and systematic racism are not to the same severity, because without systematic racism, what you are doing when you call a white person a cracker is no different than calling a white lady a Karen or calling a white person a hick or a redneck. Okay? You understand? It's like me calling you dumb or stupid. It's mean. It's fucked up. You know, it's not nice. It might even make you feel bad. Okay? But when you add that onto the category of something that is colloquially understood as racism, a hate crime, something that is like genuinely much, much worse than all of those things, of course they are not to the same severity, but to say one just does not exist is just ignorant, that is just the issue. No, you are misunderstanding me. The way I analyze these sorts of issues is within the framework of how much damage, regardless of intent, how much damage is being caused across the board. This is precisely the reason why I brought up numerous times issues that you did not address for some reason, like anti-het violence or heterophobia, right? Go to a gay bar and they're like, ugh, that's a breeder. If you consider that to be unconscionable, if you consider that to be like a genuine act of vitriol and violence, you are ridiculous. People will laugh at you, right? Because there is no real historical form of violence conducted upon cisgender heterosexual people on the virtue of their gender identity or their sexual status. We live in a cis heteronormative society. It is the in-group. It is the power group. You mean there is no legit systematic racism for white people, but you can have racist feelings for white people? Yes. Except a lot of those racist feelings, okay, can in many instances be born out of the defense mechanism, born out of the white supremacy that they experience if they're POC. And if it's white people, it's just like people fucking around. So I think it's like hilarious to get mad at white people for calling other white people crackers, or even saying that, not even calling them crackers directly, but saying like that's a cracker ass take, which is just a substitute for privilege, is what the overarching statement was. Okay. The reason why you have to arrive at a hypothetical here when you go, can a black person be racist in Vietnam where there is a lack of systematic oppression to people there? The reason why you had to travel to an entirely different place for this hypothetical is because you know you can't win this conversation in the United States of America. Okay? It's an idiotic hypothetical to entertain in this circumstance because we're having this conversation about white supremacy in the Western world. And the reason why you have to deeply change the dynamic to a situation where the dominant in-group would be the Vietnamese population, which was, of course, subject to colonial violence for many, many years and were victims of genocidal actions of the American state. So that's a whole different can of worms, ultimately. Racism exists outside the USA, yes, but we're having a conversation about the Western world and specifically white supremacy in the United States of America, okay? There are a multitude of different kinds of violence, multitude of different kinds of horrible shit that happens on a daily basis, okay? It is a ridiculous thing to say, hey, man, we should get health care in the United States of America. And you turn around and say, well, they're doing genital mutilation to women in different African nations. What are we going to do about that? It's like, well, that's a whole different conversation that we're having now. Okay. Yeah, people in Rwanda don't have access to health care. It's like, okay, thank you for bringing that up. But we're having a conversation about the United States of America right now, a socio-political dynamic in the United States of America, or even in the Western world, if you want to broadly define it. All you've done in that situation is deflect. You think that ultimately you're launching a strong opposition against what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is completely conducted within the confines of the Western world. Okay? The topic is anti-white racism in the Western world. Something that you brought up in the Discord was, you have no way to approach it, so you just focus back on America? No, it's because we're having a conversation specifically about anti-white racism in America, which was your gripe, which was your own personal experience. And I think, personally, that is parts condescending and also part ahistorical, because a flattening effect of racism across the board is, in many instances, a disingenuous way to frame the conversation. This is precisely why I always say, personally, that, black people are not upset about the N-word because it's simply a bad word and it hurts their feelings. Okay? Black people are upset about the N-word when a white person says it, specifically because of the historical context. It's a way to dehumanize black people. It's what its application was, and still, it is used in the identical way within the confines of a white supremacist structure that they exist under. This is the reason why it's a problem, and this is precisely the reason why so many people refuse to entertain the idea. The other arguments that I show you, you never address. You never have an answer for Karen. You never have an answer for redneck. You never have an answer for, breeder. Like, the dehumanization of the in-group from the out-group happens in many different ways. Right. And in many instances, the very same people who are white identitarians, and I don't think you are one of them. I think you're just a little bit lost in the sauce because of your own personal experiences, which is why I've taken the time out to try to address your concerns over and over again. But depending on how fucking far down you go in that Nazi attitude, which I don't think you are, but you are on the tip of the ladder right now, and I'm worried for you. Depending on how far down you go, you will find yourself doing straight pride parades. Okay, if you want to focus on America, when I was on the basketball team freshman year, I constantly got shit on for the color Mexican on a weekly basis, actually getting jump on my teammates, directly following statements that regardless of my race, is that just them being mean? What happened to you there is an anecdote. It is a personal experience that you had when you were in high school in your freshman year, and as a 27-year-old man, you've held on to. That is an individual act of violence towards you, and it is completely unacceptable. Obviously. But to say that this was anti-white racism, and anti-white racism is in certain contexts just as bad as anti-black racism, and I want you to understand something very important here. If they beat your ass for being a nerd, it would be the exact same thing. Okay? It is not a protected, marginalized identity for an obvious reason, because there is no, unless we talk about Pol Pot, okay, there was no systematic violence dished out against nerds historically or in contemporary society. Them jumping your ass and saying, white boy, we're jumping your ass for that reason, which sounds fucking like it's out of a shitty 90s movie, I'm going to be honest with you. But let's say they did that, right? I'm not denying your personal lived experience here. That anecdote that you are delivering here is an individual act of violence that is still completely and utterly unacceptable. It is not the same as anti-black or anti-Chinese, anti-Asian racism or any other kind of marginalized identity. It, in that situation, is identical to you getting jumped and beat the shit out of for being a fucking nerd. They said a lot more than that. Please, go ahead. Explain it to us. You should explain your own bullied past to the shatter. Hopefully it makes more sense. I mean, it won't make sense. He's just like brother, I've never said it was the same. It is racism. Racism towards black people is most of the time worse. I'm not denying that. What do you mean most of the time? Dude, I had a teacher call me Osama bin Laden and the whole class laughed and called me that for months. I am mad at the whites for that. I'm mad at them for not seasoning their food. Yeah, I know. The only thing that makes me happy about this is that, like, no matter how much we have this conversation and within the confines of Reddit, especially if you go to like certain subreddits, people will be really aggressive about this. Most people in the real world, regardless of their own personal experiences, don't have this fucking level of like, don't have this kind of smoke to be like, listen, you don't actually understand. Anti-white racism is a problem and you're fucking minimizing it. That's why you only hear that from like some of the most aggressive right-wing shitheads. Okay? Every single one of us has an individual act of bullying that we have experienced, myself included. Okay? Everyone has a story similar to that. The difference between someone in a position of power doing that to you while also doing it within the context of a system that is ultimately against you, like is infinitely worse and very different, especially when you have to exist under that system all the time and you feel utterly powerless against that. Okay? They wouldn't have attacked him for being white if the systemic shit wasn't there, proving your point again. Handled this dude with care. He's one bad remark from using DEI as a slur. I also can't, this is the type of narrative that creates a toxic cesspool in your Discord. Brother, I much prefer the toxic cesspool in my Discord than the fucking toxic cesspool of this kind of attitude that happens not just on Discord, but on subreddits. And if you have an issue with that, I'll be honest with you, have fun in those other communities then, okay? Because you started this conversation by literally saying, under certain context, saying the N-word is nowhere near as bad as saying cracker to a white person. And I think that is ridiculous, okay? This guy isn't even white. He said he was Asian on his Reddit account. Yeah, I saw that. He says that that's not his Reddit account, by the way. But I suspect, I don't know if that's the case or not. He didn't want to actually talk to us on camera. And he claims he is white and not Asian. This guy's like an Israeli that Palestinians threw rocks at and say their suffering is equal to the Palestinians. Yes. I never posted a Reddit thread about any of the Discord posts, Lamau. It's not, that's not what they're saying. In this parallel universe where a bunch of black students were being racist towards this guy because he was white, does that mean they targeted all white students in high school or just him? If you want to just tell me how I'm wrong on guest star, I'm still down, but this is just sad in my opinion. Brother, you have been literally crying in this fucking community for the past, 3 days now, okay? I've been very nice. I've been very charitable. I've been trying to fucking understand your perspective and offer you, like, you definitely have touched on a certain points, a couple different talking points that I would say is crossing a line that would normally get you banned, but because I'm trying to walk you off this fucking edge here, I haven't banned you. Like the moment that you personally said saying the N-word, okay, in the context, like, saying the N-word with a soft A is not as bad as saying cracker to a white person, like you're gone. You're far gone. Okay? That's completely ridiculous. Like there's no justification for that. You feel me? Anyway, we're going to get to the normal news now, okay? The Slovakia Prime Minister Robert Fico is in stable but serious condition after shooting, doctors say, BBC News.
Hello, I'm Sally Bundock. We begin in Slovakia, where Prime Minister Robert Fico remains in hospital after hours of surgery to save his life following an apparent assassination attempt. The Deputy Prime Minister Thomas Taraba told the BBC that the operation had gone well and he expected Mr. Fico to survive. The Prime Minister was shot several times as he was leaving a government meeting. Well, let's go live to Bratislava now and speak to our correspondent there, Bethany Bell. Bethany, what more can you tell us this morning?
Well, we're waiting for further official updates on Robert Fico's health, but we did hear, as you said, from the Deputy Prime Minister saying that he was no longer in danger of his life. after having had this emergency operation that went on for several hours, we understand. The Deputy Prime Minister said Mr. Fico had been shot at very close range in the stomach and, what he said in his words, in the joint. So we wait, and very much this whole country is waiting with tenterhooks to see just the situation of Mr. Fico's health this morning.
And Bethany, just remind us of the events that took place yesterday.
Well, Mr. Fico was attending a government meeting in the town of Handlover, a town in central Slovakia, and he came out to greet members of the public who had come to see him. And as he did so, there were shots heard. People described hearing several shots. Mr. Fico fell to the ground, and others then apprehended a man, a suspect. And here's more from Sarah Rainsford.
Robert Fico strode out to meet supporters, as he likes to do. But as he reached out to shake hands, a man in the crowd reached for a gun. 5 shots rang out, and the Slovak Prime Minister tumbled to the ground. Too late, his security guards leapt on the gunman. The Prime Minister was first dragged and then rushed to emergency care. Too badly hurt to get back to Bratislava, he was airlifted to a nearby hospital. We were told he'd been shot in the stomach and arm, and his condition was critical.
I heard 3.
Kai is here. Hello. My baby's here. Okay. That's right. Sorry to the 8 Slovakian chatters who wanted me to. Sorry for the 8 Slovakian chatters, but this is a very prescient, very important issue here. The Queen has returned. The Queen has returned to the castle. The baby. Kaya jumps other dogs. Wait, what? Why are you saying that? No, she doesn't. It's down to 7 now. Look what you've done. Yeah. If you want proof that J Miles is a shit stirrer and not white at all, check mod chat. What is this? Oh, it is him. Oh, that is actually him. Oh, he's not white. Oh, so that was actually him. And it's been bait this entire time. J Miles. No wonder he didn't want to do a fucking cam, dude. So I saw this Cobalt 1137 account, and I thought personally that maybe it's not him. But yeah, we found your account, dude. Where's he at? For the past week or so, he's been just doing this. That was me in the convo, lol. Hassan was responding to my experience. It was wild. If I would have grabbed the entire chat log and changed white to Mexican, you think we were on a fucking right-wing extremist Discord. I'm the guy from that chat, lol. It was insane. Straight right-wing extremist talking points, but just pointed towards white people. So he said all this, right? Like the guy that Asmongold subreddit, the guy that XQC and all of these other adjacent communities were talking about, saying dude, it's incredible how anti-white racist these guys are. I did not leave. Okay, I am white. What the fuck, Lamau? I just don't understand, because what the fuck are you talking about it here? So for example, I was watching a documentary with one of my Mexican friends a couple years ago about the opium issue in China, where I'm from. He made a joke about it and my ancestors, because he knows I'm Asian, and it was hilarious, and I was laughing, and we had a good time. In summary, he enjoyed making the joke and I enjoyed receiving the joke. Should we not do this to our own private lives because someone on Reddit says this is wrong? Also, saying a rude phrase doesn't necessarily mean you're being rude. Context matters. For example, I'm playing basketball with my friend and I say, fuck you, dude, after he makes a 3-pointer, and that's perfectly fine. But if we were walking down the street and I see a stranger and I say, fuck you, dude, then that phrase becomes a rude act. Context is everything. Same with jokes. I can't be part Asian and part white. I'll go cam now. I'll cam right now, bud. Bro, that's crazy that you fucking said that you come to tell to all my black childhood friends next time we're at a bar and he makes a joke related to my Asian ethnicity. You'll see both of us are laughing like we normally do when we make those types of jokes and enjoying ourselves. No harm intended. That's how jokes work, bud. Not racist at all. And then you put your fucking Discord on there. So yeah, we found out that I personally thought that you were maybe being honest and maybe fucking talking about, I don't know, the victimization that you experienced or whatever. And I don't know. Now I don't even know. Because you said that wasn't you when I said that's your, it's, you do have to recognize that it's a little bit weird for us in this community, at least, especially when you're complaining about anti-white racism for the past fucking couple months, or not couple of months, sorry, for the past couple of days, which is extended into this massive thing. And there's probably a a much higher likelihood that you might have been bullied for being Asian. But even then, you're talking about it right here, saying that like you don't have any racism amongst your black friends, and that you and your black friends actually are. They say racist stuff to one another all the time, openly admitting that they see you as an Asian person and not as a white person in your group of friends. And even when you guys are racist to one another, which is perfectly valid amongst friends, by the way, like you make jokes that you normally would not make in other circumstances. And you're saying that like you're defending that principle. So that's the thing that doesn't make sense to me personally. Like, I don't want to discount your personal opinions. I don't want to discount your personal experience as someone who has gotten a lot of mileage out of this, right? Gotten a lot of mileage out of this, like perceived, anti-white bullying that you experience. None of that changes the reality of the things that I speak on as far as like systematic violence. But I will say that it is quite odd that, you're a fan of Destiny and you went to a subreddit after the shit stirring that you engaged in the Discord. And I tried to like very charitably describe to you, thinking that you were getting bullied for being a white guy or whatever, that there's a difference between someone, calling a woman a Karen or whatever, right? A white woman a Karen versus someone calling a black person the N-word. And now it makes a lot more sense that you actually don't have issue with saying the N-word, like Destiny saying the N-word in general. But I do appreciate to a certain degree the lengths that people in this dude's community go to like create these grand narratives. I do personally find it funny, however, when I see so many other motivated content creators in this space that we're in eat that bait up so aggressively. Like, and it exposes a genuine weakness in the way that I operate, which is that I will always entertain a conversation thinking that there's someone whose mind I can change, or at least others that are watching. You know what I mean? And it is wild. It is legitimately wild that this, once again, has yielded an entire week of discourse about anti-white racism being a genuine blight on my community and on this platform in general, on Twitch in general, while simultaneously the community that you come from literally utilizes the N-word with regular frequency, and you yourself have defended the usage of the N-word from a white guy saying the N-word, saying it's not as bad. So I don't know, if you truly do find yourself like a Democratic Party voter, or find yourself to be a relatively progressive person, keep dodging, bro. You're simply dodging. I can prove to you that I'm a white in 2 seconds. You can say that people are white despite being Middle Eastern. People can have multiple identities. No, I'm not even discounting you. I'm not even discounting you personally. I'm just simply stating that you're saying that your friends see you as Asian and make like anti-Asian jokes against you. I'm not saying you're not white. I think the point you're failing to understand is that it's not that you're white or Asian, it's that you're dishonest. Does that make sense? Like, you have deliberately misrepresented yourself and your past experiences in the Discord specifically to talk about a hypothetical scenario, or maybe a real one, where you got bullied for being white, in an effort to say that this personal anecdote actually means that anti-white racism and anti-white discrimination does exist and is very violent, and it ends up flattening. It has a flattening effect on broadly defining racism as like any and every kind of circumstance off of like inalienable characteristics, right? Which is the main point of contention here. The main point of contention here is not like your personal experiences. I still think it's fucked up that you got beat up. You know what I mean? Really covering the hot button topic of don't say the N-word. It is kind of wild that it is a hot button topic. Like, it's not even, I thought this is something that we had moved past, right? You never once mentioned you're mixed white Asian because it wouldn't have fit the narrative you painted. Yes. I do think that it is a little lame and a little weird. His teenage bullies did what though? Say we respect their Asian heritage, but we're about to beat the white out of you. Yeah, that's what they said. Half white and Asian here. I've been called a white girl in my friend group for years, but I realized feeling offended by my friends' jokes on my whiteness was just my white fragility talking. I almost fell down the anti-white pipeline. I think mixed white kids need to be aware of their own white fragility. Sure. Fair. Maybe the chatter is white and he went to the Japans to start trade with the East only to get pissed on by samurais and get involved in a regional war. So much for the tolerant left. Yeah, except if he is a Hatamoto, okay, he went to the Japans, was an Anjin, okay, Anjin-sama, and then became Hatamoto as a white guy. I feel like that's literally elevating a white dude that's otherwise mediocre to a position of power so fucking quickly. Defeats the whole narrative, you know what I mean, of this whole like anti-white behavior. Anjin-sama is a perfect demonstration that like you could be white and kind of mediocre, and even in Japan when there's not a lot of other white guys, they're like, you know what, dude? We're gonna fucking elevate you to the tippy top of society. Anyway. And also, yeah, he fucking dicked down half of the concubines, brother. What are we talking about? Hatamoto literally laid down white boy Swagu all over Edo. Okay? He was like, God damn, this shit is fire, actually. I don't even want to go back. White people are smelly as fuck. That's what he said, literally. Okay? Spoiler alert. End of Shogun is basically Anjin-sama being like, I love the Japan so much, I'm gonna kill myself, okay? Which is what I see you guys doing quite a bit, and I'm with it. Like, I'm with the shits. I'm gonna kill myself. That's how much I fucking love Japan, okay? And also, him seeing a reflection of his past life in the form of his crewmates that he sees fucking smelling like doo-doo, okay? Drunk as fuck, and going, ew, gross, the Japanese are so much better. Yeah, and also, of course, the ultimate white boy Swagu, which is speaking perfect Japanese and impressing everyone in the Japans. Yeah. Anjin, some of the original weeb, yeah, he is an original otaku. So, yeah. So, you know, I find it extremely weirdo behavior. Like, where it's not being called into question whether you're like full-blown white or perceived white or whatever the fuck. Your self-defense, your self-delete jokes are worse than your racist jokes by far. And I say this as a mixed race person. Wait, what? Self-delete? You mean like suicide? Bro, that is, I gave you an actual thing that happened on a TV show. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I wasn't making a joke about suicide. I was saying that in the show, he's like, holy shit, you guys do a lot of seppuku. And that's how with the shits I am. Like, that's how fucking weebed out I am. I'm going to do that to myself now to prove to you that I am real. I'm like, that's how much of an otaku I am. Your chat is higher than lead exposure? No, it's neurodivergence. That's all it is. Seppuku not suicide is much more honorable. Yeah. Acting like a secret operative for a twice divorced kick streamer is crazy. Y'all could just get jobs with the government instead. Yeah. Or just like, I don't know, pick up a hobby. Like, genuinely, pick up a hobby. Pick up a hobby that's like better for you. I think if we actually talk, your arguments will fall flat. I think your talking points only work when you can't have someone you could talk directly back to you. I don't think you could defend your point of view over an actual voice chat. I think you can only defend by screaming over me. I genuinely have not been screaming over you at all. I think that it's kind of weird that you have still been doing this and you've been baiting so hard. I literally fucking invited you to do guest star. You, for some weird reason, said you didn't want to do guest star with your face and just your voice. And now you've been invited on to the broadcast. You just want to fucking bait me for some reason. And I don't know. You've been doing it for the past couple of days. You're getting trolled so hard. I mean, I don't know if this is like, would you consider this actually trolling at this point? It's just like he's kind of made a fool of himself. Yeah. So have fun with that, chatter. What is this? Do your side quest today, chat. Go to twitch.tv/SeanTheBlack. Click the 3 dots. Report live stream as the reason you put violent threats and put this clip. This dude is like, hey, if I can't be on Twitch for being a fucking horrible asshole, no one can. Okay, let's move on. Was Johnny Somali racist when he was in Japan? Johnny Somali was everything, dude. Do you think that I don't think that like black people have the capacity or in any circumstance whatsoever to be like annoying or awful? Like, yeah, dude. I don't know why you think this is a fucking own. It's so strange. Ban this twat. He's still trying to fucking farm. Yeah, I don't really understand it. Yeah, he was being incredibly fucking racist. What the fuck? I said racist? Yes, dude. Yes. Are you going to say that like oh, but Japan is 98% Japanese. How can you be racist to the Japanese? Because when he was being racist to the fucking Japanese, he was being racist to the Japanese by screaming Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So Johnny Somali wasn't being racist to the Japanese on the virtue of him being black and them being Japanese. He was being racist to the Japanese on the virtue that they were fucking annihilated by American atomics. Once again, tying this back to historic violence, colonial violence or imperial violence, but violence nonetheless, that an entire nation was subjected to. If it's tied to systemic violence, then yes, there is an adequate reason as to why this would be considered racist in the way that you understand racism. Okay? That's it. That's literally, it's that simple. It is unironically. And for the record, yes, Imperial Japan was colonialist and imperialist and supremacist too, for the record, which I openly admit and regularly criticize. They did their own fucking Holocaust-style experiments in Manchuria, for example. America's utilization of nukes on a civilian population 2 times in a matter of 2 days had nothing to do with that. I don't understand why we go into these like weird fucking logic holes when the ultimate conversation that we're dancing around is usually just, you know, your feelings, your own personal feelings about maybe not being able to say the N-word and how that's kind of fucked up. As a white person or as an Asian person, you can't say the N-word and that kind of upsets you a little bit. So maybe other people shouldn't be able to say cracker. Do you get it? It is also additionally hilarious to have this conversation. While there's a much, much larger conversation that we've been having surrounding Israel. Okay? There's a difference between the criticisms of Zionism and Zionists in general versus saying like anti-Jewish bullshit. Okay? Do you not understand? Do you not understand the difference? You can't do anti-Semitism in a way to like, to criticize Israel. I think that's fucking ridiculous. And I don't allow that. Perhaps you should investigate as to why I don't do that. Because when you are being anti-Semitic, you are shitting on Jewish people as a marginalized identity. Okay? A marginalized identity that has been subjected to pogroms historically and also the Holocaust on the virtue of not being considered white, or in Germany, it was considered Volk, the in-group. Okay? They were not. This is why a lot of people clowned on Whoopi Goldberg when she said the Holocaust was white-on-white violence, because it certainly was not white-on-white violence in the way that the German government dished it out. Nazis considered Jews to be not white, not a part of the in-group. Bro, you are my idol. You read my mind. You are literally him. Candace Owens or whatever her name is racist. America was flexing on the USSR. They didn't do it to fucking defend Chinese people. Exactly. So that's it. I hope that this is understandable for you. Oh yeah, this was the final chapter of Mr. I got bullied in high school for being white, even though, you know, my friends view me as Asian and not white in other circumstances, but maybe you got bullied for being white in an all-black high school, and your dad works with inner city rappers, as you said. Here's what he got to say about the Cutie Saga. And in so many circumstances, this guy openly was like, dude, I'm not even a fan of Destiny, dude. I'm not even a fan of Destiny at all. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I'm a fan of yours, actually, but this is the one issue where I disagree with you on, Mr. Inner City Rappers. I just woke up and saw all this chaos. I am wrong, lol. You're right. I just saw the cutie image. Not saying it's right, but it's partially why I like Destiny. Dude is so unhinged. Bro, at a certain point, you have to realize, like, this battle that you think you're fighting for another fucking content creator is not good for your brain, okay? It's not. Bro, they're feeding this J-Moz motherfucker the dumbest talking points in a crusty-ass Discord server. He's not being genuine. I understand that there's a lot of bad faith in this argument. 99% don't care about the supposed slur against white people, but what do we lose in conceding them that point? If we say, sure, we won't say that, what do we lose exactly? Great question. Perhaps one of the only productive questions that has been asked in this entire saga. There is a reason why I'm a stubborn fucking asshole who doesn't actually concede on this point. Because conceding on this point implies that, yes, you are right. Racism is flattened out, as a matter of fact. And anti-white racism is, you know, in the same orbit of severity as other forms of racism against marginalized communities that is associated with historic violence against said communities. And that is not something that I will agree with, no matter what you do. And that's precisely the reason why I don't concede on this point, not because I think it's like good and awesome to say cracker all the time. If you noticed, I rarely ever use it myself personally. Like there's been, I think, 3 4 instances maximum, one of which I got banned for, where I called someone a cracker-ass bitch. Beyond that, I don't usually use it. It's making you look terrible, Lamau. No, the irony is, I don't think a lot of you guys see it. If you think this conversation that I'm relitigating over and over again actually makes me look bad, I don't think you understand how the actual real world views it. And that's another part of this conversation that I try to explain to people. Yes, it makes me look bad in a very specific community, a community that is majority white, a community that's like kind of nerdy, that doesn't go outside that much. That's precisely the reason why certain subreddits, this kind of discourse pops off in. But it's no different than saying like, bro, they're really eating your ass in the fucking 4chan poll threads. It does not matter, because the reality is, for the broadest subsects of society, this kind of discourse is so unimaginably laughable that, as I like to mention over and over again, Nabisco, a cracker giant, okay, Wheat Thins, made a marketing moment out of it. That's how much of a laughable thing this is to average people, okay? I need you to understand this. And this goes to another point that I make all the time. It ends up hitting like every single fucking important aspect that I try to talk about, which is echo chambers and the way that a lot of these hyper online communities, especially with how alienated we are, especially how isolated we are, create a false narrative in your mind. You're surrounded by people who agree with you. And this happens to us as well in this community too, certainly. Okay. And I try to like shake people back to reality all the time. Whenever someone goes, that's a microaggression and it's unacceptable, or this person is bad because like they said something that I find to be upsetting or annoying. And I try to like tell people all the time in this leftist space that they need to be a little bit more normal and a little bit more considerate to people's like shortcomings in this situation. But overall, what I'm trying to explain is that when you find yourself in these splinter discords, when you find yourself in these communities online and Reddit, and everyone is like, yeah, this is so fucking racist. Am I right, guys? You end up losing touch with reality. That's why I'm showing you once again the most definitional proof that I can show you that this discourse is so laughable that a fucking cracker corporation participated in it and gave me a cracker pass. Think about how friendly brands are. Think about how scared brands are of offending groups, offending identities, offending anyone and everyone. If you find something to be even remotely polarizing, okay, if you find something to be remotely polarizing, a fucking brand is never going to touch that subject. And yet Wheat Thins did. Now think about that. That is because the only people that get offended at this are people in your immediate orbit, in those like hyper alienated communities that you participate in. And I'm trying to explain to you, please understand that the broadest subsects of culture, no matter how hyped up you get in those extremely isolated communities online, no one else fucking agrees with you. These people, I guarantee, see when they hear a white people joke, but don't say anything in real life because they know people would look at them weird. What I don't actually get here is the C word isn't racist, but there are actually semi-racist words targeted at white people in other languages in other countries. Like, it's still not really racism, but it's so absurd how these people aren't even anti-white words. The C word is an acknowledgement of power, not an impression amidst lack of power. Yeah. I would say your community is more mature than any other, not gonna lie. Sometimes there's an issue with that too. Bro's a yapper. That's, I don't like, fuck you. Hasanabi's nipple, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And also, Pod About List, thank you for the raid. Podcast About List with the raid, okay. Yeah, I got. I'll admit it. I'll fucking hang it. I'll hang it up. It's over. Kaya! A-Cap for Cutie, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 20 total people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You fucked me up. Calm Like a Tom with another 10 gifted subs. Veer Coglak, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. All right. I hope that conceding on the C word being a slur also validates that there's a coherent white identity when there isn't. Whiteness is just being accepted into the in-group. Whiteness has never been about having white skin. It's just about the dehumanization of black and brown skin so that we can justify the oppression against them. Yes, you're absolutely correct on that, which is precisely the reason why many people literally go, Hassan is not white. He's fucking Middle Eastern. He's Turkish. He's Muslim. Whenever they have this conversation, except I am fucking white. And ironically enough, Morgan, despite the fact that she wears a hijab, is also white. Not only is she like directly half white and half Lebanese, she's very white in the same exact ways that I am. Okay? But of course, that whiteness is immediately taken away in this conversation because you have to be a part of the out group in this situation to like amplify the severity. Okay? Which in and of itself is a perfect demonstration of the exact concept that I was trying to fucking explain here, which is that whiteness is in-group dynamics, and that's simply what it is. Okay? Clothing changes your race. Brother, I don't know if you understand this, but there is perhaps no better representation of race being a socio-political construct than exactly this question that you are asking. That's it. That's it. I'm white. However, I'm white up until the moment that someone decides I am not. Anyway, the point is, it's a sad state of affairs for many who are maybe unwilling participants in this conversation who get lost in the sauce because they think it's a valid argument. Do you get it? Like, there are plenty who are ride or die. Like that guy, Jay Miles or whatever, he's ride or die. He's a Fedayeen for the cause. He is like personally saying like, oh, I got bullied for being white, and then fucking going to the Discord, going to Destiny's subreddit to be like, yeah, I got him. You know, it was crazy. I can't believe it. I love you. I love how unhinged you are, lol. Like, you know, the cutie Cinderella stuff was like great. All this stuff, while simultaneously he's like, I'm a fan of yours, Hassan. I can't believe you're like coming after me in this way. You know, doing this like anti-white racism. It's really, really fucked up. And he has no issue with his favorite content creator saying the N-word, right? That guy is maybe a little bit more lost in the sauce than the average person, but there are plenty of people that are in the edges of said community that might even subscribe to that concept because they make a solid argument in that moment without it being contested at all. And then before they realize it, they are falling down the same radicalization pipeline towards the right that I want to shake you out of. That's it. I used to think you were exaggerating about Dee's community prior to this year. Yeah, because I never really talked about it. But this kind of behavior is not new. Like, not even a little bit. This has been ongoing for 5 years now at this point. Let's move on, though. I'm done. I'm done talking about it because it's fucking lame as shit. And now everyone's talking about how much of a loser DJ and him and his community are. Yeah. Let's continue with the Slovakian Prime Minister Robert Fico in stable but serious condition after the shooting, doctors say.
3 shots. It was
Go to Gaza and help, you political pussy. Fair. Yeah, you're right. Because of my anti-genocide position, I should go and be genocided. Like, how will I do that? One. And number two, that's not really a good argument. You're like, damn, dude, you're anti-genocide. You're fucking fundraising for victims of an ethnic cleansing campaign. How about you go die with the very same tax dollars that you have given that go to Israel so that like the very same military machine that you fund can kill you. It's like a long and convoluted way of doing a Hatamoto style seppuku campaign. Come to Gaza, ain't nobody gonna jump you. Outside of people that were fans of D before his Israel saga, I feel like the general public view of him is icky and weird. Yes, because he always gets in his own way. He can't stop himself from being fucking awful.
It was quick, one by one, like if you throw firecrackers on the ground. I saw a scratch on the Prime Minister's head, and then he fell next to the barrier. It's a nightmare.
Robert Fico has plenty of opponents. Slovakia is a small country that's deeply divided politically, but no one saw this coming, and all have lined up to condemn it.
I am shocked. We are all shocked by the terrible and vicious attack on Prime Minister Robert Fico. A physical attack on the Prime Minister is, first of all, an attack on a person, but it is also an attack on democracy. Hateful rhetoric, which we can see in society, leads to hateful actions. Please stop it.
The suspected gunman was captured at the scene. We think he's in his 70s, but we don't know yet what drove him. In a video that's doing the rounds, he says he didn't like government policy, but it's just a few seconds out of context. Moments before the shooting, Robert Fico was at this press conference. He made a political comeback last year, elected on a pro-Russian platform. No more arms to Ukraine, a push for peace talks, and a veto on Ukraine joining NATO. He's since made moves against the public media that worry the opposition here and the EU. His team are calling the shooting a political attack, blaming the opposition and press for portraying him as a monster. But the Prime Minister himself is confrontational, his language inflammatory.
That's
team say
crazy.
he's now off
my
the
man,
prison-
bro, my man got shot. Okay, if he wasn't like, I don't know what his actual like full blown perspective is, but it seems like he's like kind of pro Russia. Okay, but it's wild because like under no circumstances would the media ever fucking talk about an assassination attempt on a fucking leader like this, with the idea that like he was kind of deserving it, if it wasn't like being pro Vladimir Putin. That's crazy. Like, I'm sure he sucks ass. Okay, I am not discounting that at all. That's insane, brother. I've never seen mainstream media be like, well, he was kind of deserving it because of how inflammatory he is. He does. He's really conservative. Yeah, I'm not even remotely surprised. He's fucking, if he's pro Vladimir Putin in any capacity, of course he's fucking, who's Robert Fico, the Slovakian prime minister? Much of the discussion Mr. Fico's leadership is focused on is ties to President Vladimir Putin of Russia and Prime Minister Viktor Orban of Hungary. I gave her venison leg this time. Most people went, he deserved it after Shinzo Abe got shot too. Pretty funny. No, most people said that. The mainstream media did not. I am, all I'm going to say is I'm not sitting here being like, wow, it's really, can't believe a leader got shot by an angry citizen. Okay. As the contradictions worsen globally, many of these cases will occur. It's C, not K in FISO. Oh, it's not FICO, it's FISO. He's a former commie and reformed Islamophobic social democrat. It is read as FITSO, not FICO. He was a communist most of his life. Time to take the right wing of his country's take. Okay, excuse me. It's really easy to celebrate as an American who knows nothing about the country and why it's pro-Russian. Okay, guys, please calm down. Okay, I need you to understand something. Okay, number one, I'm mostly memeing. Okay, number two, it's giving Z a little bit. Okay, like there's a difference. Fuck Putin. Okay, well, there's a difference between my assessment and my criticisms of American imperialism versus me openly championing any politician that aligns with Vladimir Putin. Okay, like Viktor Orban, as a matter of fact. Not a big fan of him either. Okay. Mr. Fico, who had been a Communist Party member while it was in power, founded the Smer Party in the late 1990s and began the first of his 3 terms as prime minister in 2006, serving for 4 years before going into opposition after his coalition lost an election. Slovakia is a landlocked country of around 5 million people. The Smer Party, which started out on the political left but has increasingly embraced right-wing views on immigration and the cultural issues, has governed as a part of a coalition. I will openly state one thing before we continue with this conversation. I don't know enough about Slovakian politics at all. That much probably is very clear to many of you. Okay? I don't. I don't necessarily care, nor do I know a lot about this 5 million landlocked country and the internal conflict. Okay? I do know, broadly how Eastern Bloc countries post Soviet dissolution, how they operate. But El Political Commentator, I would be an El Political Commentator if I personally told you, if I personally acted like I know and then assumed a position and then just like ran on with it and then read Wikipedia pages full of information that corresponds to my narrative so I can develop talking points and start owning interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas. Maybe even like, I don't know, trying to take on one of the most esteemed Slovakian chroniclers of history and then getting subsequently fucking destroyed in the marketplace of ideas by a guy who doesn't even remember what my fucking last name is in that entire process. But I'm not doing that because I'm not being a fraudulent bitch. I'm telling you, I don't know enough. Literally linked your previous takes on Russia. You do move goalposts and change your stance. This isn't the first time or the last time. You know it all and we do. I literally linked your previous takes on Russia. You do move goalposts. What are you saying? My previous takes on Russia. What is this? I'm not clicking on this fucking link. I don't know what the fuck that is. Is the sample from the Sixth Sense movie? I think bro just owned you. Probably. I don't know what he thinks I'm going to, like what thinks has changed. Top of the hour, Omega Lol. Bro, what? We already ran the fucking top of the hour ad break. What are you talking about? I got owned already. You're 11 minutes late, dummy. Anyway, let's continue. Much of the internal discussion of Mr. Fico's leadership in recent years is focused on his ties to Vladimir Putin of Russia and to Prime Minister Viktor Orban of Hungary, Slovakia's southern neighbor. Mr. Fico returned to power in 2012, but is registered as prime minister in July 2018 following mass demonstrations over the murder of a journalist, Jan Kuciak, and his fiancée, Martina Kusnirova, who had been uncovering government corruption. The protests, which rocked the country, were the largest seen since the Velvet Revolution. Demonstrators demanded the resignation of the government and new elections. Slovakia ranks high in independent assessments of press freedom, but the protesters had also sought deeper changes in the country Mr. Fico had overseen. He returned to power in an election last fall, forming a coalition government after securing around 23% of the vote, having campaigned against sanctions that were imposed on Russia after its full-scale invasion of Ukraine began in February 2022. Not one round of the country's ammunition should be sent to Ukraine, he had told voters. That stance in a country where pro-Russian sentiment had historically been significant worried EU leaders in Brussels, who said that they feared that Slovakia could form a pro-Russian alliance with Mr. Orban and potentially Italy's leader, Giorgia Meloni. This is one of the most laughable aspects of this conversation, because Giorgia Meloni and her existence, like modern fascist movements in Italy, is a direct consequence of NATO. So Giorgia Meloni's like supposed pro-Russia sentiment was laughable to anyone who understands the motherfucking history of fascism in Italy. There would be no Giorgia Meloni because her ancestors would have been fucking culled if it wasn't for NATO. Okay? That ideology would have been wiped out completely if it wasn't for NATO involvement in Italy. Okay? So the idea that like she would actually champion the pro-Russia movement in Italy and genuinely create a pro-Russian bloc with Italy is ridiculous. Okay? She knows where her bread is buttered. Okay? Not every fucking fascist is going to automatically align with Russia. Okay? There are plenty of Western adjacent fascists who don't. That would impede support for Ukraine and the European Union. At the time, it was also seen as a sign of apparent erosion of the pro-Ukrainian bloc that Europe had formed after the invasion. Slovakia's military contributions to Ukraine were negligible compared. I mean, dude, it's Slovakia. You're spewing bullshit. She's definitely more pro-Russia and is a big Eurosceptic. I'm willing to concede on this point if you can give me firm statements beyond, actually not even statements, firm actions that she has taken beyond sentiments she expressed while running for her position. Okay? The reason why I say that is because there is no world in which an actual Italian fascist, a real Italian fascist, would ever genuinely fucking take an anti-NATO stance, because their entire position of power is predicated upon being a NATO member. It would be like Turkey being anti-NATO. It would be laughable. Recep Tayyip Erdogan can take strict stances against other NATO nations, even fucking invade or directly fight against other NATO nations. But ultimately, Turkey is a NATO country. We have American nukes in our American bases, like in Incirlik, okay? That's crazy. It's like saying Britain is pro-Putin because of Brexit, kind of. Secretary General visits Italy, welcomes contributions to NATO and support for Ukraine on the 8th of May, 2024. Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg met with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni in Rome Wednesday to discuss preparations for the Washington summit, including work to further strengthen NATO, achieve fairer burden sharing, and provide more support to Ukraine. Do you think the Israel-Palestine conflict is at risk of becoming deeply entrenched in polarized left versus right identity politics, or is there still a chance of the approach with a more balanced and nuanced perspective? Wait, what? I don't know how to answer that question. I think as EU chatters are panicking about everything since Europe is sprinting back towards the right everywhere. I have EU elections this year and the Ireland First Party is just using Trump talking points. Yes, there is a genuine movement towards more openly right-wing sentiment in every European country, something that I've expressed quite a bit. And that is a byproduct of neoliberalism and its many concessions and capitulations to the far right. This is exactly the same dynamic we have experienced, and I've criticized quite a bit, in the United States of America. And that is happening in Europe as well. Okay? I remember a few years back, you were saying we export our brain rot. Yes. If you recall, if you've been a long-term Hasanabi head, back in like 2020, 2021, a lot of Europeans would be like, lol, lemao, laughing at you from the EU nations. It seems like you have quite the brain rot. And I was like, don't keep laughing. This shit's coming to your doorstep. And lo and behold, it certainly has. Okay? Now you fucking see it. The British had seen their version of it quite fast. And now all of the other European nations are also seeing the same exact bullshit happen to them as well. A neutered, feckless, powerless left party with no real coalition, no real leftist mobilization within the labor structure, or directly centrist dominating politics in your nation, center-right politicians or center-left politicians dominating your country, and increasingly taking positions that you would consider 4 or 5 years ago to be like far-right positions, like on immigration, with, of course, neoliberal austerity measures as well to accompany the move towards right-wing politics and right-wing framing. All of that will only increase volatility in your country and simultaneously, in a very dangerous way, galvanize the far-right position. Because when the left position is supposedly also on board with the right position, people are going to go, well, why the fuck am I voting for you then? France is a great example of this. You're raising the retirement age. I don't like that. You're putting fucking unnecessary taxes on certain things. I don't like that. While simultaneously, you're saying, no, Muslims are a problem and you're the one to deal with it. Well, these other guys on the other side, the far right, they're saying all of those things and have been saying it way before you. I'm going to go believe them because I believe you. I believe you when you say Muslims are an issue. They are a problem. There is a crisis of Islam in this country now. When the left gives up and capitulates the right-wing framing on issues, all that does is give a solid foundation to far-right parties because they've been there. They've been advocating for these positions for quite some time. Here's a first thought video on whether Europe is doomed or not, which we can watch. But anyway, I hope that destroyed doubt. The Maloney press bit from NATO. I hope that kind of destroyed all doubt that you had, cleared up all of the confusion that you had about Maloney's position on NATO. Okay, and it's not because I'm like personally super well read on the matter. The reason why I can be confident in my assessment in that situation is because I understand Italian history, specifically Italian fascism, which Maloney very much is an Italian fascist, right? And the only reason why there is any fascist momentum post-World War II in Italy is a direct consequence of NATO involvement.
As the EU enters its twilight years, recent statistics paint a vivid image of decline. Average people, especially children, increasingly face impoverishment, social exclusion, and material deprivation. 54% of people with disabilities can't make ends meet. Able-bodied citizens of the same age aren't far behind at 43%. 20 years of stagnant GDP growth. Real wages, slowly recovering from COVID, remain well below their pre-COVID levels due to greed-fueled inflation. Between 2021 and 2023, energy prices surged by 63%. The ravages of deindustrialization have led to unemployment rates as high as 20%, and the manufacturing sector's value to the EU economy has dropped to just 16%, leaving hollowed out communities, much like those in the US Rust Belt. To make matters worse, a resurgent and violent right wing is gaining power, war between Russia and Ukraine is raging on its borders, and as a US vassal organ, they continue to aid Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people. In short, Europe is in crisis. In this episode, we'll take a look at why this is happening and what it means for the future of Europe. Before we answer that, we'd like to take a quick moment to thank this episode's sponsor, Aura. As you all know, we make political content here and on our other channels. Unfortunately, that means some people don't like us very much. These days, a quick Google search is all it takes to find someone's personal information. Data brokers sell your information to scammers, spammers, and anyone else who may want to target you. Your full name, email, home address, health records, your relatives, it's all readily available for those who want to find it. That's why I've been using Aura to help keep my private details private. Aura shows me which data brokers are selling my information and automatically submits opt-out requests for me. This not only cuts down on the amount of spam I get, but also helps me keep all my accounts safe from bad actors. I'll give you a real-world example. AT&T recently revealed that over 73 million customer records, both existing and former customers, were released on the dark web. They recommend that those affected change their passwords, monitor account activity, and consider fraud alerts or credit freezes from credit bureaus. This was...
How about Switzerland? Are they also doomed? I don't know enough about contemporary Swiss politics, but I will say Switzerland has always been Switzerland and will continue to be Switzerland. Do with that information what you will. I don't know. Maybe look into the Swiss history during World War II. And I saw a hate video about what? I'm Swedish. I saw a hate video about what?
Was a huge breach, but I don't have to worry. Aura does all of this for me. And best of all, I don't have to download a bunch of different apps just because some company couldn't keep my data secure. I value...
Is this decline also prominent in Asia? Again, not something that I'm super knowledgeable on, but as far as I will say, Asian countries are, I mean, depending on which country you're talking about, like Japan has been relatively stable for quite some time, but stable in the direction of capitulation to American imperialism. I don't see that like turning, I don't see that attitude shifting anytime soon, but it never had a lot of mobilization in the other direction. But like Vietnam, as far as I understand, is not susceptible to these kinds of right-wing shifts, but someone can speak on that better. Obviously, China is China and entirely removed from this conversation. Modi in India is a whole different story. Like, it's not, when I talk about the Western world, when I talk about the Western sphere of influence, the imperial core, and the right-wing shift that you're experiencing, it's definitely different than Asian countries. It's definitely different than the global South and like political mobilization happening in the global South and second world nations and certainly third world nations, like I mentioned. So it's very different. I think there are certainly tremendous issues in a country like India. A lot of issues in Pakistan. A lot, but they're different than what we're talking about. I can't make like a broad sweeping generalization in the same way that I can for like the EU bloc. And even within the EU bloc, when you dial in to an individual country and their domestic affairs and their foreign policy, there's obviously still going to be differences. But like there is a broad momentum, an attitude shift in one direction that you can, in relatively reductive terms, cover across the board, because it's like a different. I would say it's the same. It's a very similar thing that's happening in all these countries with their own personal flavor.
I value my privacy, and I'm sure you value yours. You can go to aura.com/firstthought to start your 2-week free trial, no strings attached. Try it out, and I promise you'll appreciate the peace of mind. Support the show and protect your valuable data by signing up today at the link below. Following World War II, European countries grappled with shattered infrastructure, volatile currencies, and verged on total economic collapse.
What is this?
The economic resurrection of Europe was intricately tied to American aid, most notably through 2 main instruments. First, the Bretton Woods Agreement.
What is this? Oh, I know. I just think it's funny that Hassan brought up France and then said basically the same exact thing I've been trying to explain to Mangoster. Once again, it's sad. I understand the politics of my homeless country is better than he does. What? Okay, you guys are just having a conversation. Share with the rest of the class. No more personal conversations happening in the chat. Stop having a private conversation. What are you exchanging? What kind of notes are you exchanging in the chat right now? It's lecture time. We're learning about why Europe is doomed. Okay, pay attention.
Established a fixed exchange rate system with the US dollar. This had a stabilizing effect that allowed businesses to engage in cross-border trade with confidence. And second, the Marshall Plan, officially known as the European Recovery Program, a bill touted by President Truman and passed by Congress, which directly transferred $13.3 billion, or $173 billion today, to European countries to fund the rebuilding of factories, the improvement of transportation networks, and the revitalization of industrial production. This immense financial infusion, while crucial for reconstruction, forced European nations to cede an uncomfortable amount of control over their monetary policy to the United States. This left them unable to adjust to changing market forces by, for example, devaluing their currencies to stimulate their economy. The end result was Europe relying solely on the US dollar. Originally conceived under the influence of Cold War paranoia surrounding supposed Soviet expansionism, NATO's own expansionary trajectory over the decades has only served to deepen US entanglement in European politics and unnecessarily stoke tensions with Russia. From its inception in 1949, the bloc has been expanding aggressively, eventually including former Warsaw Pact countries and even non-aligned states like Sweden and Finland, which joined in 2023. NATO, dominated as it is by American military power, has left European nations heavily reliant on US military capabilities for their defense, leaving them little more than vassal states under American protection.
Yeah, it's a very effective way of neutering the sovereignty of a nation, which, ironically enough, France was one of the few European countries that was very critical of this kind of involvement. At the time, obviously it's very different now, but at the time, especially during the Cold War, a lot of European countries personally thought that a NATO involvement would put the crosshairs on them at the behest of the United States of America. It's not like the USSR is readily available and easy to fucking nuke mainland America, but they can very easily send ICBMs to them. That was one of the major reasons as to why they were like, well, we don't want to get the smoke from the USSR at all. And that alignment, albeit they were, happy to receive Marshall Plan dollars, they still recognized that their own personal sovereignty was going away, as they were, in the words of JT here, effectively becoming vassal states for the United States.
This coercive, asymmetrical relationship of military dependence has led the US to intervene in European politics in overt and covert ways, exemplified by a CIA campaign called Operation Gladio. During the Cold War, the CIA and their British counterpart MI6 established a secret paramilitary network, operating under the umbrella of NATO, which operated across Western Europe to resist a potential Soviet threat. These paramilitaries, stationed in Italy, France, Belgium, West Germany, the Netherlands, Greece, Switzerland, and Sweden, harbored stockpiles of weapons and explosives, with some...
Now remember, something to consider here. Post-World War II, right, America quickly shifted their attention, the crosshairs, to a much scarier problem. Socialism. Growing socialism, trade unionism, the momentum in the aftermath of World War II was leaning in that direction. Why? Well, because even in formerly fascist nation states, and certainly all of the other countries that either succumb to the Nazi governance or personally resisted against the Nazi governments, all of the guys that were fucking part of the alignment, part of the allied groups in every single one of the countries that we mentioned were obviously either sympathetic to socialism or directly socialist themselves, or social democrats or trade unionists. Those were the most popular, that was the most popular game in town, because the Nazis had lost. They were brutal. They were repressive. And therefore, people were understandably very excited at the prospect that, like, the resistance was successful. They were like, well, you guys are the ones who saved us. If you recall, in the immediate aftermath of World War II, when French people were specifically polled on who shouldered the greatest burden in defeating the Nazis, overwhelmingly the French population saw the USSR as the major responsible party for defeating the Nazis, because it's true, right? They took a heavy toll. 27 million people died in the USSR fighting against the Nazis. So America had a unique problem. They wanted to enforce their influence and quickly take advantage of the destabilization that was occurring in Western Europe. So they implemented the Marshall Plan, obviously, in an effort to rebuild Europe. America itself, far removed from the immediate damages of the conflict because they were so far away from where it was happening, did not have the same economic struggles of redevelopment that, for example, the USSR would go through. So they took advantage of they took advantage of their fortuitous geopolitical position and started implementing certain policies in Western Europe, rebuilding Western Europe, while still simultaneously recognizing that there's a lot of these like socialists and trade unionists in positions of prominence now. So they wanted to defeat their influence, and maybe even in some instances, they wanted to kill them or cause chaos in general with acts of terrorism. So who, if you are class, chat, if you are an American general, if you are a part of the American State Department and you see communism as the great evil, okay, perhaps an even greater evil than the Nazis, right? and you see these fucking disgusting little pinko red commies being celebrated as champions, right? Who do you go to fight against them? Who were the best anti-socialist fighters? If you said fascists, well, you'd be right. That is exactly who was the best anti-socialist, anti-communist fighters in all of these countries. The fascists that didn't get killed, or the fascists that, didn't withstand any kind of serious scrutiny. They were still around. Their children were still around. So what did America do? Through NATO, they put anti-communist fascists to task. Started giving them weapons, started causing them to stockpile weapons in general, started giving them directives, and even in certain instances, directly training them. There is no better example of this than the very public, broad daylight fascist promotion of power in West Germany. Almost every single NATO commander from Western Germany were directly involved, were directly involved in the Nazi regime. Some of which were prominent members that didn't even participate in the plots against Adolf Hitler, mind you. Like, we're not talking about people who were like, man, this Adolf Hitler guy, Adolf, he's going a little bit too far, yeah? Maybe we should kill him. Like, not those generals. I'm talking generals who were like, yes, we love the Adolf. He was very good, misunderstood, yeah. Lebensraum is just living space. That kind of shit. Those kinds of generals were put into positions of power in NATO. And it's not like this is hidden. This is not something that was done in secrecy. This was something that was done in broad daylight. You can Google it. Look up NATO. Look up page denied. What is this? Comptroller General of the United States. Nazis and Axis collaborators were used to further anti-communist objectives in Europe. Some immigrated to the United States. No, it's not Paperclip. Paperclip is different. Operation Paperclip was taking German scientists, Nazi scientists, and bringing them to the United States that played a formative role in the development of NASA because of their rocket propulsion technology. And the USSR had their own version of that as well. What we're talking about is Gladio. Yeah, Adolf Heusinger is who I'm talking about, of course. A Nazi military officer whose career spanned the German Empire, the Weimar Republic, Nazi Germany, and West Germany, and NATO. Yeah. History.net. These NATO generals had unusual backgrounds. They served in the Third Reich. The second worst Adolf H. Yeah, not the big guy.
Some caches remaining unaccounted for even after decommissioning. What did they need stockpiles of weapons and explosives for? To enable right-wing terrorists to carry out attacks which were blamed on non-existent communist militants. The numbers are horrific. Between January 1st, 1969 and December 31st, 1987, there were 14,591, quote, acts of violence with a political motivation. Oh, and by the way, that number is for Italy alone. The Piazza Fontana massacre of 1969 marked the beginning of the violence.
This stuff was pretty violent, pretty gruesome. They also collaborated with the Italian Illuminati at the time, which is pretty interesting and funny considering that it's considering its prescience and its importance in contemporary Italian politics, considering that even Berlusconi, the Italian Freemasons, yeah, the mob, the Italian Freemasons, and even someone like Berlusconi was directly linked back to Freemasons, not Illuminati. Sorry, not Illuminati, the Freemasons. Even Berlusconi himself was a member.
The bomb in Milan killing 16 people and injuring 88. This was followed by countless other attacks. The Petiano attack in 1972 killed 3 military police officers in a car bomb explosion. The 1974 Brescia bombing, which targeted an anti-fascist demonstration, resulted in 8 deaths and over 100 injuries. Later that year, the Italicus Express bombing killed 12 and injured 48. But the most notorious incident occurred on August 2nd, 1980. A massive explosion ripped through the Bologna railway station, killing 85 and injuring 200. Hopefully this gives you a taste for how far US-aligned European countries are willing to go to appease the US. This loyalty isn't surprising since the US handpicked the leaders of Italy, France, and Greece in rigged elections in the 1940s. In Greece, when the British and their 40,000 troops found themselves unable to crush the communists there, they turned to the United States. And Greece became the first victim of and the model for the Truman Doctrine. which was a US policy to shape the course of European politics to align with American interests and, quote, contain communism by any means necessary. In France, Ambassador Jefferson Caffrey made it abundantly clear that economic aid to France was contingent on the exclusion of communists from the government, despite their overwhelming popularity in the 1946 elections.
So back home, the U.S. was airing anti-fascist programming, yet shamelessly using far-right militias and groups to flesh out communists. Some things never changed law. No, they weren't. At this point, this is post-World War II, so they weren't airing anti-fascist programming at all. You're thinking pre-World War II when they were doing that. Post-World War II, they were not. At that point, post-World War II, we're talking any kind of movement, any kind of trade unionist movement, any kind of socialist movement, any kind of demonstration is seen as like communist nonsense, including but not limited to the civil rights movement. As a matter of fact, one of the major criticisms against Martin Luther King Jr. was that he was a commie. He was a commie agent and a collaborator, if you recall. So at that point, the United States attitude from in its domestic affairs had absolutely swung in the fascist direction, anti-communist direction.
In Italy, the CIA secretly funded political parties to the tune of $5 million a year to prevent a communist electoral victory in 1948. Speaking of 1948, the most shameful, destructive, and glaring example of EU vassalage to the US is their historical and continued support for Israel and their massacre of the Palestinian people. Many EU nations have supported and funded Israel since its founding. Let's take a quick look at their recent activity. The primary means by which the EU renders financial assistance to Israel is via funding programs such as Horizon Europe, which is allocating...
For the record, one thing to understand from the chaos in Italy at the time, Operation Gladio wasn't just about like making it unsafe to be an open socialist in a whole ass other country or a trade unionist or even a fucking social democrat. Like if you were center left, you were in the crosshairs of these scumbags, right? We're not talking about like dudes who are straight up card-carrying Communist Party members. We're talking anyone and everyone. And this is, by the way, identical to Indonesia with the Jakarta method, identical to every other area where the United States was ever involved in the affairs of a foreign nation. It was about wiping out any and every group that the fascist far right the fascist far right government would consider a problem. In Indonesia, student protesters were a part of it. You know what I mean? In Indonesia, gay people, student protesters, like, you know, queer liberation organizations, all of that. It was all encompassing. So that's also something to consider as well. Trade unionists were massacred, slaughtered, but it wasn't just about making it unsafe to be anyone that was like even center left. It also was about creating an environment that was unsustainable, very volatile, because like a lot of that violence, especially because it was being done by like these random groups, who knows who's doing it, would then lead governments to take additional action. Because then the people would be like, well, what the fuck's going on? There's explosions happening all the time. Bring in the fucking police force. You know, create an environment of sustainability, create an environment of safety. What the fuck is your job? Your job is to do that, right? So basically, in that situation, the governments would then take aggressive action, maybe even martial law in certain instances, to create a safe environment, which then would, of course, lead to even more direct, aggressive legislative action against those who were perceived as enemies of the American state, collaborators of socialists. Okay, so I guess this is part of the reason why, for those who are uninitiated, for those who are new here, this is part of the reason why I'm very anti-NATO. I am Turkish myself, of course. This another reason, because I saw this exact same kind of violence and these exact same type of actions being conducted in my country as well, in my country's history, played a very prominent role. But not only that, but also, this is why I say, these are the reasons as to why I say America, a lot of promise, but ultimately doing a lot of bad historically. Okay? And that's important to consider, because a lot of people I see online that get clip chimped into oblivion thinking that I'm like, I'm a campist, or I simply am like anti-America for no reason. Rarely ever understand why I'm taking these positions, and I guess they're not well read on America's actions during the Cold War. So they personally think that there is no real valid reason as to be critical, as to why I'm critical of the United States and its actions. They think that it's just like, oh, I just hate America. It is reactionary thinking to assume that. You are basically, you're basically bludgeoning your head with anti-intellectual thought in order to justify your position. When you go, oh, dude, you hate America. It's something that you hear, that you used to hear from right-wing reactionaries all the time. It's something that I've heard a million times over. If you don't love it, leave. You are an anti-American piece of shit. Fuck you. From the likes of Steven Crowder and their fan bases. Now, as America's empire crumbles a little bit, or its like soft power capabilities diminish every day in broad daylight, as we see what is going on in the world and our hegemonic superpower status is like called to question, okay? You see a lot more people that recognize those contradictions and start feeling anxiety, okay? Start feeling a sense of insecurity and a sense of anxiety, and then they turn around and also engage in this reactionary framing from ostensibly what you would consider to be the liberal side, the left side of American politics. That's why you see a lot more liberals also assuming that exact same position that you would only hear from, you know, right-wing shitheads 10 years ago. But what about China, Hassan? Great question. The what about China was, back in the day, what about the USSR? That was precisely what this campaign was. You are watching the what about USSR and all of the violent actions that unfolded at the behest of the what about the USSR question.
An eye-watering 111 billion euros in grants through 2027. While it's not clear whether the entire sum is going to Israel, the fact that they're getting anything is horrifying. It's already funded 1,600 Israeli research and innovation projects between 2014 and 2020. As far as individual EU member states are concerned, Germany is the second largest exporter of arms to Israel, to the tune of $353 million in 2023 alone. This funding and sale of arms makes Germany as complicit as the United States in Israel's countless war crimes, decades of human rights violations, and the ongoing genocide of the Palestinians. In recent events, the Russia-Ukraine war shattered the EU's tenuous grasp on energy security. The EU's heavy dependence on Russian energy exports, natural gas in particular, suddenly became a crisis nearly as dire as the war itself. To give you an idea of how insecure the EU's energy supply was before the war, in 2020, over 85% of the gas consumed in the EU originated from external sources, with Russia accounting.
Why are some right-wingers of the USA anti-NATO then? Oh, dude, the easiest question of all time, easiest answer of all time. They're fucking stupid. That's it. That's why I personally love right-wingers who now love Russia, because like their entire lives, they've been convinced that the USSR is the great evil, right? And then all of a sudden they get into a fucking Telegram channel with a couple FSB operatives in it being like, yes, Vladimir Putin is doing great things. He's killing trans people. He's invading a special military operation in Ukraine because Ukraine is gay. And they're like, hell yeah, brother, I love Russia now. I fucking hate NATO. Yeah. Like imagine going against your entire lives social programming on a whim because a couple dudes told you that like Russia is also anti-gay. Like you have to be the absolute dumbest person on the fucking planet to get duped that way. And many right-wingers are that fucking stupid. So that's the answer to the question, why are some right-wingers in USA anti-NATO then? It's pretty funny, in my opinion. Like, imagine being this reactionary freak your whole fucking life, thinking that the USSR is coming to get you, okay? The Red Scare. And then turning around and on a whim being like, actually, no, Russia is awesome now. And that's why I'm anti-NATO. Because if you're right-wing, you should love NATO, right? I mean, it's like American dominance. There's no greater example of like pure American dominance. There's no better way for America to reassert its power position as the hegemonic superpower on the planet than like 400 fucking military bases that we know of all around the globe, some of which feature American nukes, right? And then all of a sudden turning around and being like, all of that social conditioning gone because now I think Russia is anti-gay. Awesome.
For a staggering 48% of total imports. Pre-war projections showed that because of declining production in the Netherlands, Imports of Russian energy were due to increase in the coming years. Then Russia invaded Ukraine, and the war triggered what might be the worst energy crisis in the EU's history. Within days of the invasion, supply disruptions caused crude oil to soar past $130 per barrel, an astonishing 50% increase compared to pre-war levels. Natural gas, a critical fuel source.
Because you're anti-NATO for the same reason that dumb Republicans are, because you're a foe? Yes.
Source for European heating and power generation.
Isn't their position more nuanced than anti-gay for Republicans that were literally anti-Russia because they thought that Russia was a continuation of the USSR their whole fucking lives since like at least the 90s, to turn on a dime in the last 4 to 8 years and be like pro-Russia? No, their position is not more nuanced than anti-gay. I don't think. I think their position unironically is like they were always anti-Russia. They were told to be anti-Russia, so they were always anti-USSR, anti-Russia, and now you know, their attention span and their lack of object permanence has caused them to be pro-Russia now. Do you drink your Diet Mountain Dews at room temperature? Fuck no.
Fared even worse. Panic buying gripped nations heavily reliant on Russian gas as complete cutoff seemed ever more imminent. According to the European Central Bank, prices skyrocketed by 180% in the first 2 weeks. To make matters worse, in September, a series of explosions in the Baltic Sea destroyed vital pipelines known as Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2, built to transport natural gas from Russia to Germany.
I saw some people on a Reddit, like a subreddit thread that I saw on Hassan _Piker, arguing that I was wrong for laughing at the notion that Russia had blown up its own pipeline. The subreddit thread was not from when the Nord Stream explosion happened. It was from yesterday. There are still people who literally hit that line that like Russia did it to themselves after numerous investigations have been concluded on the matter. Wow. Like, they post my W's as L's over there. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
While investigations into the incident are ongoing, the country with the most motive and ability to carry out such an attack was and remains the United States, despite vague claims from US and German officials that, quote, evidence points toward a Ukrainian-backed group or a pro-Ukrainian group operating without the knowledge of the leadership in Kyiv. While the initial frenzy has somewhat subsided, the war's influence on energy prices continues to hobble the EU. As of late 2023, natural gas prices remain around 11% higher than pre-war levels. This increase has had a ripple effect throughout the European economy, driving up the cost of goods and services and squeezing household budgets. The energy price surge has become a rallying cry for European leaders to work together to accelerate the transition to renewable energy sources like wind and solar, and to diversify their supplier base by seeking reliable, alternative sources for gas imports to lessen dependence on Russia. Unfortunately for the EU, they appear to be trading dependence on Russia for dependence on the US. In 2022, the EU saw a massive 70% surge in LNG imports from the US compared to the...
Make a divorce joke right now. I'm being divorced right now. Luckily, I have a prenup. Also, I was the one who cheated, but that's another story. Bro, don't fucking admit that. But I'm glad you have a prenup, King. I'm glad you have a prenup, King. I'm sorry you're going through that, okay? That's right, brother. I'm fucking pro. Listen, I'm pro sticking it to the man. And the man being family court, okay? The only aspect of American society, well, not the only aspect. Men are under attack everywhere, but certainly most salient in the family court structure. Let me tell you something. Okay, don't admit that you cheated, though.
The previous year, the US wasted no time seizing the vacant market share in the first 9 months of 2022, snatching up 44% of the total. While this rapid shift helped the EU meet its immediate energy needs, US companies are now raking in enormous profits, with estimates suggesting a single LNG shipment could return as much as $150 million. It's price gouging on an international scale, made possible by the US essentially holding Europe hostage both militarily and economically. Despite recent moderate increases in defense spending, Europe's militaries remain ill-equipped and disjointed, impeding its ability to act with common policy and purpose. Europe's NATO members have not been meeting their funding commitments, falling short of NATO's 2% of GDP target, only allocating 1.6% of GDP to defense, compared to the United States.
Would you agree that the notion that Israel's genocide in Gaza has held Russia geopolitically feels like they were massively isolated 2 years ago? I mean, massively isolated by the West, but not necessarily massively isolated at all if you consider all of the other countries that, to varying degrees, have been like pro-Russia or uninterested overall in Russia's actions that are unjustifiable in Ukraine. But yes, I do think that the attention shifted very quickly to Israel and defending Israel's offensive genocidal campaign in Gaza. And yes, it is another fucking gift to the Russian invasion. One, you make it even more politically costly to defend Ukraine, which, you know, it wasn't really about defending Ukraine ever. Let's be for fucking real. It's about weapons shipments and also, you know, selling the entirety of the Ukrainian economy at pennies on the dollar to Western interests. However, yes, it's a wonderful opportunity for Russian envoys to turn around and be like, you don't like what we're doing in Ukraine? Look at what you're doing. You're doing genocide. You're doing genocide in Gaza, and you're defending it. Fuck you. It's great. That double standard line plays, that same hypocrisy baiting works really well, even in the global stage like that. Yeah, hypocrisy baiting.
States is 3.5%. This funding disparity leaves Europe's defense largely up to the US. Funding deficit.
The West didn't even do a good job of isolating Russia. Japan continued buying oil, and France and Spain are still buying gas from Russia. Yes, because at the end of the fucking day, obviously, Europe is not going to be like, yeah, we're going to starve and fucking allow our population to die in the cold. Yeah, no shit. All it did was basically, I think the guys that made out like a bandit from Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the political and economic isolation that Russia was supposed to withstand from the Western world with American-backed sanctions, the real fucking winners in that situation were Kazakhstan and like India, you know what I mean, which created secondary markets. They don't even see ads at the top of the hour, and now they're getting now they're basically filtering all of Russia's trade. It's wonderful for them, you know what I mean? Think about that. I mean, Kazakhstan, major Kazakhstan W, major India W overall. It's a phenomenal boon for their economy. But you know, at least you can feel like you are a Kazakh chatter getting a W if you subscribe for $5 or for free. You know what I mean? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Also, economic isolation from the West doesn't mean much anymore when Russia can simply turn to China. Yes, there's also that. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can also subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime, by the way.
Sits aside, the European Defense Agency characterizes European armed forces as boutique.
Russia has not been weakened militarily or economically by the proxy war. Meanwhile, Ukraine is destroyed. That's also an insane statement. I'm sorry, but the idea that Russia has not been weakened militarily or economically by the proxy war is fucking nuts. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about? Finland and Sweden joined NATO. That's a insane L for Russia. I talked about this briefly a couple nights prior when we were first talking about the Kharkiv offensive. That's crazy. That's a crazy statement. While Russia is doing better than the projections that they placed upon Russia's economy, that still doesn't change the reality that like they are definitely taking major fucking L's, both militarily and also economically in general. The real W would be to operate on similar boundaries to China and strengthen your relations, your trade relations with European nation states that obviously desperately need your energy instead of invading Ukraine. But that's a whole different story. This is insane. They've lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers and massively depleted their Soviet inheritance of armored vehicles, which will take decades to replace. Well, decades to replace, but also a lot of money for the Russian military contractors as well on that front. But yes, to say that like Russia hasn't taken an L in this is ridiculous, in my opinion. Especially when you have to look at the opportunity cost. You have to look at like what they could have done, and what they could have done is like I said, the Chinese modus operandi. Just kick back, let the West fall on its own, on the weight of its own contradictions, and they didn't do that, and they actually, in my opinion, gave a lot of life to Western imperialism and Western dominance, like one final big push for America, a major gift, in my opinion, to NATO generals. Major gift. Russia has nationalized large parts of their military industrial complex and other parts of their economy due to this war, partially staving off huge problems. Yes. Putin and Zelensky just need to do a podcast with Bill Maher. Exactly. He would fix that shit.
Militaries, primarily due to their lack of standardization and interoperability. Analyses by Carnegie Europe reveal critical capability gaps, particularly in
the Russia-American dynamic is closely is not dissimilar to like the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, okay, in America. On the one hand, you got the Republican Party further and further pushing right, offering a gift to the Democratic Party by like being like, no, we will take away your civil liberties, right? Showing the American population like, oh, no, if you want to get an abortion, we're going to kill you. And then the Democratic Party turns around and is like, no, you don't understand, actually. We're still going to fucking beat up protesters, and we're still going to fucking fund and facilitate Israel and do all the shit that like Trump was doing, that you hated when Trump was doing it, that we ran against. And it's a similar dynamic. Russia gives a gift to the Western world, to NATO and to America in general by invading Ukraine. Hundreds of thousands of people dead, millions displaced. Then America turns around and returns the favor by funding and facilitating Israel's genocide. And then they remind everyone like, yeah, Russians are the bad guys for sure in Ukraine, but like also don't forget we are the bad guys. Okay, we're the big bad. Okay, time without over. I already ran the top of the hour break.
In air and ground forces, outdated fighter jets and limited pilot training, as well as the lack of robust armored divisions, make large-scale ground operations highly ineffectual, if not outright impossible. All of this is exacerbated by crippling dependence on the United States, severely compromising Europe's autonomy. Europe's economy is similarly not in great shape. Eurozone GDP growth is only averaging 1.8% annually, which means it will struggle to compete in the long term with both the resurgent China and the declining US.
In there, what?
Despite this, the rich, as usual, have found a way to greatly increase their wealth, contributing to an acute rise in inequality. 1 in 5 adults in the EU are at risk of...
Did you talk about how NATO is contemplating sending military advisors or trainers to Ukraine? Oh, dude, that's remember Vietnam? Isn't it ironic that we were talking about how Ukraine will be Russia's Vietnam, only to turn around and turn it into our Vietnam? That's great. Another somber reminder that we won't learn from our very own lessons from not that long ago. Except this time it's like Vietnam with nukes. Both parties involved in the conflict have nukes.
Poverty or social exclusion. Even though much of Europe is seen by Americans as a socialist hellscape, the reality is that capitalism has gutted the moderate gains of social democratic policies, causing a spiral into poverty, with children most at risk, even in countries with robust safety nets. This is likely in part due to real wages being projected to continue to fall below pre-pandemic levels. This trend is exacerbated by the soaring energy prices we discussed earlier. In addition, there are regional disparities in economic performance, such as unemployment rates hitting 20% in Spain. These challenges can compound the obstacles people face, sometimes in unique ways, and they resist a one-size-fits-all liberal solution. Thanks to US meddling and decades of Western imperialism, the EU is currently seeing an influx of millions of refugees from conflict zones and unstable regions all over the world, including Syria, Afghanistan, and Ukraine. In 2023, asylum submissions rose by 18% compared to 2021, reaching 1.2 million applications, most of which came from Syria and Afghanistan. And that figure doesn't include the backlog of some 883,000 applications. Some say this is fitting, given that the EU and its overlord, the US, have destabilized many of these very regions and produced these refugees. In addition to those fleeing unlivable conditions, the EU received a whopping 5.1 million immigrants in 2022, a 117% increase from 2021. As a result, the EU has seen the rise of racist and violent right-wing movements in several member states, including Poland, Hungary, and Germany. These fascists trot out the same tired arguments framed with populist rhetoric about immigrants being a burden on the state, unable to culturally integrate, and taking jobs from citizens. Okay, so far, things look pretty grim for the EU, but there are silver linings. First and foremost are the EU's attempts to improve relations with China by making economic ties the cornerstone of the relationship. While daily trade exceeds 2.3 billion euros, the EU has a substantial trade deficit of 400 billion euros, highlighting the asymmetrical nature of the partnership. The EU is seeking to address this by working with China to allow more market access for EU businesses, and China is already taking steps to accommodate. European companies say they often encounter restrictions when entering certain sectors and struggle to compete with local firms, which is a little funny considering their love of the free market. Additionally, they're working on creating an agreement governing intellectual property.
This is so funny. America said the exact same thing yesterday, and I was with Jank in the car going to the commencement, and I was like, bro, who do you think said this? Joe Brandon or Donald Trump? Joe Brandon came out with a fucking statement on Twitter where it was like, China's cheating with their government subsidies, and that's why we're doing tariffs to make sure that Nobody in America gets hurt by the cheating Chinese ever again. And it was like, bro, what do you mean they're cheating? Like, they're cheating because of their subsidies? What the fuck? That's like our entire energy sector. And also on top of that, our entire agricultural production. That's insane. They stole IP through cyber terror? Yeah, okay. Trump doesn't get the basics. Wait, no, not this one. He thinks his tariffs are being paid by China. No, this isn't it. This isn't it. This is the old tweet. Any freshman econ student can tell you that the American people are paying his tariffs. The cashiers at Target see what's going on. They know more about economics than Trump. Hashtag Team Joe. That's from 2019. That's different. Man, this is the one I'm looking for. Thank you. For years, the Chinese government is cheated by pouring money into Chinese companies, which then dump cheap products onto the market, hurting competitors who play by the rules. I'm announcing that tariffs will ensure American workers are not held back by unfair trade practices. They're cheating. In the age of unimaginable inflation that is harming the average American, if you would like to get a $12,000 electric vehicle that's better than the ones that are readily available in the marketplace, well, fuck you then. You want a $12,000 EV? You're not getting it, bitch. Fuck you. You understand me? Subsidies are cheating. That's why we need tariffs, except for when I was running against Donald Trump, in which case I said no tariffs. You can't say Chinese like that, brother. I'm rewatching Deadwood right now, and it's fucking me up. Yep. Biden says that the difference is that these are narrowly targeted as opposed to Trump's. I disagree with the tariffs, but that's the argument. He's clearly doing it because it's popular in an election year. Okay, well. Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, we can't even call Chinese products cheap anymore. They used to be, but now they can produce the absolute shittiest as well as the absolute finest products in the world. Yep. They don't want the day where all chat is on a shout.
You are looking at the Xiaomi SU7. This thing starts at $30,000 US, goes up to $41,500 US, and it comes with almost 800 kilometers of range, apparently. And Jacob, what's the...
That's impossible. I don't believe that. Wait, 800 kilometers of range? That's 400 miles. How are you complaining about the tariffs? Were you pro UAW? Listen, as far as the tariffs on Chinese products goes, okay, I'm in favor of hyper-focusing our efforts on not only subsidies in the United States, but also ensuring that those subsidies go to the hands of the workers rather than just simply feeding the bottom line of the shareholders, improving shareholder value. Okay? That's the major issue that I have with the way that we try to outcompete China. 500 miles, that's insane. I don't believe that. Chinese range ratings are totally made up. It's probably like 250 to 280 on the US metric. Yeah, there's that. I don't understand how that how you can go for fucking 500 miles. There's no shot. Maybe no AC. Yeah, doubt it. Probably has a gas generator in it. 250 miles downhill on neutral. They can store gas and use it to create electricity, increasing the range to like 600. I read they have had production problems. There's a generator inside the car. They have gas generators in it. What is this? Okay. This car is immensely bad. 20% of all sold models of insurance claims already. Okay. Just got the best regen braking Lamau, but no, for real, gas generator to charge the batteries is so pog. The SU7 does not have a generator. It's full EV. They have had production problems, yes. Okay. This conversation is like falling apart because now we're talking specifically about Chinese EVs. Let's dial it back to the anti-competitive nature of the Chinese government and their subsidies.
Rights and their enforcement, as the EU has expressed concerns about China's approach and claims it hinders innovation and investment, something which is not reflected in the data, but nonetheless China has expressed willingness to discuss. Instead of banning apps and warmongering as the US would prefer,
what I would like from the Biden administration is what many people have suggested before me as well, which is that I have no issues with subsidies to American corporations, not at all. As a matter of fact, something that I always say is that I want America to be more like China. Not on the repression of civil liberties or mass surveillance front, but instead on even development and rapid urbanization, and also a genuine focus on shifting our attention to renewable energy front, and maybe even foreign policy, okay? Greatly dialing back our violent militant nature in our foreign policy. Those are the things that I wish America would copy China on. Trains everywhere, for example. Now, having said that, I don't have an issue with subsidies at all. That's why I have talked at great length about like Elon Musk back in the day, telling you that I wanted him to be the perfect beacon for this kind of thing. Like he basically he was set up to be a phenomenal champion for the correct kinds of subsidies, and yet he became this like right-wing shithead. Okay, like what did he do? He focused his efforts on renewable energy, on EVs, and even if you listen to what he had to say before this, like further and further right-wing slant into like becoming basically like an NFT hawker. The idea was the things that he claimed he was interested in doing was basically like, not what he actually did. Focus on what he said he was going to do was basically try to fucking modernize public transit, right? If you were to believe him, even though the entire time he was just using that to position against existing public transit and existing development projects for public transit, while also being insanely anti-union. So, and failing along the way regardless. What I'm trying to say is, if the American government was like, we're going to give more subsidies to compete with China to our domestic manufacturers across the board, while simultaneously putting conditions on said subsidies, conditions like unionization, conditions like 51% approval in at the table with alongside the shareholders. Okay, focusing on I'll use liberal terminology for it. Focusing on stakeholders rather than shareholders, right? A new way to do capitalism, things of that nature. Putting conditions such as that on all of the new domestic manufacturing initiatives that were happening in this country would have been infinitely more beneficial. We didn't really do that, though.
The EU and China are seeking diplomatic solutions to these challenges, the most important being the negotiations for the Comprehensive Agreement on Investment, or CAI. This agreement aims to create a level playing field for businesses on both sides, strengthening intellectual property rights protection and enhancing transparency. Besides wisely seeking better relations with the world's soon-to-be second superpower, the EU is also, albeit slowly, attempting to claw itself out from...
What's the difference between a stakeholder and a shareholder? A stakeholder is every single person, including like the productive forces, whereas a shareholder, it's a way to be like socialist adjacent without actually doing real socialism. Stakeholders are every single person, including those who are a part of the productive forces. Shareholders are simply those who own capital, those who own shares in the company. Stakeholders are people who are impacted by the decisions of the company. That is not even outside of the boundaries of capitalism, by the way. Like what I'm describing to you was something that under the Trump administration, a bunch of CEOs who saw the writing on the wall promoted. If you recall, there were people writing articles at the World Economic Forum and to the New York Times, like 250 CEOs signed a letter saying we got to find a new way to do capitalism, to save capitalism. Stakeholders also include people affected by the externalities. Yeah, like a renewed effort, a renewed focus shift on the environmental impact of your output, for example, things of that nature. Stakeholders, anyone who may be affected by a company's actions, negative or positive, such as consumers, competition, also including employees and those with ownership in an organization. Shareholders have monetary investments in the company. I've heard the term stakeholder is considered problematic. Wait, what? Dude, I don't fucking know what that is.
From under the weight of U.S. influence. Geopolitical tensions, notably Russia's war with Ukraine, have reinvigorated debates on Europe's autonomy and the role the U.S. plays in perpetuating conflict and antagonizing other nations. The EU has begun to voice serious concerns about U.S. reliability, one notable example being French President Emmanuel Macron, who has strongly advocated for reducing dependence on American arms and enhancing Europe's military capabilities. The U.S. seems to be toying with a serious disengagement from Europe.
Yeah, stakeholders, just a way to obfuscate labor versus capital. Just finished business school, lol. Yes. And even that's a bridge too far is what I was trying to say. Because that's not stakeholder capitalism versus shareholder capitalism is still absolutely firmly placed within the boundaries of capitalism, which of course is a bourgeois run economic structure that benefits capital owners regardless. It's basically a whitewashing initiative of the same dynamic, the same contradictions that exist under capitalism. And yet even that is considered a bridge too far for many capitalists who have grown fat under the current way of existing. Under our current mechanisms of production, they benefit. They're so used to endless growth and the American government and the Western liberal capitalist nations constantly looking for new markets that they can exploit, constantly opening up new vectors of exploitation by way of imperialism and dominance and the unequal extraction that we engage in with the global South, that they're just like, no, we're not even doing that. Shut the fuck up. That's commie talk. Even though it's not. It is a way to try and preserve capitalism in the same way that welfare was seen as a reasonable middle ground when the USSR existed in an effort to basically continue extending the lifeline of the capitalist mode of production. Welfare originally was fought hard for. Social safety nets were originally fought hard for by obviously communists, trade unionists, socialists alike, and it unironically gave capitalism an extension, an additional lifeline, so that it could not succumb under the weight of its own contradictions. And yet, given the interest of capital owners and their endless need for growth, and also given the reality that profit rates do tend to decline, people still, those who are in positions of power, capital owners, still very much advocate against their best interest. And instead of continuing capitalism, instead of trying to breathe life back into capitalism, they want to make things worse and worse until the structure collapses. And in that collapse, as things stand currently, because there is no counterbalance, no counterweight to capitalist forces, all we will see is fascism. That's where you're at now. Fascism is a way to maintain order as capitalism decays.
Driven by an enthusiastic pivot towards Asia as part of the Biden regime foreign policy strategy. The EU sees the writing on the wall and would be wise to...
That's why you still got motherfuckers like this. Communism sucks. The only thing he's good at is starving a population under it. You shouldn't be a communist. I shouldn't. You're right. You know, I'm rich. I could very easily just drop everything and become a fucking capital owner and allow capital accumulation to happen. So you're right. I shouldn't be, but you, Persian soldier, you probably should. It's just pure self-interest for you. Think about that.
Decouple itself from an increasingly unstable and violent United States. Episodes like this one are made possible thanks to our generous patrons.
Motherfuckers would be like, bro, communism is so bad. It means bread lines and no food, right? As the guy saying that is literally like one accident removed from fucking permanent medical debt, and also not being able to put food on the fucking table forever. Sick, man. Thank you. Communism embraces totalitarianism. Yeah, no, totally. You're absolutely correct on that. First of all, communism has never existed on the planet unless you're talking about primitive communism, you know, that far predates all other mechanisms of production that we have tried and have failed to keep alive. But the idea that like we've had communism and that communism embraces totalitarianism is laughable. I think you're talking about the socialist project of the Soviet states, which never arrived at communism at all. The goal is to evolve. Anyway, communism and socialism seems good, but goes against human nature. Yes, thank you, dude. The elementary talking points that I've definitely never actually encountered before in my entire life as a champagne socialist myself, publicly so for the past, almost a decade. This right here, in the most debate bro terms, is the naturalistic argument. It's a fallacy. You're doing a logical fallacy. There's nothing natural about fucking skyscrapers, okay? There's nothing natural about getting in a fucking tin can and flying from New York City to Los Angeles in a span of 4 hours. All matter of human existence is literally dominating nature, okay? The fuck do you mean? The idea that like, it simply goes against our nature is so silly. Yeah, I like the guy who picked the username Persian Soldier to type on the internet, perhaps thousands of miles away, through a series of interconnected wires and fiber optic cables, only to, in real time, basically, get me, thousands of miles away, to read what he had to say, with an account that he created today, by the way, with a sock account that he created today, that communism and socialism seems good, but is against human nature. What part of your existence is natural? Also, in debate bro terms, factually inaccurate. Humans are naturally social animals, the most social in history. Socialism and communal interest is literally in our nature more than any form of capital. Yes. It's like when people say war is a part of human nature. It's not. You say war is a part of human nature as you are living in one of the most collaborative periods in human history. Like, the fuck? Some domestic Israel news, there's an internal chasm that formed the war cabinet as Gallant publicly opposed Bibi's plan for a year-long military occupation in Gaza. Gantz, along with people outside the coalition, stand behind Gallant, while Bibi, Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, and much of Likud are now calling for his resignation. This little Bibi Gallant feud has gone on for a while now, but was mostly fought by leaking war cabinet statements to the press and shit. Now it's really blowing up. It is always the ones who aren't benefiting from a capitalist society that hate communism. Well, no, the people that hate socialism, not even communism, but like the people that hate Marxism for the most part, like the most avowed defenders of capitalism are obviously still the capital owners. They understand that the class war exists. They're winning. And when you're winning, you try to make everyone else who is losing in the class war feel like there is no class war at all. They shift your attention away to other things. And many people are willing participants in this narrative, and they become loyal soldiers to their bosses because they have this peasant brain, the peasant mentality. That's why they come in here and yell at me for being a socialist grifter, for example, thinking that they've owned me by saying that I am financially successful. This is not an own at all. Demanding that I take a position that they're used to. Know your place, sir. You are my master, they say. You are my master, and you should actually continue to advocate for my demise, as all of my masters have before you. If you were to do that and then tell me that I actually do have an opportunity for advancement, I would much more likely to be a willing participant in this conversation who loves you and adores you. Please stop telling me that the system is fucked up and designed against me. I do not like to hear that. I like to be sedated. I like to feel like I have the opportunity to dominate and be like you one day. All right. So, I was once a D fan. I would like to apologize that I ever hated you or listened to anything that piece of shit immoral human being ever said. Damn. Aggressive words, man. But listen, you and everyone else always is all on their own personal journey of learning. You know, I will not fault you for your prior positions. I will instead welcome you with open arms. Reform is possible. Rehabilitation is possible. That's why I do what I do. So hopefully that's not bait. But, you know, we're lucky to have you here. He didn't say human. He said human in air quotes. Okay. Slovakia. Talked about that. Let's get to Biden and Trump agreeing to participate in two, not one, but two presidential debates. Brother being like socialist, rich, hypocrite, scammer, then turned right around to tweet at Elon and hope that he boosts their crypto. Yeah.
Now to politics as promised, and President Biden and former President Donald Trump actually in agreement on something, and that is the dates for two presidential debates. Like so much of this election season, those debates will be happening way earlier than usual, something both candidates, they agree on that as well. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House for us. He's got the details. Ed, this was a surprise. Good morning.
Sure was, Tony. Good morning. But early voting begins in September in some states, and that's why both candidates wanted debates earlier. Trump has asked for...
This is correct. Just a reminder, that is exactly why Haas will talk to these D fans when they come in talking shit. Yeah, 100%.
Even more debates, but the president's campaign so far has signaled he's only planning...
You liking Islam is all I need to know about you. Islam ruined my country. One day, brother, the Shah will come back. I promise. And then you can join the Savak forces in doing the right thing, you know? Instead of the morality police, you can be a Shah police, okay? I promise. Inshallah, one day. Yeah, this dude is actually logging in from Westwood for sure. People saying I'm like pro-Islamist fundamentalist is the funniest thing. Because because in the same breath, once I start talking about like trans rights or whatever, they literally start talking about how they need to melt trans people. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know if that guy personally has that opinion, but it's pretty funny. Then like in most instances, people will literally do that. Hassan is an Islamist fundamentalist, except for his opinion on, you know, queer rights, women's rights, numerous things that are in direct contradiction to any kind of fundamentalist opinion, whether it is an Islamist one or a Christian one, or even a Jewish fundamentalist one, I guess. The same people that are like, bro, you're an Islamist fundamentalist, are also, in many instances, the same people that say, you wear a dress, you are gay. Communism ruined my country, son, or Islam ruined my country, daughter? Ugh, I don't know. They're both terrible. When I first started following you, my husband said I shouldn't be a fan of you because you wanted to reinstate the caliphate. What the fuck? That's awesome.
Planning to do two.
Make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice.
2 presidential debates now on the calendar.
The Savak wasn't all bad. All lies from IR, which you guys are eating up. I love you, chatter. You're right. No, totally, man. Listen, bro. My grandfather, when he was removing the nails from suspected dissidents, he was doing it for Iran. It was not that bad, bro. When he was actually removing tooth and black bagging, okay, with techniques he learned from the CIA, he was doing it for Iran, bro. I am Persian. Please, Joe Biden, glass Tehran. My people yearn for freedom.
In a public back and forth, President Biden and former President Donald Trump agreeing to debate on June 27th and September 10th.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. And since then, he hadn't shown up for debate.
Biden's challenge to debate Trump comes as recent polls show the race stalled, especially in battleground states. But more concerning for the president, numbers show true weakness when voters are asked about how he's addressing the war in Gaza and the economy.
I'm here. I'm ready, willing, and able.
And the former president's used his brief appearances outside his criminal trial in Manhattan to repeatedly challenge Biden to debate. But he wants to go even bigger.
I think there should be more than 2, and I think they should be in large venues. It's just more exciting.
The first debate will be held in the battleground state of Georgia, but without an audience, and the other will be a primetime face-off held in a news studio instead of a debate stage.
I am pleased to welcome you to this first presidential debate.
This surprise arrangement likely spells the end of the Nonpartisan Commission on Presidential Debates, which has held them since 1988. And these joint appearances have a way of shaping perceptions about the candidates, thanks especially to how they're joked about later.
Governor Bush, strategery.
Yeah, that's a great instance where the proof that you are showing immediately destroys the argument that you're making because that motherfucker became president. So all the memes about how stupid he is was completely inconsequential. Just saying.
Vice President Gore.
Lockbox.
But the commission's 2020 debates drew criticism from all sides for being especially chaotic and contentious.
Will you shut up, man?
Contentious as in Trump did almost execute Biden. Like, Trump did do an attempted assassination on Joe Biden, something that we forget about. He literally had COVID. He motherfucking had COVID, bro. He literally was, he was sick. And he went up on that stage against an 800-year-old corpse, just like coughing in his direction and shit, being like, hey, shake my hand. Come on. I mean, I'm exaggerating. I don't think he did that, but yeah, it failed.
Listen, who is on your list, Joe? Who's on your list?
Right. Gentlemen, I think
this is so unprecedented.
Ed, I really didn't think this was going to happen. So what was it that brought both candidates together to say, yeah, we're on board?
Shake my hand, Brandon. If you're a real man, Joe Biden, you would shake my hand.
With a debate now.
Look, these guys both want to do this. They can't help themselves. The president eager to remind the country of the contrast between him and Donald Trump and motivate people.
ABC will allow simulcast. CNN won't. Bad form, CNN. Very bad form. ABC will share the debate with other broadcast and streaming news networks. The simulcast, CNN has said only that its debate will air on its own platforms. Classic. I just keep repeating that over and over again with the hopes that people will also fucking feel that same way one day. If I keep saying it over and over again, more people will be on board with it. Someone's in a good mood. Yeah, I'll be honest, I like coming back home and streaming from home. I enjoy this, you know? I miss my dog. I miss my my structured, regimented lifestyle. You know what I mean? I'm addicted. Yeah, I mean, I love what I do. I'm very fortunate. Biden only looks like his mom says he looks good. And you know you're stoked about the debates? Oh, yeah, I am. You also said Mossadegh was Democratic. He was not. This show, you know nothing about Iran. You're right. Mossadegh was a bad guy, dude. He really fucked up when the people of Iran consented. Mossadegh consented. But you know who didn't consent? British Petroleum. it's really fucked up when you don't actually take into care or consideration the profit margins of British Petroleum. I agree with you. You're right. It is the most anti-democratic thing you can do. Thank God America got involved in Iran, right? Yeah, he made the law to make him dictator and also stop the election. Bro, you literally want the Shah to return. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You are literally defending a monarch. Hello? What are you saying? It's like, dude, Mossadegh was very, very unforgiving and very undemocratic. You do not know your history, which is why Iran must return the Shah to what? Oh, the monarchy, which is the greatest form of democracy that you can get to. Anyway, so I said some words that were very mean. Well, not really, but I said some stuff about this, and apparently liberals got very mad at me, and I didn't even realize because I don't have Twitter on my phone.
People inclined to vote for him.
But let's finish this, and we'll cover that in a second.
The former president's been saying for months he'll debate anytime, anywhere. He also wants that contrast, hoping to reinforce perceptions about issues like the economy and take it directly to his opponent. And look, at a time when voters are saying either of these guys is too old to do the job, the other guy wants to show that they're quicker on their feet and will be able to withstand 4 more years. Tony.
All right, Ed. Thank you very much.
Middle East next, and the Israel.
So before we get to the Israel stuff, I saw that this was going on, and I had a statement about it. I said, I, for one, am excited to watch 2 80-year-old men yap about a bunch of issues they almost completely align on with respect to policy while acting as though they're miles apart from one another. Aaron Rupar, liberalism's greatest soldier, actually hit me with a quote tweet and fucking hit me where it hurts. He said, Trump supports stripping bodily autonomy from women. Biden does not. Trump supports taking healthcare away from tens of millions of people. Biden does not. Trump wants to round up migrants and put them in detention camps. Biden does not. This part is a little bit, excuse me. What? That part's a little weird. Trump supports executing drug dealers. Biden does not. Trump wants to withdraw from NATO and form an alliance with Russia. Biden does not. I could go on. So what's really interesting about this take, okay, what's really, really, really interesting about this take, ultimately, is annoying ideology. If so, Rupar got that in spades. No. Some of the stuff that he's mentioning is just, not even fair to bring up in this conversation, considering that it's ironic because there are aspects of the Biden administration that is demonstrably better. Fango Lives is correct. There are aspects of the Biden administration that is demonstrably better. It's ironic that he didn't mention them, though. Like, for example, not eviscerating federal agencies and actually utilizing them, which Biden has done. But these guys are so permanently warped in posturing against Trump brain. The problem with liberalism is that it is inherently reactionary. Maybe not as bad as like the actual Republican attitude, but overall liberalism is also inherently reactionary as an ideology, which is precisely the reason why they always talk about the boundaries of what they are not, what they are up against. But slowly but surely, it literally, the things that you can say you are advocating for, the things that you are saying that you should be voting for Biden for get smaller and smaller and smaller in that time frame. He didn't even mention any of the fucking good things that Biden has done. Things that I will readily admit and routinely talk about. Okay? In my tweet, I singled out immigration, Israel, Palestine, and tariffs. Those are the 3 key issues that Biden is 100% aligned with Trump on. Okay? And then I also mentioned one aspect that he's not aligned with Trump on, which is his most important key difference between him and Trump. Now, problem here is liberals don't even fucking know how to advocate for the Democratic Party correctly. Liberals also don't personally understand how politics is supposed to work. Okay? Liberals only operate on lesser evil voting. People do not care about lesser evil voting. Okay? People do not think critically on many issues, and they especially don't think critically on lesser evil voting. If you consistently advocate on just how not as bad as the Republicans you are going to whittle away all of the people that would readily vote for you. Keith Olberbitch not only replied to you, but he also quote tweeted and wrote the same thing again with a bunch of spelling errors because he was so horned up. I mean, didn't we do that last election? Yes, we did do that last election. And notice something I have personally stated, okay, time and time again, was, this is him, by the way. Wait, that's what Aaron looks like? Oh my God. Okay. Something that I mentioned time and time again is a key principle in why people vote a certain way. Okay. Democrats have completely lost touch with the reality that you are supposed to offer something to people. Okay. Not just simply engage in a defensive posture. You have to offer them something, and then you have to prove to the people that voted for you that it was a good idea to vote for you. Engaging in pure team sports to say like, no, it's better if it's a D instead of an R that's doing the same exact initiatives, then, you know, it feels like your team won, and then you can own the fucking conservatives, is not going to be good enough to actually win elections consistently. The Democratic Party's platform that they advocate for across the board, if we look at it holistically, is still significantly better than the Republican Party's platform. The issue is that the Democratic Party rarely ever follows through on their agenda, consistently loses and says, oh, well, it's because of the structural hurdles that were placed in front of us, a thing that no Republican has ever stopped themselves from advocating for, to a detriment, mind you, because Republican politics and Republican policy are both, I mean, Republican politics is good, but their policies are bad, right? And the Democratic Party's policies are supposed to be good, but their politics are supposed to be bad. Republicans never fucking say, oh man, like Mitch McConnell never goes, oh dude, we have structural hurdles. That's why we can't allow Obama to appoint a Supreme Court justice. That's not something that stops them. Okay. They do their bidding for their most loyal constituencies. All right. They do it sometimes to a detriment to the continuation of the party. What is this, bro? I swear every take you have is wrong. You say Israel's an apartheid state. That is completely wrong. I live in Israel, and it is no apartheid. Only apartheid in the Middle East is in Arab countries and Iran with gender apartheid. I love you, chatter. Thank you for that take. That was brilliant. Yes, you're right. Every human rights group is wrong. You are right. How is this argument lesser evil voting? It's not only lesser evil voting when the counterpart pundit is diametrically opposed to the other. Considering I'm being charitable to him and seeing his post about policy. What? I'm going to get to it. Hold on. Let's continue. So, yeah, the Shaw Dick Rider has moved away from the monarch, who also doesn't have exactly favorable opinions on women, mind you, to saying that as a Persian soldier living in Israel, all of the human rights groups that say that, you know, that correctly, accurately assess Israel's apartheid regime as anything but an apartheid, as just an apartheid regime, they're all wrong, actually. Anyway, so moving away from that idiotic talking point that I've addressed a million times over, let's get back to the point of contention here, okay? So the Democratic Party is supposed to say, look, if you vote for us, we are not as bad as the Republican Party. We will scale back on the Republican Party's death and destruction. We will scale back on the deregulation. We will scale back on the environmental impact, the damaging impact on the environment as a consequence of deregulation and many other things. We will defend labor rights. We will defend workers. We will create better economic opportunities, upward social mobility for some of the wealth, some of the least wealthy Americans, some of the poorest Americans, all that good stuff. We will protect immigrants. We will protect marginalized people, whether they're trans, black, brown, whatever. And also women's rights. We will protect women's reproductive rights specifically. Okay? These are the things broadly that the Democratic Party is advocating for as they position themselves as not the Republican Party. The Republican Party is advocating for the opposite things, right? However, back in the day, the idea was that if you voted for a Democrat, at least they would never champion the Republican Party's position on these issues, right? Nowadays, the Democratic Party doesn't even do the lip service. They just say, fuck you, vote for us, and that's it. And in that time frame, in that process, the things that they can point to get smaller and smaller and smaller as the daylight between the two parties and their policies actually reduce. In 2020, you could say, and the Democratic Party did say, that all of the brutalization that you're seeing from the police against free press, all the brutalization that you're seeing from the police, Trump's police, against protesters, we will never do that. That was a lie, as you can see clearly with what's going on with the pro-Palestinian demonstrations all around college campuses all around the United States of America. They're beating the shit out of students. They're beating the shit out of teachers. They're beating the shit out of even the press. Another thing that the Biden administration said was We are not going to be like the Trump administration with their child separation policy and their immigrant detentions. We are going to be, America is a nation founded on immigration. We are all descendants of immigrants. We are a wonderful nation. We could take care of all these people. We are going to do our very best to reverse Trump's policies on immigration. The Biden administration, on the other hand, literally continued Title 42. The Trump administration's only policy in combating COVID was Title 42, saying that the CDC thinks that these migrants might have COVID, and therefore they can't come into the country in an effort to protect Americans from COVID, while simultaneously denying COVID was real anyway. The Brandon administration continued that policy. The Brandon administration continued immigrant detention. The Brandon administration also, 4 years after it ran a successful campaign, mind you, against the Trump administration, saying that they were going to reverse in the first 100 days all of the Trump administration's immigration policies, turned around and advocated for the exact same bill that the Trump administration was trying to pass over and over again, funding the border wall, funding Customs and Border Patrol, and beefing up border security, assuming that the right-wing framing on the issue of immigration was actually not one of false economic, immigration has always been an economic issue. Still, falsehoods are presented in the conversation on the Republican front, and the Democrats are supposed to tackle it from the economic front and be like, no, they're not actually taking your jobs, yada, 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 right? But they dropped that completely and took on the right-wing framing on the border. They took on the framing that the Republicans were advancing, saying that, no, immigration is actually a matter of national security. Immigrants are violent. Immigrants are rapists. Immigrants are thieves. And what ended up happening is basically the same exact thing that you see all around the world. You see in Europe especially, right? That people are now more militant against immigrants than ever before. And the reason for that is because the Democratic Party has also given up on arguing on the real boundaries of this issue and arguing for real solutions to this problem. A problem that is born out of right-wing, white nativist, anti-immigrant sentiments. Okay? I am not a violent rapist thief, says Iraqi Mo. Daddy Pie says, I think immigrants are terrible. Okay? Great. I love having a diversity of opinion in the chat. Meanwhile, regardless of the diversity of opinion, both of you guys are going to see the top of the hour ad break because neither of you are subscribed for $5 or for free. That's right. If you no longer want to see those ads, immigrant, naturalized citizen, natural born U.S. citizen, doesn't matter. You still need to subscribe for $5 or for free. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Greg Abbott pardons Daniel Perry, the man who mowed down BLM protesters and clearly premeditated it. Yeah, we'll get to that as well. It's at least shocking white supremacist action taken by that fucking piece of shit. My point is, if you keep capitulating the right-wing framing on issues, you're going to lose that issue completely. Because why the fuck would people believe you now that you've had an attitude shift? When there are people that have been on the immigrants or rapists side with clarity, with moral clarity, for quite some time. All you've now done is say, no, they're actually right. I'm handing it to the right wing. They're correct. I'm the one who'll fix it, but the right won't let me fix it by being right wing. It is an idiotic bargain that is both bad policy and also even worse politics. Okay? It's something that, in my opinion, is completely unconscionable and also furthering the fascist agenda in this country. It is genuinely devastating. It is genuinely scary. And I cannot comprehend how any liberal doesn't see that fucking reality, the writing on the wall. Okay? No DMs today? What DM? What are you talking about? Anyway, Dems are bringing the border bill back to the forefront. That's great. Chris Murphy. In Twitter? What? That's weird. Today I'm reintroducing the bipartisan border security bill. It's not a bipartisan bill. It is a right-wing bill, by the way. It's only bipartisan because it's a right-wing bill that the Democrats are pushing for. It's insane to me that they're doing this again. Basketball analogy. If you're given the option between Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, two players who overlap greatly, everyone's picking MJ. If you're racist, you want the MJ of racism law. No, it's like having the option. Let's say you're like a chess grandmaster, okay? It's like being a chess grandmaster and saying, I want to fucking play against LeBron in a dunk competition. It's like, what are you doing? You're going to get owned. You know what I mean? There's no reason to go do a dunk competition. LeBron is going to destroy you. Play chess. Bad analogy? I don't think so. So, it is very frustrating to see the Democratic Party do this over and over again, and only to have these fucking idiotic people defend this silly notion. People do not vote on lesser evil voting boundaries. It is stupid, okay? And the expectation that, like, you are owed their vote as the Democratic Party is also stupid. The expectation that you are owed their vote and not vice versa is inherently undemocratic. Why the fuck do we have a democracy then? You have to fall in line and offer fealty to the Lord, to one lordship over the other? Okay, well, why do we have a democracy then? No, you're supposed to fucking earn our vote, man. Anyway, what the fuck did Keith Olbermann say? He has some takes on it as well, I heard. I saw earlier, but I have to pee. End tax policy, end union support and climate investment and agency regulations and judicial picks and protections for trans people and DACA protections and marijuana policy and student loan forgiveness and overtime regulations, cabinet picks and renewable interest. Exactly. That's why they voted in the first place. If you act out of line, you should be instantly ousted. Like, I don't even personally disagree with Hutch Hutchinson on this issue. On some, right? A lot of this is just like a laundry list of things that he wishes the Democratic Party was doing, but there are some that the Democratic Party is like genuinely taking the initiative on, right? Union protections being one of them. It's true. You're wrong if you don't think that the NLRB is not doing a good job. However, the issue here is still the idea that people are supposed to come to these conclusions on their own when the Democratic Party is not showing them that they're doing that. Okay? Even if the Joe Biden administration was legitimately making great initiatives on half of the things that he's talking about here, which, you know, half of them are not real. Okay? It is wild to me that they are doing such a bad job with their messaging. They have had zero fucking policy papers on their website, on their campaign website. And I don't even know if they've changed that reality. Like a couple months back, they still had no policies on their website. Now, obviously, many people are not going to go there and read that anyway. It's not going to move the needle. But it's good for people like Hutch and all those other people who want to dick ride the Democratic Party into oblivion to have the talking points. And the fact that they are not even offering talking points to their own fucking loyal Fedayeen is insane to me. It shows me that they are not interested in winning. Hutch is the perfect liberal, though. He claps for incrementalism, where the next Republican will easily undo all this and undo even more. The ratchet effect is because everyone is a liberal. True progress takes a lot of fucking time to undo. Think abortion, it took decades. Yes. True progress and true regress, even though regress is easier than progress. The only thing that we do, thank you for the shout out on Wired, by the way, means a lot. The only thing that we do in this circumstance, is just like allow the Republicans to be more and more right wing, as we also become more and more right wing, because we've created an environment where like right wing sentiment is the only thing that people hear, and that kind of attitude is completely normalized. It is crazy, by the way. The latest New York Times Siena poll showed that Biden is doing horrifyingly bad, like losing a fucking 12-point lead in Nevada, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, all these states where he's supposed to be dominating, with the exception of Wisconsin, is crazy. It's just so incredibly cooked. And so many of the Democratic Party loyal demographics are literally just not voting for Trump. Just not voting for Biden. Latino voters, like all of those states that we're looking at, Latino voters, okay, a key constituency. The states that we're looking at where young voters are an important constituency, even though they don't vote in like massive numbers, it's still an important constituency for the winning constituency that the Democratic Party has to create in order to defeat the Republicans. Biden is basically running on Trump is worse aesthetically and worse for democracy. Okay. This is insane, right? Hassan the Hun. One of them will put you in a camp if he says you're Muslim or here illegally, or latter if you don't speak English or you don't support our religion or you're gay and an intellectual and the other won't, but you do your glibness. At least you won't have to worry about the intellectual part. Great own, man. There's a real banger. 300 likes. Seems a little excited at the prospect of me going to jail here. It doesn't seem like you have an issue with that at all. Help your Californian child bride. Please look and shut me up. 23,588 California mostly tribe lives. What the fuck? You have a platform. Help your state. Is this because we talked about how California, in comparison to other countries, have way less child brides. Is that what it is? Is that what's going on? I have to pee. Anyway, they've been spamming it for days. Did you watch MSNBC get mad at the New York Times poll? Oh, okay. Let's watch this.
Trial. There is new polling that finds for the first time the majority of
I'll be back in a
Americans believe
second.
the former president is guilty. In the latest Yahoo News YouGov national poll, 52% of adults say Trump did indeed falsify business records to conceal hush money payments to a porn star. That is up 4 points from last month and up 7 points from when the charges were filed last year. If convicted, 51% would approve of Trump serving prison time, while 36% would be against putting him behind bars.
Willie, look at that. 51% would support Donald Trump. So I guess this isn't a far left-wing conspiracy.
No, that's a majority of Americans.
Yeah, that would be.
As-
Wait, again, I went to Alabama. 51. That's a majority.
Yeah,
right.
once you get to 51.
Yes. Joyce confirms.
Okay.
As for
Fantastic.
the political ramifications, the poll shows Trump and President Joe Biden tied at 45% in this year's election among registered voters. But when asked who they would support if convicted, if Trump is convicted
Well, that's not close.
in the hush money case, Biden takes a 7-point lead, 46 to 39%. So can I look at some other polling?
Yeah,
right now?
why not?
The
I mean,
latest
yeah.
Morning Consult tracking poll over 10,000 registered voters finds 44% for Trump and 43% for Biden.
So
That's
it's a
within
tie.
the poll's margin of error.
It's not 12 points. It's a tie. Okay.
And separate new polling of registered voters finds President Joe Biden leading Donald Trump in this survey from the New York Times and Ipsos. Biden is up 4 points, 47 to 43%. We should note, though, that the margin of error is plus or minus 6% for the poll.
So I've got to say it's fascinating, Willie, and we'll get into this.
Mm-hmm.
The New York Times ran a few polls. They ran the New York Times Siena poll, which they roll off. It's a series, 15, 16, 17 stories that make people run around Manhattan with their hair on fire and Washington with their hair on fire. At the same, put this New York Times Ipsos poll.
The Ipsos.
Put it back.
Okay.
Run at the same time by the New York Times.
Mm-hmm.
Biden's ahead by 4 points nationally. 4 points nationally. Not even an article about it. Anyway.
As for that New York Times Philadelphia Inquirer Siena College polling of 6 key battleground states that came out Monday morning, there was a lot of reaction to that. As we know, some of the most trusted pollsters in the country are calling into question the methodology and results.
You think?
The CEO of the Nevada Independent, John Ralston, calls Trump having a 13-point lead in the state, quote, bizarre, adding that nothing remotely similar has been seen in the state in decades. The founder of UVA's Center for Politics, Larry Sabato, says he laughed after seeing the Nevada numbers and recommends others do the same. National political reporter at The Bulwark, Mark Caputo, also calls the Nevada poll, quote, a total outlier. Meanwhile, the director of polling at Harvard's Institute of Politics, John Della Volpe, is raising questions about how Biden could be losing the youth vote.
They're doing 2016 again. It's the only method that they have. It's the only thing they know how to do. It relies on the understanding that the Democratic Party is entitled to your vote. Okay? You have to vote for them. They are entitled to your vote. It is inherently undemocratic. And it is pretty fucking crazy. It's not just public spin. Biden doesn't believe his bad poll numbers, nor do many of his top aides. Bro, this is literally Trump. Trump did these exact same shit. Per Dems, who has spoken privately with the president and his team. This informs the largely steady as she goes campaign strategy. Some Democrats think the Biden team, by the way, this is Alex Thompson, the national political correspondent at Axios. Okay? So I'm not just reading a random fucking Twitter thread for those of you who get hyper focused on the aesthetics. I'm talking about a journalist breaking his own story on Twitter. Democrats think the Biden team is in denial about the polling and sleepwalking into defeat. The Biden team is convinced the country will not reelect Trump once they face the choice in November. Ultimately, voters will decide which side is right. In public and private, Biden has been telling anyone who will listen that he's gaining ground and is probably up on Donald Trump in their rematch from 2020. While the press doesn't write about it, the momentum is clear in our favor, with the polls moving towards us and away from Trump, Biden told donors during a West Coast swing last week. Reality check, some national polls have shown Biden ahead of or ahead or tied with Trump. And in several other polls, the president is within the survey's margins for error. Many aspects of Trump's candidacy, including his legal battles, are unprecedented and add more mystery to the election projections. That's why when people say Biden has been under 40% for 8 months straight, no president has ever won the election after registering under 40% approval in an election year, according to 538's approval average. But these are unprecedented times because no president, no incumbent president has ever run against a former president that is in legal trouble for the horrifyingly bad, corrupt, awful job that he did in the past 4 years that he was president in. So that's the reason why it's not as black and white as you think it is. It is unprecedented. But my point is, you shouldn't fucking have to rely on that if you're the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is doing fairly well across the board, with the exception for Biden. Can you imagine a world in which like the Democratic Party wins the Senate and the House but loses the presidency? Because it would be ridiculous. But, you know, we're kind of staring at a reality like that right now. Unless we get even more fucking Democrats to lose their goddamn seats due to corruption investigations. It is ridiculous. The one thing that unseats some of the worst, most right-wing Democrats in this fucking country is their endless thirst for gold bullions from the Egyptian government or securing side deals with the Azerbaijan government. It's fucking freakish the way we are operating in the Democratic Party. It's like comical. Or if you're Eric Adams, Turkey. Remember how GE polls were the reason we had the vote for Biden because he had an average of 1% more popular vote lead than Bernie? Now polls don't matter at all. Yes. Insane splits here. In 2024, presidential election were held today. Who would you vote for if the candidates were Joe Biden and Donald Trump? Wisconsin, 47% Joe Biden, 45% Trump. Pennsylvania, 47% Trump. Arizona, 49% Trump, 42 Biden. Michigan, 49% Trump, 42 Biden. Georgia, 49% Trump, 39 Biden. Nevada, 50% Trump, 38% Biden. It's so crazy to think that 4 years prior, I think if I'm not mistaken, Biden literally had a 12-point lead in Nevada, no? The New York Times Philadelphia Inquirer Siena College poll, April 28th to May 9th. If this general election for U.S. Senate were held today, which candidate would you be more likely to vote for? Jackie Rosen, 40%. Arizona, 45%. Ruben Gallego. Bob Casey, 46%. Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin, 49%. This is precisely what I'm talking about when I say the Democratic Party is doing literally unimaginably good in comparison to the fucking awful performance demonstrated by the top of the ticket. They're doing this in spite of the top of the ticket, mind you. Think about how crazy that is. How does nobody recognize that this spells doom for how personally unpopular the president is? Is Biden cooking or getting cooked? What do you think? Biden is losing in every state that was polled right now, and every single senator in that state is winning. Every single Democratic senator is winning. Every single, in all of those states, with the exception of one, Biden is losing by massive margins too. New Times Siena poll. Voters picked Trump over Biden in handling the Israel-Gaza-Hamas thicket by a wide margin. As observed below, the number of Biden voters abandoning him from the left is a fly speck. Voters punish treachery. This is not just Israel, it's Abbey Gate. Split A, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. 50% say Donald Trump would be better. Do you want to know why? Because Donald Trump is at least consistently bad on Israel from our perspective. Joe Biden, on the other hand, with his like fucking weird, like, oh, well, Israel has a right to defend itself and we're going to fucking bear hug them, while simultaneously like, oh, we have to do the right thing and like maybe dial it back a little bit, is losing everyone. The other reason is, of course, because, what is this? Hold on. The other reason is because Donald Trump is not the president, okay? People are stupid as fuck. People are stupid as fuck. They don't think about these issues deeply. They literally go, well, Biden is the one doing genocide. Maybe Trump will be different. I can yell about that every fucking day of the week and how wrong that is, but that's not going to move the needle. What will move the needle, however, is Biden taking a fucking strong stance in the right direction. That's the issue. Instead, he's doing the worst of both worlds. He's flip-flopping on it, and more importantly, showing everyone his major weakness, which is that he's old and demented and falling asleep on the wheel. This is precisely what I said on the Wired podcast as well. I don't know if it made the cut. It's really fucking bad. It's really, really, really bad. Oh, what? Counterpoint?
I don't believe the polls.
There you go. As poll shows, approval rating is at 33%. Joe Biden says, I don't believe the polls. So frustrating, dude. Trump would bomb Gaza way harder. Honestly, yes. Donald Trump is obviously more responsible, I would say, for October 7 than Joe Brandon is. Okay? Even though October 7 happened while Joe Brandon was the president, Donald Trump's actions are the major the major turning point for why October 7 happened. Okay? I've talked about this in detail a million times over. Having said that, however, how so? Oh my God, there's always new people that are like, what do you mean? The Abraham Accords that wrote out Palestinian statehood completely and just basically brought to the forefront normalization agreements that were already long-standing amongst Gulf states and Israel and made it a legally binding agreement for everyone to fucking see without offering any assurances to the Palestinians was genuinely a devastating move for Israel and for everyone else. Okay? That's number one. Number two, he moved the embassy to Jerusalem, and he did that and basically capitulated to the Zionist interest in that regard by saying, like, no, Jerusalem, occupied territory, holiest, one of the holiest fucking lands for Muslims, Christians, and Jews alike. That's actually Israeli now. Okay, symbolically claiming that all of occupied Jerusalem is now Israel territory. Ridiculous move, greatly increasing tensions. Permanently recognizing the annexed territory of Golan Heights, which is Syrian territory that Israel illegally occupies and annexes. That's another fucking awful move from the Trump administration. Assassinating Qasem Soleimani at the behest of Israeli interests, for the most part, greatly increasing tensions against Iran. That's another bad fucking move. Throwing the Iranian denuclearization agreement, casting it aside, and implementing additional sanctions on Iran, even though Iran continued to follow the Iranian denuclearization agreement after Trump cast it aside. Another fucking major L in increasing tensions in the region. These are all things that the Trump administration did. My expectation from the Biden administration was to go back and fix that shit, which they did not do. So Biden is also responsible for October 7. Biden is responsible for October 7 for not going back on the Trump administration's policies. Okay? And then post October 7, it's all Biden at this point. Biden is funding and facilitating Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign. Biden did the bear hug. It wasn't Trump. Biden is the one who's been saying, go ahead. Biden's administration is the one that's like vetoing any sort of criticism against Israel. And now, months later, 35,000 killed by Israel. And only now there was a brief moment where the Biden administration said, all right, we're going to fucking restrict some weapons, while simultaneously saying, oh, well, we conducted an investigation and saw that Israel may be potentially violating human rights with the arms that we're sending in directly against American law, in violation of U.S. law, that no weapons that America ships to allies could be used in violation of human rights. All that good stuff. Still offering Israel political cover, still defending Israel, but marginally criticizing Israel, which is now pissing off the pro-Israel crowd too. Massive shit show. Unimaginable shit show. That's how you got to this point where people literally think, well, because Joe Biden is the president right now and all the awful things that are happening, because like I said, most people are not very intelligent in the way that they analyze politics or make these decisions. So you have to really hammer the points and demonstrate messaging discipline and have an easy to understand narrative that you portray, which the Brandon camp is absolutely failing on. Terrorists using UN cars as cover, super cringe. Lol, what? Terrorists cope? Yeah, dude, they were. You're right. My land, bitch. Lol, terrorists cope so strong now. My land. That moment when you cope so hard about terrorists doing exactly what they said they want to do forever, lol. Any 58-year-old white dem was smashed right now. Lol, team terrorist cope. He's a clown, bro. I love the guy who fucking hates Biden, but also loves how rabid of a Zionist Biden is. Like, that's it. This is the guy who's not voting for Biden, dude. Okay? There are many like him who are ultra Zionist, but still fucking despise Biden. These are the guys he's trying to maintain on his side. Good luck to him. Saying everyone is a terrorist. UN is terrorists are using UN cars. That's the actual cope, dumbass. You're the one who fucking believes in any and every falsehood that the Israeli government puts forward, even though they lie all the fucking time and are caught with their pants down all the fucking time. But you don't give a shit about the truth. You just want a neat little narrative that allows you to continue offering unconditional support to the state of Israel. It's ridiculous. They did not have any fucking terrorists in the UN cars, dumbass. Every Palestinian, even if they're wearing police uniform, is a terrorist. You know, there's aspects of civil governance inside a Gaza Strip, regardless of how hard Israel tries to dismantle that, right? Dumb fuck. Anyway, let's continue.
Vote by 27 points in Michigan, while winning it by 24 points in Wisconsin.
A million monkeys with a million
I think there are a lot of
cell phones
here.
making calls as pollsters.
Okay.
That's how you do it.
Finally, the New Republic's Greg Sargent expressed dismay at the survey's methodology. This is important, which shows 20% of the likely voters polled either didn't vote in the last two midterms.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Vote.
They're likely voters.
But they did not vote.
The 20% of what the New York Times is calling likely voters.
So let me finish.
Didn't vote in the last general election.
Damn, bro, these guys are fucking really going ham on the polls now that it doesn't favor Biden. It almost feels like they didn't really care about polls ever at all and only cared about it as long as they could make an argument against Bernie fucking Sanders, huh? While I do fear what a second Trump administration will look like for, you know, American empire, American theoretical democracy, all of that good stuff, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. It does give me a little bit of fucking, gives me a little bit of happiness to see Joe Scarborough flail around like this. Polls don't matter now. Why are you looking at polls? Don't look at polls.
Action or the
I talked about this on the Majority Report in 2015, right before I called the Corbyn overperformance in that election. This is called a soft voter screen. Basically, if someone says they're certain to vote, even if they don't have a great track record of voting, they actually do tend to vote. Remember, this is a presidential election where the most unlikely voters do show up. Yeah. But yeah, no, dude, what are polls anyway? I mean, it's bullshit. It's nonsense. Yeah, throw it away. When it looks bad for Joe Biden, then throw it away. It's easy. Discard it. Who cares?
Last two midterms?
And didn't vote in the last general election or the last two midterms, or they have never voted at all.
But wait, John Heilman, there's more. And by the way, people calling and going, oh, this is just a reaction to one poll. No, you can go back. You can look at the tape. We do this every time the New York Times Siena poll comes out. It's always an outlier. And the New York Times always gets 15 or 16 articles out of them that everybody rushes to because it says Earth ends at 5 o'clock. Go hit link at New York Times 15 times. And they keep writing articles about it. There are, and NPR has found some of these voters that said, well, I voted for Biden before. And they said, but wait, this guy, we checked the voting rolls. He's never voted. Other news organizations have like 3, 4 more examples, not just of people in the surveys, but people the New York Times quoted in their articles of, well, here's one of many people that we interviewed that said he's disillusioned and is going to vote for Trump. No record of them voting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are
you feeling something?
Well, I'm feeling that there's I think sometimes, as a general matter, there's maybe a little bit of an over-reliance on voters telling the truth about things in general. Hate to say it. Reporters find this occasionally that reporters lie. Here's what I'd say about this poll. If I were to ask you this question, Joe, do you know anybody?
That's crazy. Then, I mean, this argument can be launched against every single time anyone has ever polled. So just throw every poll away. Polls are not an accurate way to predict what the election outcome will look like. They are an accurate snapshot of how the people feel, or the closest to reality as to how people feel. That's why I always tell you when, we're a year out from election, we're fucking, 2 years out from election, and people are like polling people, and they're like, oh shit, here's thank you. Central Committee says, here's how he acted when that poll looked good for Biden in 2019. Yeah. The idea that polls don't matter only comes into play when you either have an ideological interest in your candidate winning, and I readily admit that, where I tell you, like, I don't care about how, like, polling looks like on Medicare for all. I still think is a good thing, right? Like, we are oftentimes fortunate that polls actually favor Medicare for all, but regardless, like on the Israel stuff, right? On Israel-Palestine, I don't give a shit what the fucking polls say. They favor my position, but it doesn't matter. Even if it didn't, I would still be advocating for it because I'm not invested in simply one side winning. I am invested in, you know, doing the right things, getting the government to do the right things, to apply pressure. Okay? But I'm not a liberal. And that's part of the reason why, because liberals operate on what they assume the center is, right? They're constantly means testing, endlessly focus group testing to try to dance on the boundaries of what is accepted by the broadest subsect of voters. And that's how you arrive at the ratchet effect that I was describing earlier. But it is pretty funny when you consider how they are reacting to bad polls here versus, let's see how they were reacting to good polls here.
We're going to get to what will be a very big week in the impeachment inquiry. But first, some really interesting new poll numbers to tell you about. The latest numbers from the New York Times Siena College poll in 6 key battlegrounds show former Vice President Joe Biden leads the Democratic primary field in 5 of the 6 states. Biden has an 8 to 9 point advantage in Arizona, Florida, and Michigan. In North Carolina, Biden is ahead by 14 points and up 12 points in Pennsylvania. In Wisconsin, Biden and Senator Elizabeth Warren are statistically tied for first.
So, Adrian, I mean, here we go again. Joe Biden fares well not only against Donald Trump in the swing states, he fares much better against Democrats themselves in this intramural battle. In these swing states. Again, the question, and again, it's a question a lot of people are asking because they're trying to figure out whether Biden is going to make it to South Carolina if he finishes in 4th in Iowa and New Hampshire. The question is, will Joe Biden ever be given an opportunity to show where his strength lies?
Yeah, well, Joe, that's the big question here. And we know that in a lot of states, there are still voters who are undecided, still a significant number of voters who are undecided. But Joe Biden has remained at the top of the polls in some of these very key battlegrounds, despite what Donald Trump has been trying to do with impeachment and the Ukraine situation. He is still remaining on top. And the question becomes, where are things in December? Where are things in January? We know that when families go home for Thanksgiving and have long conversations, they're off work for a couple days, that's when people really start to solidify their decisions in terms of who they're supporting in this primary. So far, though, Joe Biden, despite the fact that he's had some campaign stumbles, especially on the fundraising front, he still remains on top. So it's going to be interesting to see.
It's just interesting. They're not talking about how bad. I mean, they're not talking about how shitty polls are here. You know,
on either side who doesn't think that it's the case that of the battleground states that Joe Biden is stronger in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin than he is in Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia.
It sounds about right. I've seen some polls that show that Georgia is very close. Greg Bluestein actually had an article that also says the Siena poll is wildly off.
I'm not saying it's not close. I'm not going to carry water for the New York Times or for the methodology of this poll. I'll keep going back to a thing that I try to say every time we talk about these things, which is that I'm really interested, and I know you know this, is like, what are the polls telling us directionally about the race?
I understand. There's a difference, though, with the New York Times Siena poll, and you know this. It's given disproportionate.
Like, he's literally trying to do the Biden campaign's line as well, which is that, like, the momentum is favoring Biden, which is still cope, okay? And Joe's like, no, I don't even want you to say that. I just want you to say it's fucking bad. It's a bad poll because the poll sucks and Biden is doing great. Fuck you.
Impact this year, this cycle, it is skewed wildly in Donald Trump's direction. Hold on. And the New York Times feasts on it with clickbait stories like a dozen at a time.
And what I'm trying to focus on is what I think people should pay attention to.
But what I'm trying to focus on is the New York Times right now is actively shaping the election cycles, where this poll comes out on a Sunday and on Monday people go, oh, and I heard it. And I'm sitting there going, oh, don't be so stupid. That's why we're doing this. So we're not. No, hold on a second. Hold on. No, hold on. What I hear is after these Siena polls come out, every time New York Times poll says, oh, well, everything that Joe Biden's done since the State of the Union address, all this money that he's put out, all of the campaigning is for naught. No, it's not. No, it's not. There's one poll that's wildly skewed every time. Okay. And it does shape, if it's a New York Times poll versus a morning.
Yeah, dude. We need the Brandon campaign. We need the Brandon campaign to fucking actually investigate the New York Times. Maybe they are Hamas. It seems like they're actively doing election interference. Mr. Brandon, sir. And you know, now that we know that Morning Joe is viewed by, in a way that is not dissimilar to Donald Trump, one person, just like, what was the morning show on Fox was viewed by one person and one person only, the most important audience member. We know that MSNBC's Morning Joe is is the exact same equivalent. Fox and Friends had one very important viewer, Donald Trump. Morning Joe has one very important viewer, Joseph Robinette Brandon. Mods, is Jay Miles the white, not white chatter? Yes. He's Asian and white, he says. He says he's half white, half Asian. He just followed me. Nice. The battle continues for Jay Miles. Now he'll come into your chat and be like, listen, why do you actually love when white people are bullied and victim to racist attacks and stuff? And then he can continue being like, as a white man who's been victim to personal acts of violence against them on the virtue of the color of his skin, I think you should be banned from the platform or some shit. Just prepare yourself. Considering that you're offline currently and in here in this chat, it is kind of funny that he like chose to follow you while you're offline. Preparing. Destiny's community is currently spam striking Sean as well. Yeah, I saw. Where is it? There was a Destiny demanding that his followers go and like mass report. Where the fuck is that? I saw the screenshots. Good luck to you, Sean. There's no proof of him or his community report brigading. They don't do that. Never reported someone stream before and I'm doing it today. Do your side quest today, chat. Go to twitch.tv/SeanTheBlack. Click the 3 dots. Report live stream is the reason to put violent threats and put this clip. They are so fucking organized, dude. It's crazy. Isn't brigading against Twitch's terms of service? Brother, he's banned. So I'm saying that for YouTube too. Nah, YouTube doesn't give a shit.
Consort poll, and the New York Times then amplifies it 15, 16, 17 times. It warps reality. And everybody responds to that in the media and in the political world.
So all I'd say about this is that I agree with you that the problem to me, unless you want to suggest you think there's a conspiracy at the Times about this, which
their methodology is bizarre.
Well, but you're talking about
Larry Sabato said this.
Right.
Walston said this.
Joe, you're saying something more than that, though. You're saying the New York Times is systematically putting these polls out in a way to try to amplify them to drive the news cycle.
Yes. I am saying that.
And I'm not.
I love that this dude is actually repeating the Joe Biden communication, which is the momentum is favoring the Brandon campaign. Don't just look at this poll, look at all the prior polls and look at where Brandon is now. He's gaining momentum. That's a good thing overall. Polls are still reliable. Joe has lost his mind and is like, no, dude, polls are actually communist and Hamas. Like, just agree with him, jackass. He's trying to fucking save your credibility.
Saying I'd like to know, I'm curious, as someone who I understands your level of sophistication about reading the media, why you think that's true. What I'm trying to say is, I agree with you. The best bulwark against any polls, outliers, or anything else for people who are actually consumers of this information is to not let any given news outlet or any given poll shape your perception of the race unduly.
But John, that's not realistic, and I'll tell you why it's not realistic. Because, and I'll say to you, because I know people come up to you after every New York Times Siena poll comes out. It completely changes the political battlefield out there for about a week, week and a half. It distorts the questions that are asked of the White House. It distorts the questions that are asked of Donald Trump. It distorts all of the opinion. It distorts everything. And that keeps happening every month when this comes out. And then finally, about 2 weeks later, after the residue of the New York Times Siena poll leaves, people go, oh, I think Joe Biden's on a winning streak. And then 2 weeks later, it comes out again, and it's garbage. It's an outlier. And yes, the New York Times, when they have all of these experts questioning the methodology, when they're calling like 20% of the people likely voters who have never voted before or didn't vote in the last two primaries, when they're even quoting people who said they're switching their vote from Joe Biden, who have never voted before? I'm sorry. The New York Times has to know what they're doing.
That's awesome. Can you explain how this compares to 2020 trends, please? Dude, I don't have enough processing power right now. There was another thing I wanted to talk about. Wait, what the fuck? Israeli tank fire kills 5 IDF soldiers in North Gaza? Wait, what? Wait, hold up. I didn't even know this happened. The fuck?
Israeli army says 5 of its soldiers were killed when they were mistakenly fired on by one of its tanks in northern Gaza. 2 shells were fired at paratroopers in Jabalia. These images show the aftermath of an Israeli strike in Jabalia. Israeli ground forces re-entered the area earlier this month. With more, here's our correspondent Dan Johnson in Jerusalem.
We know that 5 soldiers from the IDF.
Yeah, first time the IDF actually fought terrorists. Well, not the first time. Let's be real. They have a lot of friendly fire incidents. So
their lives yesterday in the north of Gaza. This is in Jabalia, an area that the Israeli military has had to return to, having previously declared it cleared of Hamas fighters earlier in this conflict. Around January, they completed military operations in that area, but have had to go back there in the last few days. And that's raised the question over the sustainability of Israel's military strategy here, whether they are actually able to sustainably clear out Hamas for good. And that is something that is now playing out at the top of Israeli government. We have the defense minister, Yoav Gallant, challenging.
They thought they were Hamas. IDF tank kills 5, wounds 7 in Gaza-friendly fire accident. IDF releases names. The tanks were said to be under extreme pressure from dozens of rocket-propelled grenade attacks in the area. All openings into the tanks, including the canopy on the top, were ordered to be kept closed to avoid any hole or vulnerability. This, in turn, limited the tank's visibility. Tank Unit 82 soldiers said that they saw a potential threat and the barrel of a weapon emerge from the 3-floor battalion headquarters, which was only 10 to 20 meters away from them. Soldiers hit by the tank were from Unit 202's. Oh my God, they're a Haredi integrated unit. Oh my God. Oh my God, that makes it funnier. Oh, Jesus Christ. Bro, listen. You should have kept studying religion, okay? The Haredi integrated unit originally, okay, so the Haredi integrated unit, and I've talked about this before, is a lot of the Haredi population in Israel get religious exemption from serving in the IDF. Some of which are anti-Zionist, of course, remember, and many who are not anti-Zionist, very pro-Zionist, very fucking aggressively, demanding that Israel kill as many people as they possibly can, while simultaneously not serving in the military. This has been a long debate, a long point of contention amongst Israeli society. Anyway, and if you recall, there was, I made some jokes about this, like, in the beginning, like in early October, when, like, a lot of the Haredi population were like, no, actually, we are now volunteering for the IDF. We are voluntarily joining the IDF, which meant that many of them were not actually properly trained. It is kind of wild that they're in the middle of fucking Jabalia, by the way. Why the fuck would a Haredi unit be in the middle of Jabalia? The Chinese cyber attack is commenced. Your iMessage is working? Yes. Despite remaining silent or agnostic on the details of integrating Haredim into the IDF, when the main plan was rolled out, IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Herzi Halevi delivered a major address on Tuesday to the need to greatly widen military service, a code for calling to integrate the Haredim and Arab Israelis, ? He did provide details. You are saying Jabalia wrong? Am I? He did provide details on how it could be done. Wait, what is this? Another soldier died in an accident today? The military announces the death of a reservist who was killed earlier today in an operational accident on the border of the Gaza Strip. His name, Sergeant Major Ron Yavetz, 39 of the Bislamach Brigade's 8628th Battalion from Modin, Yavets was killed, and another 4 troops were lightly hurt as a blast caused by Israeli munitions in a military zone near the Black Arab Memorial Site on the border. The cause of the blast is still under investigation. Bro, that's the oldest person I've ever seen so far. That's like, that literally is it should be the highest ranking dude of all time. What the fuck's happening here? Yeah, 39 and only a sergeant major. Motherfucker was not good at his job. I know. Shocking. IDF investigation. This is from April 30th. 2 reservists killed in Gaza by friendly fire. I mean, this kind of stuff happens quite a bit. I'm just, you know, I didn't realize they were, it was a already integrated unit. It was unclear why they did not recognize the battalion headquarters. However, the IDF said that the tanks had taken over the junction in Jabalia around 9 a.m. and the battalion headquarters deputy commander had only arrived many hours later. They were a part of the paratroopers brigade, so they likely would have been pretty well trained. Yeah, well, Sergeant Major is the highest enlisted position, at least in the U.S. Army. No, we're making a joke because he's 39, and the Israeli Army has rank inflation. Like we're saying, like if you're 39 in the IDF, you have to be like a rear brigadier, admiral, general, whatever the fuck. Except for that guy. Fuck this. Oh, we're gonna talk about the CNN investigation into the UCLA protests, which I'm shocked that they did. Where the fuck were we? Okay, let's finish.
The Prime Minister to set out a clear plan for how Gaza will be governed once the military operation is over. And if I show you the front pages of some of the Israeli press this morning, you've got Yoav Gallant and Prime Minister Netanyahu there. The headline says, "This is no way to run a war." And on this paper, you've got a headline saying that a military government in Gaza would mean only blood and sacrifices without purpose. You've got the Jerusalem Post there saying Gallant slams Netanyahu indecisiveness on Gaza.
This is what Time Without OVO was talking about earlier. The back and forth, arguments within the war cabinet finally coming into full display in the eyes of the public instead of just simply saying like here and there, offering anonymous quotes from one side here and there, leaking certain parts of the conversations here and there. This is like full-blown contradictions inside of the war cabinet.
Gaza. And the defense minister said he'd been asking for these assurances repeatedly since October, but the Prime Minister had not been able to lay out any clear plan of how the Palestinian people in Gaza would be governed after the military operation concludes. There are questions about who will represent them, how will they rebuild their infrastructure, what will the role of the Israelis, other nations and international organizations be? Prime Minister...
I mean, you don't have to ask that question at all when, you know, your goal is to do ethnic cleansing, right? Wild that this question has not been answered since day one. You know what I mean? Wild, in my opinion. Just
Netanyahu's response to that challenge yesterday was just to say that his priority right now is to eradicate Hamas and that he would not consider any sort of deal or power-sharing arrangement with the Palestinian Authority, who he considered to be supportive of terrorism. So that question remains open. In the meantime, there is this division at the top of Israeli politics, which has now led to some in the government calling for the Defense Minister, Yoav Gallant, to be sacked from his role.
Yeah, interestingly, though, another member of the War Cabinet, Benny Gantz, in support of what Mr. Gallant was saying.
Yes, there has been support. He's been defended by Benny Gantz, others calling for him to go, saying that the defence minister failed on October the 7th, that he continued to fail, and that he should now be removed from his position. So the focus now is on how Benjamin Netanyahu responds to that. Will he keep Mr. Gallant in his position? He tried to sack him a year ago before the October the 7th attacks, and there were mass street protests that erupted then that meant Mr. Gallant was able to stay in his role. There's a suggestion here that his position in calling for a clear plan puts him in closer alignment with what the Americans want to see, and everyone seems to accept that once the military operation is over, Benjamin Netanyahu's future doesn't look like it can continue at the top of Israeli politics. So perhaps this is Mr. Gallant positioning himself with the Americans as a future prime minister, not just to conclude the war, but then to lay out a future for Gaza.
Dan Johnson reporting.
No, Gallant is still Likud. The one that is that you're confusing for liberal is Benny Gantz, who is also a former general. Benny Gantz is a former general and also ran against Benjamin Netanyahu very famously by saying, like, look at all the war crimes that I did in the prior sieges. Like, I'm actually the real one. They're all bad. There's not a single good person in the war cabinet. Obviously, they are all to varying degrees genocidal monsters. Benny Gantz is supposed to be America's guy in the room, like the guy that America is investing in, and saying that like he will lead Israel down a different path. Meanwhile, in certain conversations, Benny Gantz, who, once again, I have to remind you, literally personally posted up his war crimes when running against Benjamin Netanyahu. It's Bush versus Kerry. No, don't ever disrespect Kerry like that. Benny Gantz is nowhere like Kerry. Are you kidding me? No shot. I mean, I'm not exactly fond of the guy, but John Kerry is infinitely better than Benny Gantz. That's crazy. That's actually wild. How dare you? Yeah, it's more like Bush versus McCain, I guess. It's more like Bush versus McCain because like McCain is more hawkish. Even though he's seen as like a more liberal person to Bush, he's more hawkish than Bush. And Benny Gantz is more hawkish than Netanyahu in many aspects. Like internally, he's one of the fucking pressure points that is demanding more bloodshed in a different direction than like Itamar Ben-Gvir and Smotrich are demanding. This doesn't mean that like Netanyahu isn't hawkish, by the way. He is. 2004 interview with the architect of Gaza disengagement predicting that once the Gaza population reaches 2.5 million, there would be terrible war because Gaza would be too crowded, unlivable, and the IDF will have to kill. Jesus Christ.
From Jerusalem.
Breaking news overnight from Gaza in a major U.S. effort to prevent starvation among Palestinians. Installation of this pier by the U.S. military is now finished in new.
Oh yeah, we finished the pier. I forgot to mention that. We did it. Everybody. Meanwhile, the situation is devastating on the ground. Obviously, aid is impossible to bring into the Gaza Strip. Why is it impossible is a great question. If you were asking that, if you're wondering that, well, it's because Israel closed up all of the entry points into southern Gaza and claimed that like Hamas was attacking the fucking entry points themselves, which is bullshit. They did blow up, or at least they did fire onto an encampment that is 2 kilometers away from the Eretz crossing. And then Israel used that as a mechanism to punish the entire Gazan population once again. But like I said, there's already a shit ton of trucks that are just waiting on the other side of the border. And yet some of those trucks are being intercepted by psychopathic settlers, as you guys saw. It's very odd. It's not like there aren't entry points in the Gaza. There are. It's just that Israel is denying said entry points in the Gaza. The problem isn't that we needed a port. The problem is that we need to get Israel to allow aid into southern Gaza and every part of Gaza, as a matter of fact, even though Israel doesn't have the interest. Hello, my baby.
Aid could soon be coming into the territory. Israel controls the flow of supplies through border crossings, and relief agencies say they've been running out of food. Meanwhile, there is new fighting in northern Gaza. 5 Israeli soldiers were killed in a possible friendly fire incident. Imtiaz Tayeb has the latest from Israel. Imtiaz, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Well, more than 2 months after President Biden ordered its construction, the floating pier is now finally in position. Now, since the start of Israel's assault on Gaza, the Israeli military has imposed strict inspections of food and other supplies through its land crossings, triggering what aid agencies are calling a humanitarian catastrophe.
The massive U.S. military-constructed dock is expected to be operational in a matter of days. Anchored just a few miles off the Gaza coastline, its arrival has been difficult thanks to major logistical, security, and even weather challenges.
Clearly, land routes will be optimal, but as you know, we continue to see challenges in terms of getting aid in via ground. We're going to continue to employ this method to work with the international community to get aid into the people of Gaza.
The pier would initially handle 90 trucks a day, but that number could rise to up to 150. The UN says at least 500 trucks daily are needed to meet the desperate need in Gaza, as Israel continues to widen what it's calling a limited operation in the southern city of Rafah, where over the past week, nearly 600,000 people, around a quarter of Gaza's entire population, have had to flee again. Many to here, Al-Mawasi, a squalid beachfront camp with little aid and no sanitation. But elsewhere across the devastated territory, the violence is only spreading. in the northern Jabalia refugee camp. An Israeli airstrike killed several Palestinians and wounded many more. It's in Jabalia where the Israeli military said 5 of its soldiers were also killed this week in one of the deadliest incidents of its kind since violence erupted in October. According to Israeli media reports, the troops were killed when they were mistakenly hit by Israeli tank fire after they went back into the area after having previously pulled out, saying Hamas fighters had regrouped there.
And major divisions in Israel's war.
Okay, I've seen Al-Qassam Brigade posts over the course of the past 2 days that actually show almost an identical number of casualties on the IDF side. So does that mean that like all of those also happened and then IDF also did friendly fire, or what's going on there? You know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you've seen it as well. Like the one where there's like 3 or 4 people standing and they get rocketed. And I don't know if this is a way to be like, no, we killed our own people. It's not Hamas, actually, in an effort to be like, we actually are doing a great job and Hamas is not operational. It could possibly be, or it could possibly be that, like, I mean, they definitely aren't talking about that kind of thing. So it could mean that happened on top of the friendly fire. Maybe the IDF is calling friendly fire just to say that Hamas can't do shit. I don't know. Maybe they're dying in the hands of Hamas and also killing themselves. Oh, all I know is that the reported death toll for IDF is pretty high for them, and it's not really being reported in the West much outside of like breaking points. Yeah, I have no idea what the IDF casualty numbers look like.
Cabinet have now spilled out into the open. The defense minister, Yoav Gallant, has accused the government of not having a clear plan for the day after the war in Gaza ends.
There were more operations by Al-Qassam. Al-Qassam said they had 17 confirmed kills and dozens more they labeled killed or injured. Literally just on video, there are more than the IDF casualty numbers. Yeah, I've seen those reports as well. That's why I was saying, like, I'm confused by it. You know, like, it is very difficult to get accurate information due to the fog of war, obviously, and due to the lack of interest from the Israeli side in like adequately reporting the casualty numbers on the IDF side, specifically because it would be a major burden. Like, I feel like and you are now seeing it for the first time ever, you're seeing Yoav Gallant and others talk about how we are losing this war, we are losing this war, we are losing this war, which is not even a war at all. It's literally ethnic cleansing. And they're still like, we can't even do the ethnic cleansing correctly. What the fuck's happening here? The public sentiment will shift dramatically. Okay? The public sentiment will shift dramatically in Israel as well, because nobody wants to. It'll be like seeing the coffins draped in American flags coming back from Afghanistan. A major blow to the supposed victory narrative that was being desperately cultivated by the government at the time, which very quickly was put an end to by the State Department. They were like, stop showing the fucking troops. Stop showing dead troops. It's like fucking it up. It's fucking up the bag. I suspect that the attitude is going to start shifting dramatically, both because of the ceasefire, the inability of a ceasefire negotiation, which is very annoying for the families of the hostages and their friends. And also, if they consider this to be like a failing operation overall, they're going to start feeling the pressure from the international community, seeing that the international community is losing faith in Israel because of its actions, and simultaneously feeling like this war is for nothing. Like we're killing people for nothing. 627 soldiers dead since October 7th, 279 since the ground operation. Every death Jewish Israeli gets reported on Israeli media to an extent. It just doesn't reach international media. Do you think it's only 279 since the ground operation, or do you think the number of, I suspect the number of wounded is probably much higher, right? Because like, I remember they were helicoptering in the wounded like over and over again. Obviously a single death for the IDF is far greater than 100 deaths for Palestinians. All Palestinians know is death and destruction. So when a Palestinian that is a part of the resistance group dies in the process of fighting back against the Israeli occupying force, that's seen as the norm. That's actually something that people are publicly cherishing and considering to be an overall good thing. But when an Israeli person dies, like, You're talking about a person that is probably like a fucking marketing guy. You know what I mean? A guy who loves Israeli techno, a guy who loves wearing capri pants, who has loved ones that are in most circumstances used to him just like going to the grocery store and shit. For the Palestinians, the situation is different. It's not to say that Israeli lives matter more. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that Israeli lives matter more to Israelis because they are used to living in a relatively comfortable life. They're used to living like normal lives that we know and take for granted in the West. Moron Shear writes, the magnitude of the disaster after a relatively quiet period is shocking. It emphasizes the fact that this war is not going anywhere, and that what we have not achieved, we probably will not achieve again. Just more knocks on the door, more helicopters landing on hospital roofs, more broken families will celebrate another Independence Day for the world. I told you this since day one. The comfort that the average Israeli has taken for granted also creates a shit ton of weakness. There have definitely been many wounded and likely more dead. Some suicides were reported too. Here's the full breakdown of the IDF website. They update this regularly. I don't care. I don't want to look at it on the IDF website. But I've been saying this. If you're in the Gaza Strip, all you know is death and destruction, trying to make the most of the situation, obviously, when there's no like sieges happening. But ultimately, you're under permanent Israeli control. Every decade or so, there's another siege that blows up entire city blocks, kills a couple thousand people. You're constantly under the threat and the oppressive thumb of the apartheid. If you're living on the other side of the border wall, however, your life is pretty fucking good. Pre-October 7, you're not thinking about the apartheid at all. You're not thinking about Palestinians, or when you do, you're like, yeah, they're fucking terrorists, and we're doing a great job dealing with them, right? It's like the same people in America, but that were like, as an American Jew, I'm terrified of walking down the street post-October 7, when they were talking about like the fucking day of jihad or whatever, you know? And then you'd watch, it would be like a sexy photo from an Uber, you know what I mean? And it's just like, I'm so scared of walking the streets as a Jew right now. You know what I mean? Like, oh, the day of jihad is upon us, like that sort of shit. It's like, there's no get ready with me's happening on the fucking Gaza front. You know what I mean? In the same way that like Israelis, even after October 7, were literally doing the get ready with me genocide edition. That spells that you are used to a level of comfort. You are used to living like a relatively normal life. So when your homies die, it's definitely a much more significant casualty. Around 278 soldiers killed and 1,712 wounded since the invasion of Gaza began, not including October 7th. Anyway, that's something important to consider because it will cause the Israeli population to lose appetite in continuing this death and destruction, especially when they start recognizing that despite their best interest, you know, doing ethnic cleansing in the northern part of the Gaza Strip, Hamas and Al-Qassam and all these other fucking brigades are not fully operational, but still absolutely fucking popping out of tunnels every now and then and blowing up another Merkava tank. It's like, what the fuck happened? I thought Gaza was wiped out. How the fuck are they still popping out of tunnels and blowing up Merkava tanks?
The U.S. administration is...
Oh, by the way, this fucking war criminal over here is giving interviews to CNBC when you should be worried about, I saw that tweet. I don't know if it's real or not, but the ICC is now looking for Hebrew interpreters. Interesting.
Is pushing to release $1 billion of weapons aid to Israel. Can you confirm that? And do you have a sense of when that will happen?
Well, I hope it happens soon. Look, I appreciate the help we receive from the United States from the beginning of the war. President Biden came here. He sent also...
Yeah, job postings are for December, like last year, December, right? Not this year, December.
These battle carrier groups, and we got weapons. Yes, we do have a disagreement on Gaza, on Rafah. But we have to do what we have to do. And, you know, sometimes you just have to do what is required to ensure your survival in your future. We cannot continue into the future by having Hamas retake Gaza. Not only would be a tremendous victory for Hamas, it would be a tremendous victory for the Iran terror axis, because Iran is trying to envelop us with a noose of death, of which Hamas is one component. And that victory is a victory against Iran. It's a victory.
Someone in the chat said, why does he talk like he's from Brooklyn? Brother, he's from Philadelphia. Okay. Oh, yeah. Here's what Gallant said, by the way. This is what I was referencing. Thank you, Elit News. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, famous for saying, we are fighting human animals and we will shut off their electricity. They are terror babies. Anyway, he said, following an assessment of the Gaza border near Rafah, says more troops will be deployed to the city in the southern Gaza Strip as the military presses on with an operation against Hamas there. This operation will continue with additional forces that will enter the area. Several tunnels in the area have been destroyed by our forces and more tunnels will be destroyed soon. Overnight, the IDF deployed the Commander Brigade to Rafah, joining the 162nd Division's Gavati and 401st Brigades, which have been there since earlier this month. The operation will intensify. Hamas is not an organization that can regenerate itself. Wait, no, this is not what I was talking about. There's another quote from Yoav Gallant, who literally said, like, we're losing the war right now. Hamas is not an organization that can regenerate itself now. It has no reserves. It has no ability to manufacture weapons. It has no supplies. It has no munitions. It has no ability to properly treat terrorists who are injured. And the meaning is that we are wearing it down, Gallant adds. The IDF expects the Israeli government to approve widening the offensive in Rafah, as it has done so far in stages. He said they weren't doing what Netanyahu said. They contradicted each other. Did I misunderstand what he was saying? Wrong link, but I don't know if you saw Wired's article about you in the 2024 election. Yes, I did. Oh, it was this. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant told Prime Minister Netanyahu that he must make tough decisions to establish non-Hamas rule in Gaza, even if it comes at a personal cost. The people of Israel look to us and expect us to make the right decisions. No, that's not what I'm thinking of either. Anyway, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant launches an unprecedented attack on Netanyahu for refusing to create an alternative government in Gaza. The lack of decision is a decision in and of itself. There's a trend that is creating a de facto Israeli civil and military government in Gaza. This is dangerous to us. Israel should not be the civil government in Gaza. Israel Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, we must dismantle Hamas's governing capabilities in Gaza. The key to the goal is military action and the establishment of a governing alternative. In the absence of such an alternative, only two negative options remain: Hamas's rule in Gaza or the Israeli military rule in Gaza. Yeah, okay, it's the same one. Yeah, no, he's saying we have to completely fucking kill all the Hamas militants, as though that will fix the problem, when the problem itself is, you're the problem. Are you sure it's not Ehud Olmert's article in Haaretz? He's talking about impending civil war in Israel, basically how they've already lost the war. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe it wasn't Yoav Gallant. Maybe it was Ehud Olmert. You could be right. Had to read and reread this report in Arabic and English, and I believe this is the first. Hezbollah claims to have conducted a drone strike, not a munition drop from a drone, nor a kamikaze drone attack, but an actual drone strike with missiles against the IDF in North Israel. The people sharing the most effective anti-Zionist propaganda are IDF soldiers. Israeli occupation soldiers shooting themselves, emptying their ammunition by indiscriminately shooting at a mosque in Gaza. Bro, this is literally all we see. Is always shooting at walls, man. The IDF was not incorrect when it said an explosive-laden drone crashed into northern Israel earlier, though neither was Hezbollah when it claimed that its drone launched missiles at a military position near Metula. Footage released by the terror group shows the attack, which left a soldier seriously wounded and another two lightly hurt. What the fuck? Yo. Wait, does this show TOS? No, it doesn't. Sorry, the music just takes me out of it. Okay, you fucking weeb. You goddamn weeb. You have to hear... Is that what it is? You have to hear fucking weeb-ass music in the production? Or Michael Bay-ass fucking music? The moment that you hear like a little bit of violin or whatever, like darbuka, I guess, like the Mediterranean MENA fucking drum beats, you're like, takes me out of it a little bit. Yeah, Hezbollah will hear your concerns and will upgrade their editing capabilities. Oh, it was Lapid accuses government of losing control, says Israel can't go on like this. Another centrist. My woke king. Yeah, you're Lapid. Bro, they're falling apart over there. There's a lot of fucking issues. They couldn't even do they couldn't even do their genocide right. They couldn't even see that to completion. Fucking major L, dude.
For the moderate Arab states who are not openly, but who understand that their future is involved also with our victory against Hamas. So we are doing what we have to do, and I hope we can see eye to eye with the United States. We're talking to them, but ultimately we do what we have to do to protect the life of our nation and to prevent such savageries from being repeated again and again and again.
Is the U.S. withholding the heavy bombs, the 500-pound, 2,000-pound bombs?
Yeah, so far it has. I think that's out in the public. I hope we can overcome that. But I said, look, I said on Holocaust Remembrance Day, which is just a few days ago, I said I appreciate the American help.
Wait, why did he take the bring our hostages home pin off? Bro, he's like, yeah, fuck the hostages. He's like, I'm not even trying to front, okay? He's like, yo, listen, this last round of ceasefire shit, they really fucked us over when Hamas was like, yeah, we agree to the terms that the CIA put forward. He's like, yeah, fuck the hostages, actually. We got to invade Rafah. I'm seeing blood. I want the fucking blood. I want the top of the hour ad break. I forgot to run it. I'm running it now. You're also going to see the top of the hour ad break. Sorry, it is a little bit like the nuclear option here, okay? Sometimes it comes in at 24 minutes. None of you guys even baited me at the top of the hour. It's messed up. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
But I can't allow Hamas to threaten us with this mass murder. And indeed, if they could, they would have done exactly what happened to us 80 years ago in the Holocaust. There we were completely defenseless, and they murdered 6 million of our people, a third of the Jewish people in the world. Hamas, if they could get away with it, they would do the same thing. The reason they can't get away with it is we push them back. But we're not going to leave them there. No one would. Would the United States leave an enemy right at its border?
What are you talking about, dude? The fuck? We literally gave Afghanistan back to the Taliban, dumbass. Like, what do you say? We do that all the time. We go, we blow shit up, we do a fucking genocide, lighter version of it, and then we literally end up going, all right, we did this for 20 years. It didn't actually give us the right, it didn't cause anything that we wanted to actually do. And then we fuck off. We did that in fucking Vietnam. We did that in Afghanistan. We do it all the time, man. He's right in the context of the natives. Yeah, I mean, that was a full-blown genocide. Mexican-American War 2 in a way, true.
Not thousands of miles away, but a few hundred yards away from its border, after it committed the equivalent of 29/11 massacres on one day, 50,000 Americans killed on one day, 10,000 held hostage by these criminals. I mean, it wouldn't happen. You know the United States wouldn't do it, and we wouldn't do it either. So we have to do what we have to do. And I paraphrase it. A nation's got to do what a nation's got to do. And today we can.
And you can do that without the U.S.
I prefer to do it with the U.S. and I'm doing everything in my power to minimize these disagreements or maybe even come on the same page. But ultimately, when our survival is at stake, we do what we have to do. Ben-Gurion declared the independence of Israel, the first prime minister, when there was an American arms embargo. Secretary of State Marshall opposed the Declaration of Independence of Israel, but we did it. In 1991, Prime Minister Menachem Begin went ahead and destroyed Osirak, that is Saddam Hussein's atomic bomb factory in Osirak. And President Reagan, a great friend of Israel, slapped an arms embargo on us. He withheld fighter jets for 3 months. But everybody today recognizes that Ben-Gurion did the right thing. Reagan, or rather Ben-Gurion, Menachem Begin did the right thing. And I think over time people will recognize that we're doing the right thing because we can't leave this terrorist army intact. It would be the equivalent of the Allies coming into Germany after Hitler did his atrocities. They'd destroy 80% of the German army, and then they'd stop and they'd say, well, we'll leave 20% in place and we won't go into Berlin. Does that make sense? Of course not. So the same thing is true of what we're trying to do, and I hope we can come to an agreement with the United States.
Fuck you, dude. Oh, let's hear what he has to say about the two-state
solution. Because there are questions about what happens after and what Israel wants to see, whether Israel wants to occupy Gaza, and who you really want to see operate in that power vacuum. What should it look like?
It'll be a power vacuum. First of all, it shouldn't be a power vacuum that Hamas is controlling, because that's not a power vacuum. Those who tell us stop the war now, leave Hamas in place, leave those 4 battalions in Rafah, are basically saying enable Hamas to regroup, recapture Gaza, and threaten you again. That's not going to happen. So I think what I'd like to see is a non-Hamas civilian administration there with an Israeli military responsibility, overall military responsibility. That's the only thing that would work. But there's one precondition. The day after Hamas is the day after Hamas, the day after Hamas is destroyed. You can't have it both ways. You can't leave Hamas there and talk about the day after, because you're not going to have a day after. You'll just have a repetition of these same horrors.
Can you talk about a two-state solution after you remove Hamas?
Look, the two-state solution that people talk about is basically would be the greatest reward.
Oh my God, he can't even lie, dude. Just fucking lie, dumbass. It's so awesome. Gallant definitely isn't saying they're losing the war. He's running law, but given recent resignations of the national security echelons and day after proposals that was floated, public discussion has finally resurfaced and it's a shit show. Golan is clear about opposition to occupation at the moment, while Bibi and the Natsat cabinet are talking about collapsing the PA. In response to Golan, Bibi released a statement today saying, we won't let Gaza go from Hamastan to Fatahstan, which is insane because like a PA-led government in Gaza is also a problem. Palestinians do not want that. Palestinians don't even want PA to fucking lead the West Bank. The Palestinian Authority, as I've talked about time and time again, which you will never hear from fucking Western media, is literally the least popular political entity that the Palestinians have. Okay? They are seen by the Palestinians, for understandable reasons, as an arm of the Israeli security apparatus, because that is precisely what they are. And they are almost as unpopular as Israel in the eyes of the Palestinians. Just pointing that out so you understand how ridiculous this assertion even is. And it's not even it's a non-starter for Benjamin Netanyahu, which once again tells you that it is completely, they have no fucking idea what the fuck they want to do because they're seeing blood. They want ethnic cleansing. I think Benjamin Netanyahu wants permanent annexation. I know Itamar Ben-Gvir wants permanent annexation. He has said that time and time again, permanent Israeli annexation, which would mean full-blown ethnic displacement of all Palestinians from the area. I know Mahmoud Abbas is 88, but to visibly fall asleep at an Arab League summit called explicitly focused on Palestine and the war in Gaza is not a good look at all. Yeah, I mean, not only is he fucking 88 years old, but he's also a giant piece of shit, and nobody gives a fuck about his opinion. Palestinians despise him. So, you know, it doesn't really matter. He sucks. He sucks shit. He is dog shit. What about Barghouti? He's in prison, so, and Israel will never release him. I mean, that'd be great if they did. You too, though? Me too what? Doors open. Do you think Mussolini was a Maoist? What? He opened. Great.
Reward for the terrorist that you can imagine. 80% of Palestinians in Gaza and in Judea Samaria, in the West Bank, support the savagery. Giving them a state would do two things. One, it would be a tremendous reward, a historic precedent of giving those people who committed the worst massacre against the Jewish people since the Holocaust on a single day, giving them a prize. And second, it would be a state that would be immediately taken over by Hamas and Iran, and it wouldn't advance the purposes of peace. It would just be a launching ground for a future war against Israel. I think that that's not in the works, and most Israelis by now, a huge number, would say, don't do that. You know, I would argue that if we defeat Hamas, we should strive for something that I've long believed we can do in the Middle East, and that is have the populations, the Palestinians have all the powers that they need to govern themselves, and none of the powers that could threaten Israel's survival. And that means that the military responsibility in the Palestinian areas adjacent to Israel would be left to Israel. Otherwise, Iran comes back in. You know, we left Lebanon, Iran came in with Hezbollah. We left Gaza, Iran came in with Hamas and Islamic Jihad. If we were to do that a third time, the same thing would happen. So that's not good for the Palestinians, it's not good for Israel, it's not good for peace, it's bad for the world. It's not good for America. I think this formula that I say, the Palestinians should have all the powers to govern themselves, but none of the powers to threaten us, that's the right thing. And that, by necessity, means that certain sovereign powers, the most important.
He's just describing a prison. Yes, that's what it is, because that's what he wants. He wants to do a permanent military occupation. That is his goal. He wants to West Bank Gaza once again, but this time with like way stricter military means, and engage in permanent annexation, which is completely insane. And the fact that more people aren't going, are you fucking out of your mind, kind of shows us where this conversation is at this point. It's like this is, what do you do after the ethnic cleansing is over? That's the question here. What do you do after your ethnic cleansing campaign is done? And he's like, oh, we'll just do permanent annexation and expand the apartheid. And it's not like he's even fucking considering, like at this point, he's not even fucking considering how bad it looks to the West. Like they're just completely ignoring that front. If I'm Lebanese and I hear this, by the way, I'm thinking, holy shit, thank God, thank Allah for the Iranian government and fucking Hezbollah every day. Straight up. Like, That's insane. He's just openly fucking being like, yeah, without Hezbollah, like we need to do a permanent annexation in Gaza. Also, when we're done with fucking Gaza, you know, southern Lebanon is looking pretty good too. You know, for our security interests, of course. Basically admitting that without Hezbollah and without the Iranian government, they would turn southern Lebanon into another Golan Heights or another West Bank. Using Hezbollah as a reason to expand into Lebanon? Excuse me. Hezbollah was created as a consequence of their expansion into southern Lebanon. The idea that, like, one predates the other is fucking insane. No, they pushed the Palestinians into southern Lebanon, refugees, and then we're like, oh, they're threatening us, so we have to kill you. We have to go in and siege southern Lebanon, which they did.
Important one being the responsibility for overall security is maintained with Israel. I think that's the realistic solution.
We've seen...
That's great stuff, man. Great stuff. Killing it. All right.
So let's start with Ukraine. We've got Putin and China putting on this show of...
This current proposal that was floated in the war cabinet is 12 months of civil administration as rule control civil services by Arab private corporations after the occupation period. The plan would pass civil control to non-Hamas, non-Fatah local leaders, Muhtars and shit. Oh, that's so funny. Similar to delusions Israel had for the West Bank in the 70s with the anti-PLO village councils. The plan is batshit insane and won't pass, but it's Bibi's first actual idea. It's great. Oh, I was going to do this. Is this the full coverage of the UCLA counter protest that got bloody? Because I want to show this.
Worst violence.
That's crazy that they're actually doing journalism, by the way. Shocking.
Of any of the ongoing college protests. UCLA, where counter protesters used sticks and boards against a pro-Palestine encampment. It was more than 3 hours of unrestrained violence the night of April 30th that led to injuries and bloody scenes as campus security and law enforcement allowed it to continue.
They were there spraying, they were there pulling barriers, and they were there to very clearly do some serious harm to the students who were on campus.
When you look at the counter-protesters, how many of them were UCLA students?
I would say basically none of them.
Who are the most aggressive offenders? A CNN investigation of hundreds of videos from multiple sources shows many of them are outsiders, not UCLA students. Among the people who showed up that night, far-right with no apparent connection to the Middle East war, others driven by Israel beliefs. Among them, this man. He strikes a pro-Palestine protester
fucking
with a long
Jabberwocky
white
ass
pole.
motherfucker, remember?
And is part of a mob that pummels the man as he falls to the ground.
Stop.
He's seen in multiple videos wearing this white mask, striking the barriers, throwing objects into the encampment. Without his mask, we see who he is. 18-year-old Idan On of Beverly Hills, a senior at a local high school.
Come inside to the kitchen. How do I get inside?
Bro doesn't even go there, bro. He's in high school, bro. Oh my God, bro. I feel like the counter protesters hit the demographics from each side. Like, the counter protesters were literally either under the age of 18 and not going to college, or greatly over the age of 30 and not going to college. It was literally fucking boomer ass parents and their stupid ass children.
I spoke with his mother.
Hi there. Are you Sharon? Hi. How are you? Hi. Let me introduce us.
She did not want to be on camera, but quickly identified her son from this picture at UCLA that night. She described in detail how her son found the mask and pole on the ground and said he was defending himself in this fight. On her Facebook page, Idan On's mother posted and circled a screen grab of her son from a local TV station. She wrote in Hebrew, Idan went to bully the Palestinian students in the tents at UCLA. Idan's mother and father proudly support Israel and defended their son's actions.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Bro, this is January 6th. Hey, yo, bro, this is fucking identical to Derek Evans is in the Capitol. I repeat, Derek Evans is in the Capitol. They're so fucking entitled. They're so fucking entitled that they literally are proudly being like, yeah, no, my son is there to bully the Palestinian students in the tents at UCLA and played the song that they played to the Nukba terrorists in prison, which, by the way, what she means by that is just West Bank Palestinian civilians that they fucking captured and were torturing.
And went to bully the Palestinian students in the tents at UCLA. Idan's mother and father proudly support Israel and defended their son's actions at UCLA, saying he is heading to Israel to join the IDF. After our interview, she texted to say Idan denies being at UCLA. Older men were also at the front of the violence. Tom Bibian recorded pulling bike racks, plywood, kicking protesters, throwing cones at the students in the encampment, water bottles at protesters, and yelling expletives. We went to ask Bibian why he'd gone to the campus that night.
Hi, you're Mr. Bibian.
Yeah, can you turn that off? You don't have permission to record me.
Bibian was wearing the same jacket he had on.
I literally don't understand how you're 18 years old, you live in fucking Beverly Hills to like relatively wealthy parents, and you're like, I can't wait to go die in the desert. Okay? I just don't understand it. Like, I genuinely don't get it. Like, there is nothing that would make me go, you know what, dude? Right before I begin my life, I have decided I'm going to go and fucking die in the desert, okay? Because this other country is doing an ethnic cleansing campaign, and I love that. You gotta be the most mentally ill motherfucker on the planet to do some shit like that.
On in the video from UCLA. He's a Los Angeles resident, age 42, seen at a 2022 pro-Trump protest outside the Los Angeles FBI office. He did not want to explain why he's on video doing this.
You're being a little rude, and I'm going to call the police if you don't leave.
Sure. Okay. We identified not just Tom Bibian, but other older men who have no apparent affiliation with UCLA.
I mean, you've seen them at how many other events?
Lots of different events, school board meetings, city council meetings.
Angie Gavant is a Los Angeles area public school mom who's been tracking.
Hey guys, I want to mention one more time that I motherfucking called it. Obviously, my haters will never fucking show this side of the conversation. But remember when I told you a lot of these dudes are fucking the very same dudes that attend all of these like freak ass fucking protests, like right wing freak ass protests? Charlatans, all of them. They're the ones who are like going to the fucking Glendale Parent Teachers Association meeting. Why are you adding Asmongold?
Right-wing protesters in her area. The group who she'd seen protesting gay rights in public schools were drawn to UCLA that night.
The revolution ain't happening tonight. Man down, man down.
Though they were clearly at UCLA that night, there's no evidence these men participated in the violence.
Here comes the Jew song, man. Cover your ears.
The man who is live streaming, Narek Polyan, appears to be a persistent agitator who posts anti-Jewish tropes on his social media accounts.
Is that Andrew Schultz?
But who posts anti-Jewish.
Remember when we also said this guy is like a famous Nazi who was on the pro-Israeli side, and everyone was like, sure, you mean to tell me that there was a famous Nazi on the pro-Israeli side? Once again, showing you that this has nothing to do with Judaism at all and everything to do with fascism. I wonder why. I thought that was Andrew Schultz.
Tropes on his social media accounts. But at UCLA, he stood with the pro-Israel crowd.
Hi, I'm Kyung Law from CNN.
Polyan claimed to us that he has a child at UCLA, though a student didn't accompany him that night, and that he had good intentions.
I was definitely keeping the peace, okay, at least trying to.
You weren't there to make it worse?
No, of course I wasn't there to make it worse.
I hate to say it, but I was expecting us to start working on an obituary the next day, because I thought something that serious would happen to the students in the encampment.
Do you feel like they won?
Based on the way they were
That's not even far-fetched, by the way. Like, she's not even being like a pussy about it at all. They were literally like, you will probably never understand what that feels like. You know what I mean? We watched it from afar, and it looked like the cops are not there to fucking defend them at all. They're just waiting out this lynch mob, and they threw fireworks into the fucking encampment, among many other things. Heads are bleeding. People are getting fucking beat the shit out of with like wood, pieces of wood. I mean, it's not an exaggeration at all.
cheering when the police arrived Tuesday night. I think they might feel that they won.
King Law joins me now. It's still stunning to me that the police, I mean, there seemed to be some police around, but clearly didn't seem like police really moved in very quickly at all.
Yeah, fuck you, Andrew.
To stop this.
I mean,
you can clearly find these people. What's law enforcement?
Not Andrew Anderson. Fuck. Andrew Cooper. Bitch ass.
It didn't seem like police really moved in very quickly at all to stop this. You can clearly find these people. What's law enforcement saying they're going to do, or if anything?
Yeah, you know, that's a very good question. And we actually asked them. We went to the key law enforcement agencies. We started with UCLA Police Department. We reached out to them via email, their office line, text messages, cell phones. And despite our numerous attempts and very specific questions, we did not get any response, a clear response about their response that night or any follow-up investigation. We also reached out to the CHP and LAPD. They referred back to the UCLA Police Department. And back to your question, Anderson, I mean, we did identify not just the folks that you saw in the story, but additional people. You'll see them in that story that we'll post tomorrow morning on CNN.com.
All right,
Anderson.
Well, thanks very much. Still ahead.
Huh. That's wild. That's actually great reporting, by the way. Like, phenomenal reporting. Respect. Respect to King Law. Straight up. This is really, really fucking good. I just retweeted it if you guys want to see it. Anyway, speaking of police in action against fascists, Omdim Beyachad posted the psychopathic settlers that were fucking up the aid convoy and how the Israeli police refused to arrest them. Yeah. Cops are the same everywhere, man. Exclusive footage reveals Israeli military storing weapons and ammunition inside the halls of the Turkish hospital in Netzarim, South Gaza City. Hamas weapons are being stored inside of terror hospitals. It is wild. Like, they're a bunch of fucking annoying little teenagers. They have to tag everything, too. It's straight settler behavior, putting the Star of David all around the areas that you fucked up. I want you to understand that. Remember what I told you? A Star of David outside of someone's house in the Western world means something entirely different than it does in Israel. This is what I mean. When you get a Star of David put on the side of your house in the West Bank, that means a pogrom is happening. That means that they're going to come and fuck your house up. Same principle in the Gaza Strip as well. To the people who would stand these attacks, how can that mean anything but the swastika? Explain that to me. If you're Palestinian and you grew up in the West Bank, or if you're Palestinian and grew up in Gaza, and you see that fucking Star of David, how can you think that that is anything but a burning cross or anything but the swastika? Straight up. Why would you see it as anything else? Functionally, it is no different. I know that people in the Western world, especially who are sensitive to this sort of thing, will get very mad at me for saying this truth. But it is still absolutely, this is going to get clipped, GG's. Dude, what are you talking about? Clip to what? I'm saying it. Clip it and ship it. I've said this before. It's ridiculous. What Israel is doing, masquerading as the defenders of Judaism to do such unimaginable cruelty and death and destruction, is so gross. This is what we mean when we say Israel and Zionism is creating anti-Semitism in the world. Anti-Semitism already exists as an ancient form of bigotry. Very old school stuff. And now Zionists are saying, fuck it, YOLO mode. It's so bad. Terrifying. Anyway. Here's the last thing I want to show you. We talked about this already. Idam Pape was detained Monday at Detroit airport, questioned by federal agents, had his phone copied. Am I a Hamas supporter? Do I regard the Israeli actions in Gaza a genocide? What is the solution to the conflict? Seriously, this is what they asked. Yeah. They had a long phone conversation with someone, the Israelis, ? And after copying everything on my phone, they allowed me to enter. We're doing some Germany shit, dude. Idam Pape is a famous Israeli Jewish historian, as you guys know. One of his books I routinely promote is 10 Myths, which I highly recommend. And now, as a Jewish Israeli man, for daring to speak out against the Israeli apartheid, Israeli genocide, for being an anti-Zionist, he is getting he's getting harassed by American law enforcement It's great. It's same shit in Germany as we saw. Basically, it's not about Judaism. It never was about Judaism. It's just about fascism. If you are Jewish and stand against the state of Israel and say correctly that their actions are unconscionable, you are an enemy, because you are an enemy of fascism. And we are a fascist state. The ethnic cleansing of Palestine is also really good. Dude, it's a book, man. He's not saying it's a good thing that it happened. He's giving you a book name. He's giving you a book recognition, or a recommendation, not recognition. Not even just a Jewish person in Israel too. Yeah, exactly. A famous Jewish Israeli scholar, mind you. How do you avoid yourself from personally holding anti-Semitic feelings with being exposed to all this day after day? I feel like myself slowly becoming radicalized because I know that it has nothing to do with Judaism. What the fuck do you mean? Like, it has nothing to do with Judaism. I don't know if you know this, but like, literally some of my closest anti-Zionist friends, some of the most rabid anti-Zionists out there, are all Jews. I live in America. I'm a socialist political commentator. There's a reason why Hitler was saying this is Judeo-Bolshevism, okay? Historically, Jews have been on my side. This is a relatively new phenomena. And even then, it's not monolithic anyway. I'm literally currently talking about Ilan Pappé. Anyway, let's watch this UCI professor who said some awesome shit.
We cannot have a genocidal foreign policy in a democracy. These young people are going to be the ones that have to pay the price for these horrible decisions. These police officers out here today, that's thousands of student scholarships. Thousands of students could have been able to go to school and have books and have housing. But instead, our chancellor, who is a very cruel man, decided to send thousands of dollars worth of state funding paid for by the taxpayers into the trash. Are you concerned about this jeopardizing your job? What job do I have if the students don't have a future?
I was just standing here and I was eating a lollipop and they decided to arrest me for being in the presence of what's going on campus, which is really a shame.
We cannot have a genocidal foreign policy.
She's awesome. Did you see Ilan Pappé was detained coming into America this week? Bro, I just covered that. What is happening? Chatters literally see exactly what I'm covering and go, dude, I don't know if you know this, but at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. It's like, yeah, I know, man. I know. And if you no longer want to see those ads, guess what? All you need to do is subscribe, okay? For $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can also get gifted a sub. If you are lucky, here's a 3-minute ad break now. Now let's look at, I don't know if Sean is still in here, but apparently there's some drama. Apparently, Sean the Black is now the newest victim of the group of individuals that is very upset at anti-white racism.
Just goes out and just says the N-word, which is not a surprise because he said the N-word on stream with his own face. Can somebody just like, it would just be so easy to just, it will save, like, solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point.
Right. He's memeing and bleeping himself, and everyone says everyone got very mad at him and said that he's actually saying someone needs to kill Destiny for saying the N-word, which is very cool. It is really interesting that ever since the LSF ban on Destiny attacking me directly, LSF has just been popping off with every single person I know. Just so many new faces on LSF since that started happening. I wonder what that's about.
It'd just be so easy. Someone just went out of their way and it would be so easy. This is what happens when you don't.
Like, the thing is, if he wants to say that, right? If he wants to say that, and people are like, well, we lip read what he was saying. And it's like, why wouldn't he just say that? I mean, he'd eat the ban or say something along the lines of that without getting hit with a ban. Like, he's doing the fucking bleep as a meme. It's like when I say I'm thinking it, but I'm not saying it. You know what I mean? It's in the exact same fucking energy. It's a bit. It's additionally ironic because, like, the Divorcelli was literally begging for anyone and everyone within the orbit of Ludwig or even myself. He was hoping that we all OD'd, in his words, like Slime's dad. That's what he said. Or that we would do a Jonestown style situation, but not tragic. And it's really funny. Here's another
Tell him
clip.
God, he's so cringe. He's like such a cringe loser. I would pay we'd raise $1 million to send this dude to go fight in Yemen, and then all of us would volunteer for the Navy. Holy shit, he's such a cringe.
You should tell. Damn, dude, these guys are. Only one person can be edgy, okay? Only one person can make jokes. I know that this will be endlessly litigated again and again and again and again, just like the term cracker was endlessly litigated in the halls of Reddit, specifically on LSF, the Asmongold subreddit, and the XQC subreddit. Which, by the way, I don't know about Asmongold's take, but pretty certain that XQC said something along the lines of like he doesn't mind when the N-word is said with a soft A or something. Like he doesn't think that it's that big of a deal. It is pretty funny that all of this started because Slime dared to say something along the lines of Divorcelli uses Wikipedia. What is this? XQC's take on N-word usage.
You are too edgy now and have a brain and care about words and hurting another race. It's too far. Well, that's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. Like, I don't think there's a massive consensus on this, is there? I don't even fucking know. Sometimes I see fucking people on the videos, Asians, Hispanic, Middle Eastern, they say the word and nobody literally blinks an eye. I don't even understand like where the rules, where the lines. I don't know. I don't make the rules. I don't know them either. Okay, and I'm not.
Remember, a white creator using the word cracker, he has a strong stance on. A white person saying the N-word, he's like, I don't know. Who are the rules? Why won't you say it then? If you don't know the rules, why won't you say it, Felix? Just say it, Felix. What's happening here? I think he knows the rules, by the way. Stop saying slurs and stop making apologies for your fucking creators. We used to do a lot of things in the past. We don't live there anymore. No one is being soft. You are being dumb, holy. Crazy, y'all call me schizo and then write up some cringe shit like this and like it. Who the fuck cares about my soft A usage as a white dude? He compared saying it to using drugs. He said you can be fine with people using drugs, but it doesn't mean he will take those drugs. But why doesn't he have that same take for cracker? Bonarelli with a more direct suggestion of violence against you? What is this? And I might be mistaken, but I did not hear Asmongold subreddit up in arms over it. I did not hear Asmongold.
I've never wanted to see somebody get hurt so badly in my life. I'll say this 1,000,000 times, but maybe people don't understand, or maybe Hassan, I truly can't tell if he doesn't understand or if he's just so blinded by like the clout and the hate. Okay. I don't think I've ever in my life, even when I was the most edgy, you can go dig back. There are clips of me talking about slurs like 12, 13, 14 years ago. I don't think I have ever defended calling somebody a slur. I don't understand how that is so fucking hard to understand. There's a huge difference between saying a slur, saying nigga, versus like calling somebody the N-word. And it's like, it's one of those things where it's such like, it's an obvious, like, does anybody have to even, like, that's so painfully obvious that to pretend it's like, wow, people were mad at Frogan because she called Ludwig a racial slur, but then here's Destiny just saying the word, like, wow, how hypocritical. No.
There's no way he's like this fucking brain broken, right? Like he must understand. There's no way he doesn't understand it. Like, yes, the N-word and its severity, given the historical context and all of the historical violence associated with it and the contemporary inequalities associated with it, is worse in every sense of the word when a white person says it than a white person or even a non-white person using the word cracker against the white person. Yes. I don't understand why people think that this is confusing. I legitimately don't get it. I think he's smart enough. I know he's like a college dropout or whatever, but I'm pretty sure he's smart enough to recognize that reality. I don't think he's blind to it. I think he's just like claiming, he's acting like he's blind to it, specifically so that his audience, who will channel every single thing that he says and repeat it unconditionally, they will think that that is the correct way to go about it. N-word discourse in a nutshell. People say this word is as bad as the N-word, but when pushed to say the N-word, they won't. Well, he does say it. The Olympic level gymnastics they've been doing to defend slur usage, but condemn the C word is awesome. I got like 20 messages calling me slurs. Yeah, I don't think that they understand that like this looks really fucking weird and bad, because it is really fucking weird and bad. Like, I thought the N-word discourse is like from 2016. Do you think American culture is going to openly start saying the N-word again? No, I don't think so. I don't believe that this will be, I don't believe that this is going to be a new trend that he's like championing. Liberals hate civility. I mean, liberals hate uncivil behavior far too much to allow such a thing like that to happen. But I think his community disagrees with him pretty frequently. Yeah, dude, I think that's cope. I'm not going to lie to you. I think that's actually cope, because this cycle happens every single time. Over the course of the past 5 years, I've always seen it. People disagree with them. The loudest people get fucking culled. Okay. And maybe they get unbanned later, but the loudest people get fucking culled and they fuck off. And the ones who remain are the most loyal. This happens all the fucking time. Some of them still return because they like that edgy shit and learn their lesson and don't disagree with them publicly ever again, which is ironic because he says that like I do this as well. Didn't you say that a year ago that Gamergate topics would resurface? Yeah, but even I didn't think that we would go back to like actual N-word discourse, like saying that, like running around and saying the N-word is okay. Like that's ridiculous. As a matter of fact, the cracker discourse is the other side of this, right? People getting upset at people saying cracker is directly a consequence of the fact that like a lot of white guys want to say the N-word and they get yelled at for saying the N-word, which is why then they turn around and go, okay, well then you can't say cracker. We literally moved away from cracker and racial slurs across the board are bad, which is already problematic for this reason, because this is the other side of that argument, and immediately the real argument comes into the fray. But I didn't think that we would actually openly get to the advocacy for saying the N-word in public part. And it is kind of crazy, like the influence that this very resentful person who does not have any like decipherable or discernible politics beyond just pure spite and anger at the world, anger at everyone he perceives as wronging him, and his lack of interest in ever admitting that he's wrong, and constantly cornering himself in like worse and worse arguments as a consequence of this, has caused a lot of people to also take very idiotic positions. Like XQC personally likes Destiny, and I think that, and he probably looks up to Destiny, and I assume that is the reason why he's taking this unimaginably idiotic position where he has a very strong stance against cracker being said by even a white person. Okay, because remember, he was upset at me and said it's racist. It is racist to say cracker. It is anti-white racist to say cracker. I'm a white guy, doesn't matter. But now when a white guy says the N-word, as long as it's not being directed at a black person, it's okay. As long as it's a soft day, it's okay. That's ridiculous. Trying to pussyfoot around that issue by being like, I don't know what the rules are, is also ridiculous. You have a hard stance on the C word, cracker, but you don't have such a hard stance on the N word. It's crazy. Bro, you had this conversation with PVC so many times, he still doesn't get it. No, the other side of this conversation is relatively new. The other side of this conversation is relatively new. I don't think I've ever heard XQC take a position beyond like all racial slurs are bad. Now he's like, it seems, moving into the other side. And listen, I'll be charitable. I mean, I hope he clarifies his stance. But currently, the way he's hanging this makes it seem like he is, makes it seem like he's on board with that. It makes it seem as though he is on board with white people saying the N-word with a soft A, as long as it's not directed at a black person, You got to finish the Sean clip to hear his take on Mr. Broccoli. Oh, I fucking missed it. There was more to the clip. What else did he say? As a black chatter, one of the things that bothers me the most about all this is how much black people are kept out of this conversation despite it being a word created to harm us. I mean, I know how this goes. You can join in on the fold. You can join in on the fray. You can play a role in this conversation. Sean is black. He chose to make a meme about it. And even then, it doesn't really matter because, once again, I'll show you this much. XQC's take on the N-word usage, 100 upvotes. Okay? 100 upvotes. Sean the Black says someone needs to kill Destiny for saying the N-word. 3,900 upvotes. I wonder how that works every time. It's very interesting. What? Doesn't Cometown and Chopper Bros use the N-word a lot? No.
Just happens when you don't kill every single slave owner after slaves went out of their way, and it would be so easy. This is what happens when you don't kill every single slave owner after slavery. They have children, and their children have children's, and their children have children's, and then their children have accidents that should have ended up on a sock, and it becomes destiny.
Was on a fan of Cometown, and why'd they bring that up? I'm curious. I went on the Adam Friedland show, which is not Cometown. Yeah, his take about slave owners is a take that I have also repeated many times over, which is like, in the Reconstruction era, in the aftermath of the Civil War, a big part of the problems within the management of the South was the genuine interest by slave owners to maintain the racial hierarchy. That's how they created the Klan, and that's how they started very quickly doing unimaginable, untold amounts of violence to black people. The reason for that was because the federal government, instead of literally fucking wiping out all the slave owners, or at least punishing them, you know, instead of doing what you would do in other circumstances for treason, because Abraham Lincoln famously had no fucking issue executing an untold, what is this? JSTLK, he skipped because he already watched the opening, you dumbass. Oh yeah, I already watched the beginning part, the bleep part, but we can watch it again if you want. Yeah, he's doing a fucking bit. But regardless, wait, is that the Destiny Orbiter account that clips shit all the time? Yeah, that's so funny. Anyway, what does his username stand for? I've always wondered what it stands for. JSTLK. What does that stand for? What does he say it stands for? Because I heard he was like a Nick Fuentes orbiter as well. I don't know. It's just open to interpretation. JSTLK. Yeah, there's a clip of on Twitter of him saying the hard R. Anyway, the thing I was saying is, like I mentioned, in the Reconstruction period, there was desperate attempts to maintain the racial pecking order, the racial hierarchy. This is how the Klan was created. And a big part of the problem in Reconstruction was specifically the federal government's lack of interest in actually addressing the violence that white gangs like the Klan were engaging in against black people, newly freed slaves. And that is a very big part of the reason why there's still a lot of racism in the South. Straight up. There's a clip of you saying the N-word, you're dead. Yeah, okay, bro. That's what I think.
And then their children have accidents.
Well, who did Lincoln execute? I didn't know about that. Oh, the what was it? Like, it was like 40 Native Americans that he executed for treason.
That should have ended up on a sock, and it becomes destiny. That's what you get. That's what you get. You don't murder every single slave owner, every single Ku Klux Klan member, and they have children. And
he knows he's wrong. He's filling up online space with this information to take you down with him. He wants to make you look weird to normies who don't understand the nuance by drowning out your voice. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you think a Klan-like organization will arise in Israel, and did one arise in post-apartheid South Africa? I don't know about post-apartheid South Africa, but yes, the Klan-style operations do exist. They are, yeah, it's in the West Bank. We have many different versions of this. You have Kahanists, followers of Mayor Kahan. You have numerous different groups. The echo chamber that Tiny fans live in is incredible. He's a white guy screaming the N-word, laughing at children dying in apartment buildings, etc. Yeah. Is just completely ignoring his behavior effective? There are other creators who don't like that you refuse to mention or talk about it. I don't know why Diaz drugged this shit out of you. It's dominating stream. No, I think that because for the past 5 fucking years, I've never really talked about him. Every single time I cover it for even 20 minutes when he's not even attacking me directly, but attacking like Sean the Black or whatever, you guys immediately go, oh my God, why are you doing this? And you start crying. I get it. You know, I don't understand how you cannot comprehend that. I mean, this dude literally fucking did this for 5-6 years at this point and never seemingly stopped, you know? Hassan, you lying bitch. Okay. For Asmongold is a call for genocide. I disagree. I don't think it's a call for genocide at all. I think that prosecuting slave owners and those who played a formative role in the Confederacy for treason and doing what you normally do in that circumstance, which would most likely be issuing the death penalty or some other kind of severe violation, as they did for John Brown, famous abolitionist, famous radical abolitionist John Brown. Okay. That would have been the adequate thing to do. It would have actually probably fulfilled the role of Reconstruction. Anyway, your fans are being doxxed, though, is also an insane thing. Like, are you saying it's my fault that Destiny's psychopathic fan base have started doxing my fans? Is that what you implied? Are you fucking insane? Here's the clip where he says the hard R.
Need to go.
I don't want to fucking look at this. Was that guy like a part of my fan base, or what the fuck that was? Like, what? Your fans are being doxxed, though? No one is saying that? I know, but you brought that up in a way where I was, in a way where you were saying, like, you should stop addressing a content creator saying the N-word and defending it, and getting other content creators to also address it in a similar fashion in the space that I'm in, because as a consequence of that content creators community starts doxing my fans. Like, the way that you brought that up make it seem like you're saying that I did that. Like, I want you guys to show proof. You're right. We should further push the dox on random anonymous fan accounts. That's a great idea. Thanks, man. You all have no proof. See, the irony about doxing is that you can't really mention it, because the only thing that you do when you mention it is you further spread it around. I don't know if you know this or not. I'm sure you think that this is like a convenient way to hide the truth or whatever, but unfortunately it is the reality. I mean, you should know that better than anybody else, considering the community that you come from, don't you think? He's laughing. He's laughing a lot. It's weird how whenever you mention anything to do with black people, some of your chatters tell on themselves by asking you to move on to something that might be important to us black chatters. No, I mean, I don't think that's the major reason. I don't know how you're talking to this guy, by the way. I have no idea. Is he in the fucking chat? Like, anyway. Oh, he's watching my stream? Oh, he's restreaming me? Oh, nice, dude. Now we know where all the fucking weirdos are coming in from in the chat. That's why I'm getting fucking brigaded. Are you afraid of JSTLK? I don't know who the fuck this account is, brother. Like, I think that there's a sense of importance that a lot of people create in their own little hug boxes. I don't know who you are. I don't know anything about you. Why the fuck would I be afraid of an absolute fucking loser who's over here trying to restream me as an orbiter for Destiny, and from what I understand, Nick Fuentes as well? You have to be unimaginably weak. Is Black Irish the guy who served in the Israeli Foreign Legion? No, this is a different sock account. I don't think it's the same guy. They make a lot of sock accounts all the time. Anyway, we're going to talk about some shit that will really frustrate a lot of these guys. Assassin's Creed Shadows official world premiere trailer dropped. And I think it's pretty good.
All I have ever known in my life. Our land. Our customs.
I really hope that they don't fucking do the UB bulk, dude. I really, really, really hope. Because this shit looks fucking dope. Obviously, I'm... this is Assassin's Creed weeb shit, This is perfect. And I think it's going to get hit with the UB bulk, so we'll see. It's just going to... I hope it's not, like, as bloated as Valhalla was.
My family burns in the name of unification.
You are still a frog in a well who knows nothing of the sea. The ocean's filled with new ships, but they all come from the same river. Greed. Power. Vengeance.
What's UB bulk? Bad code? No, when it's like a fucking entirely bloated game where they like Ubisoft bulk or UB bloat, as I understand it, as I call it, is literally when the gameplay could be fucking awesome. Like everything is designed for it to be perfect. And then they just try to 10x it for no fucking reason. So then you end up doing 700 fetch quests, like literally, and it gets incredibly repetitive, unimaginably repetitive and dull. I made the term up, by the way. It's not a thing that people say, I don't think. And it's just like probably one of the worst parts about these kinds of streamlined RPGs. I would say RPGs nowadays, and maybe forever, are made or broken on what their fucking side quests look like. That's why I love Yakuza. Yakuza is so fucking good that its side quests are, in most instances, better than the main quests. The side quests have nothing to do with the main quest. Nothing whatsoever, right? You don't even get any additional benefits from half the side quests, but you do it anyway. The reason why you do it is because they're fun. It's fun as shit. Witcher is another incredible game that had phenomenal side quests. A lot of the Bethesda games have side quests that are better than the overall main quest. Faction quests specifically in Bethesda games basically fucking carry the game. Cyberpunk had phenomenal side quests as well. So I personally hope that this will do that and not fall into the same big bloated game that they made that's simply trying to give you the most bang for your buck for like $75. So they just make a lot of repeats. It's like, it's reskinned insert X game. So climb a tower and get 90 map icons. Yeah. Also, yes, UB bloat also includes UI bloat, monetization bloat, and menu bloat, etc. Where it's just like, it makes you go crazy. It makes you lose your fucking mind when you're looking at it. But that's my only concern. That's my only concern about it. I don't have any additional concerns. However, from what I understand, a lot of people are concerned about this game. You might ask yourself why. If you couldn't figure out why, it is because the main character is potentially going to be the historical figure Yasuke, the Black Samurai. That's right. And that, of course, is completely unacceptable. Fucking pronouns! There's a woman and also a Black Samurai. How do I reply to people who complain about Black Samurais and saying that even Japanese people don't like it? Wait, what? I don't give a shit if Japanese people like it or not. What the fuck do you mean? There is an unimaginable number of samurai games that Japanese people make. The fuck? And I love them and I play them all the time. The fuck do you mean? What are we? First of all, we don't even know if that's the case. Okay, we don't even know if like Japanese people have universally decided Ubisoft's new game sucks because there's a black person, and I doubt that. I doubt that they would say that. Japanese people think black people are cool, just like everyone else that's outside of America and even most Americans. Yeah. Yasuke has been featured in a lot of fiction, so I thought he would be well known, but he's actually quite unknown. During the Sengoku period, he was sent to Japan as a slave. His black skin was unusual, and he was taken in by Nobunaga. He was given a name and became a samurai and was a candidate for Castle Lord. He was on Nobunaga's side during the Honnoji incident. He was overlooked by the Akechi Mitsuhide. His whereabouts are unknown after that. It's such a romantic story. No wonder he's the main character. Yeah, this is a very famous character in Japanese history. And there are video games that have featured him before. There's anime that has featured him before. I think he was, see, Yasuke's in both of the Neo games, and no Japanese person ever complained about that. These are white people. These are white people that are complaining about it. The descendants of one of Oda's samurais are also mad at the weebs. The Yasuke was a retainer, so he wasn't a samurai. Argument makes me roll my eyes so much. I'm descended from Fujikake Nagakatsu, who was a retainer of Oda Nobunaga, aka absolutely a samurai. Why are people like this? It's pretty funny also that like Yasuke was just a showpiece for Oda. He couldn't be seen hanging out with a commoner, so he gave him the title of samurai. He didn't hold a keep or a fief or anything like that, so it was just an empty title. I know, but it doesn't matter because he's still very much a historical figure, and it is hilarious that people like are upset about it, especially because the franchise that we're talking about is literally fictional. And on top of that, it's a franchise where you fucking snap back and forth between the future and the past over like a lineage of assassins or whatever. It's ultimately not real. Even if there was not a single black samurai out there and they made a black samurai, who gives a fuck, right? But it is additionally funny that there was one and people are still mad. Yeah. Time and time again, these so-called anti-SJWs display the most stereotypically SJW tendencies. Yeah. It's funny because they're like, I'm really mad. I'm really mad. I'm really mad that they didn't do this. I'm really mad that there's a black character. It's like, dude, shut up.
So we got our first look at the new Assassin's Creed game, and I gotta say, man, I'm not impressed. I'm actually just really annoyed right now. We have two main protagonists, one female, one male, just like Odyssey. We're gonna be using Neo. I hope I said that right. A female Japanese character. And for the male character, they're gonna be using Yasuke. Now, I'm annoyed because they're using Yasuke, and I'm gonna tell you why. Yasuke is what they want to say is the first black Japanese samurai, when in all actuality, he was not even a samurai. He was a retainer, so he wasn't even a full-blown samurai. And for all of the characters they could have used for Japan, all these kind of different people they could have picked from, they picked Yasuke. Why do they pick Yasuke? Because he's black.
Dude, I feel like being a gamer, pejorative, actually 100% overshadows, like, especially in this day and age, I guess, like, you know, race relations might not be as bad as we previously thought it was. Because, like, when you're a gamer, you just, like, automatically become like an entirely different group that must be protected. You know what I mean? So everyone's a Japanese historian now, or what? I mean, to be fair, this is one aspect where a lot of nerds won't fuck around Japanese history. Nerds are completely fucking unbearable when it comes to Japan. They still getting it wrong? No, I know, which is why it's so stupid. Nobody buying this shit. We already got like 50 open world samurai games. ZZZ boring.
So in context, that doesn't matter to me, because in all the Assassin's Creed games, every single character has been of some kind of different race and nationality, so that doesn't matter to me. That's fine. But you have to understand what day and age we're in. You have to understand the kind of social shit that they want to try to get across in these video games now. So instead of using a Japanese man in a game based in Japan, like they did with the other Assassin's Creed games, Altair, he was an Arab, obviously.
Bro, okay. Bro said Arab. Altair, he was an Arab. God damn, son. What the fuck? I told a coworker I was hyped for this game, and he said, you would be because I'm black. Not sure how I feel about that, but still hyped. Yeah, you would be. Maybe he meant like you enjoy recycled IP. I don't know. That's weird.
One of my favorites, Connor, in Assassin's Creed 3, he was Native American. That was fine. And
that was fine. Oh, thank God. Wait, hold on. I didn't even finish the fucking trailer.
And you? Will you continue down that river? Or choose another path beyond what we see?
And we must look for it together. We must learn to trust, rebuild,
and follow the blade.
I said, who do you serve?
I'm not interested in this game because when I was in high school, I got beaten up by a bunch of black samurai who called me the C word. Oh no, dude. Come on. Okay. Hell yeah. Oh, that's great. That's perfect. No notes, man. You got me. Okay. This game is just perpetuating anti-white racism. A lot of people are complaining that the characters are myth regardless of the facts, yet they can't comprehend that regardless if he's real or not. The fact that Yasuke was given a mythology status already gives credibility to make a video game out of it. Lots of video games and media are based on myths. Yeah, also, there's a lot of media based on Yasuke in general. Oh.
We are the shadows
that serve the light.
The Netflix show wasn't that good. I'm sorry. The Netflix anime wasn't that good on Yasuke.
And the most famous of them all, Ezio Auditore, who is Italian. So why in all those games would you have a character representative of the region they're from? But in this game, you want to demote a Japanese man and then use Yasuke. I understand why. We know why.
Wait, what do you demote a Japanese man, bro? Come on. There's also, dude, there's also a shit ton of fucking Japanese dudes ripping through Japan. Like, I can't believe these guys who complain about Assassin's Creed constantly juggling the same IP over and over again are now mad that they're doing something a little different than, like, literally the same game that you can play. Bro's like, why isn't this Ghost of Tsushima? I want this to be Ghost of Tsushima. Why are you not making Ghost of Tsushima? It's so weird, man. Anyway, the current state of gamers. Futuristic artifact with superpower in 1476 Italy. Black man in Japan, a black guy is the main character in feudal Japan. Lamau, remember when Assassin's Creed game cared about historical accuracy? Exactly. I'm gonna tweet this out, dude. I'm gonna fucking tweet this out. Stealing your meme that you stole from someone else. Content thief. Isn't that meme cultural appropriation? Wait, what? Why would that be cultural appropriation? I feel like I want this game to be good because I think that the lore is fun. I am, however, worried that it'll have the same Ubisoft problems.
But they're not going to tell you why, because if you call it out, you're...
But it's ironic because they're not even getting mad at that shit. they're so invested in, they are so goddamn invested in the fact that there's a black character that they're not even like pointing the finger at obvious stuff that normally is annoying.
You're some kind of ist or phobe or whatever. And since I'm black and I'm calling it out, that means that I must hate my skin or something. You know how they do. I just see this and my immediate thought is they did this for brownie points. I can't think of any other reason why you would have.
Dude, internalized white supremacy is so fucking powerful. You got black dudes in the gaming space literally being like, yeah, they put this black guy as the main character because like just because he's black, and I hate that. That's crazy, man. Get well, okay? Get well, brother. Hopefully you get well one day.
Have a Assassin's Creed game based in Japan, which we've been clamoring for since the beginning of Assassin's Creed, and then have the main protagonist that is a male be black. I see that and I'm like, there's no other reason than I want claps for it. There's no other reason. And I'm an Assassin's Creed fan. I've played every game. I love every game. And one of my favorite characters is actually Cassandra from Odyssey. So nobody can sit here and say, I don't like women or I don't like diverse people or whatever, when one of my favorite characters is diverse.
Bro, chirping about, Yasuke being a DEI hire for a fucking fictional video game where like there's epigenetic memories that cause you to fucking go and like, go sequentially through a lineage and become an assassin is insane, okay? It's pick-me behavior. It's 100% internalized white supremacy. I don't give a shit if people clip that, okay? That's ridiculous. Like, you're saying that this is a DEI move by Ubisoft. That's crazy, you know? What the fuck are you talking about? It's literally, it's fiction, man. It's fucking fiction. Calm down. Yeah, Oda Nobunaga was doing DEI.
Hell, Connor Kenway and Hatham Kenway, those are some of my favorite characters from Assassin's Creed. So before the idiots want to start, that's not the reason. The reason is I see straight through this bullshit, and I know exactly why they picked this character. It's
like, if you like the franchise, which is crazy, by the way, because the franchise does have some hard to play games on it, then why don't you just wait for the game to come out? And if it sucks, it sucks. Like, there's a very high likelihood that if you have played all of the Assassin's Creed IP, you're probably going to love this shit. Okay? Like, considering that there's plenty of IP that is hard, I suspect you will enjoy this quite a bit. So it leads me to believe that this level of chirping before the game even comes out makes me feel as though you're just chirping for this one reason. And it is especially funny considering that there have been 1 million Japanese guy samurai games. Like, the fact that they are taking a different angle when there is Sekiro and Ghost of Tsushima right there should, help you enjoy this more. Yasuke was a retainer. He wasn't a samurai. Sai retainers were a kind of samurai. Feudal Japanese history is very specific hyperfixation of mine. So let me explain the lore here. When someone says that someone is a retainer, they actually mean someone is a kashin, or a member of a clan's kashindan. You can think of a clan's kashindan as basically a standing army, the soldiers it keeps on retainer to fight wars at a moment's notice. Ashigaru were, in contrast, peasant conscripts. They were levied at an individual clan's need, and every able-bodied adult man with a clan's territory was expected to be capable of answering the call to arms, similar to the way it works in feudal Europe. If you were in a clan's kashindan, you were considered a samurai. Samurai during the Sengoku period basically just meant anyone who was a full-time soldier. The idea of a samurai as being a rigid military caste that you had to be born into is an invention of the Edo period. Now, to clarify, samurai clans were indeed aristocratic noble families that you had to be born into. Being a member of a clan's kashindan did not mean you were a part of the clan, but you did not need to be a part of the clan to be a samurai. Next thing, these guys are going to get mad that like a white anjin became Hatamoto. You know what I mean? Bro, why is a white man coming into the Japans and becoming Hatamoto and fucking my wife? Okay? How is that possible? How is that allowed? I hate this. What are you, fucking, what's his name? Was it Bunta or whatever? Buntaro? Is that what his name was? Yeah. My man's chirping like he's fucking Buntaro-sama. Mariko-sama double backshot in one episode. That was the best episode. The concept of samurai actually predates the concept. Yeah, here's the other thing. Tom Cruise, Last Samurai. Incredible movie. I don't give a shit, okay? People will be like, oh, it's a white savior flick. It's a white savior flick. Don't care, okay? That shit was gas. You understand me? It still lives in my mind when he goes into the fucking village and they like are gonna assassinate him and then stops right there within an inch of his neck hair. That shit is, it's gas. It was mid, fuck you. It was not mid. Young Hassan watched that shit and thought that could be me one day. Okay? You called that guy 100% correct based off his YouTube. He's farming angry gamers. Yeah. AC Revelation said in Turkey you play as Ezio, Italian. AC Black Flag said in the Caribbean you play as a Welsh guy. AC Rogue said in the American colonies you play as an Irish dude. I'm with you, but it's a big rip of Shogun, but it was a great movie and I loved it as a kid. Yeah, no, it was great. The concept of samurai actually predates the concept of samurai clans. The first samurai clans that emerged during the Heian period were just full-time soldiers became nobles. Samurai then became a form of nobility, but a form of nobility you did not need to be born into. Yasuke served as Oda Nobunaga's kosho, which is a personal servant / bodyguard, the busho, or the samurai equivalent of a general or lord. Kosho, critically, were considered samurai. Yasuke was a samurai. So are we going to claim that Oda Nobunaga invented woke DEI now, or what? Yes. They are literally saying that. This guy, BA in Asian Studies, focused on Japanese history, says retainers were still samurai. Yasuke was favored by Nobunaga and was by his side until the Honnoji incident, where he ran to Nobunaga's son's residence and dueled the Akechi. It's real, cope harder. That's sick. My favorite part is that this discourse was a few months ago when this leaked, but we didn't know it was Yasuke yet. People complain saying it's not going to be Yasuke. He's the only black samurai. But now that it is Yasuke, they're complaining that it's DEI. Yes. Of course, Trey Watson, they, them, theirs pronouns, who has a BA in Asian Studies with a focus on Japanese history, follows me because weebs attract one another. Otaku follow one another everywhere. Like Satunda users. Exactly. Anyway, speaking of the Japans, I binged Tokyo Vice last week. That shit was so good. The second season was eh. It got better towards the end, though. The devs explain why they picked.
With our dual protagonists, we have two fantasy, the samurai and the shinobi. We want the player to experience both, and we cannot squeeze both fantasy into one character because samurai and shinobi came from a different social class. They have different lives, so we cannot really mix them together.
The historical character of Yasuke.
Yeah, but Yasuke's black. Meh. Isn't there just a bunch of edgy high schoolers or psycho boomers nowadays? Yes, it's literally psycho boomers who want to relive their glory days of being edgy high schoolers for the most part, if you want to be accurate. And all of them end up seeing the top of the hour ad break regardless. Okay? The dislike ratio for the reveal trailer. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. We need to cull the gamers, dude. We need to fucking lobotomize gamers. Oh my Lord. By the way, this is sarcasm, okay? I'm not being real. I'm not saying this for real. I know a lot of tensions are high right now against gamers. You've disrespected gamers. I myself, I'm a fucking gamer. Not that you give a shit, okay? Holy fuck, dude. There's something we got to figure out what the hell's going on. We got to build a wall around gamers and figure out what the hell is going on, okay? Jesus, Lord mercy. Prove it. Start gaming right now. The only thing I'll start doing is serve you the top of the hour ad break right now and then tell you if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Like, with Ubisoft, there are plenty of things you can shit on, okay? It's ironic that they're upset at the one thing, in my opinion, that's cool and makes this game unique. It's very odd, but I guess not so odd at all when you consider how gamers operate.
Yasuke presented a really exciting opportunity for the narrative team.
We
approached it in the same way that so much of the work is done in Assassin's Creed, which is really in terms of research and history first. Not a lot is known about him, but what we do know is that he arrived in Japan in 1579, right when our game starts, and that he had relationships with some of the most interesting people in our setting, like Oda Nobunaga, the Portuguese, and Jesuits, which made it very sort of tantalizing and enticing from a narrative perspective to come in and start weaving these facts with story in between.
The more we read about the character, the more he was inspiring for us. He's a foreigner discovering Japan, and we thought it's the perfect fit because he's discovering Japan and you are discovering Japan also.
And on the flip side, we have Naue, who comes from the province of Iga, which is a remote mountainous area, fiercely independent, known as the birthplace of shinobi. So they're very contrasting perspectives that really expose a lot of different sides and facets of the era.
When Oda came, he completely destroyed Iga. You have Yasuke and Oda that coming to destroy the shinobi. So it can kind of create this this interesting tension between two characters.
We were able to connect her to the province of Iga and the legendary Igan shinobi historical figure, Fujibayashi Nagato, who's her father in the game. So we understand why she has the skills that she has and the values that she learns from her father in the people of Iga, which are valor, benevolence, and wisdom. And as a young person still at the start of the game, we get to see now we acquire even more of that wisdom as the story unfolds.
And if you ask anybody, it's super clear that samurai will be combat heavy and a shinobi will be stealth heavy. It creates this distinction right away. Yasuke can fight with all his advantage, his stature, like he's a big guy, he can break door, he can fight multiple enemies, he can break armor. Compared to Naoe, like her character and their outfit, it's really about being stealth, being unseen. She's the only one with the hidden blade, so they have clear advantage that put them into the stealth and the combat, even if they can do a bit of both.
They're a really great pair together because on one side we have Naoe, who's very intense and passionate and determined.
Every fucking game coming out lately has to have a fucking discourse around it. It's so tiring. Motherfuckers are so brain broken. We can't even consume and enjoy things anymore. I know. It's really, really, really annoying. Which is funny because, like, gamers used to say that about, like, woke people getting mad. Gamers used to say that about woke people. They were like, oh, man, woke people fucking ruin everything. Like, oh, God, they want to ruin games. They want to ruin games. And without a fucking shred of irony, they're doing that. They're the most severe champions of ruining gaming. They literally fucking care more about, like, all video games not having, like, sexy white men or some shit be the main character than anything else.
Woman who is very set on her goals. She's kind of got her heart on her sleeve and she'll say what she feels in the heat of the moment. And this intensity that she brings as a shinobi, but that she also brings to her relationship. And this balances very well with Yasuke, who is sort of a thoughtful, level head to Naoe's fiery passion. We really thought about somebody like Yasuke, historically, who was able to come to Japan and have the life that he did there.
Isn't the argument here more than there isn't a Japanese man main character? Wait, what? More that there isn't a Japanese man main character? I mean, who gives a fuck? Do you think this is the first time that, like, Asians are being used as a mechanism for white resentment against black people? Are you new to the United States of America? I don't think Japanese people give a shit either. There's a fucking gorillion games where the main character is Japanese. There's also a Japanese woman as a main character as well, but I guess that's the reason why people are frustrated by that.
There to enter service for Oda Nobunaga and achieve all of the things that he did. Like, what kind of person would go through all of this? So our Yasuke is very intelligent, thoughtful, and respectful of this culture that he encounters, and that makes him a very nice sort of counterpart to Naoe. He's a bit mysterious as well, and that's something we get to see unfold as the game progresses.
Did you play the Samurai Like a Dragon game? Yes, and although it was a little repetitive, especially towards the end, I still very much enjoyed it. Yeah, but as far as wait, what? Gamers are upset at menstrual leave. We're proud to say 39% of eligible Reds have taken menstrual leave at least once. They're mad about this? Who gives a shit? Bro, what the fuck? I don't want to even cover this. I don't care. If you're mad about menstrual leave, I don't know what to tell you. Like, why do you fucking care? You're mad that, like, which one is it, guys? Do you like it when they're crunched? Do you like it when fucking workers, developers are doing crunch? Or do you hate it now? Like, what is it? Which one is it? Like, people getting mad that, like, there's even more free time for workers is insane to me. Oh, I can't believe they made the warrior class who operated at the behest of Japanese rulers political. I know. Isn't it just masqueraded racism and sexism? I thought those people are really interested in precise historical games. Yeah, of course not. Not gonna lie, my cock bled every month. I want some time off too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, good stuff. Glad that this discourse is happening. FX can do the funniest thing right now and announce Yasuke for the show. Yeah, that'd be funny. Yeah, that's right. In other news, Shogun has been renewed for seasons 2 and 3, which I don't know. I'll be honest. I think Shogun's last 2 episodes were a bit of a dud. I do think that the last 2 episodes in this first season, like, kind of fell flat in my opinion. Everything fell apart after Mariko-sama. But I'm serious. I do think that like the ending wasn't great. The ending was not great, and I think we're coping if we act like the ending was good, just because the rest of it was so solid. It peaked with Mariko. There is no content to adapt in season 2. Is going to be all Hollywood writing, so I'm yikesing. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck they're going to do that, because I'm pretty sure the first season was created to be a miniseries, and also the original source material ends with the first season. However, I will say this. I'm excited for Blue Eye Samurai, which was fire. Also very woke. There's more than one book. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the source material that they're drawing from moves on to other shit. Yeah, Blue Eye Samurai is fucking awesome. Hashimoto banged my wife. Hatamoto. FX said for like 5 weeks straight it was going to be a limited series, and then Bob Iger made a phone call sad. What is this?
Thank you for shopping at Valley Forge Automotive. Has anyone helped you out yet?
Whoa, you're a big guy.
Like in a good way?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Quick, too?
Not too quick.
No?
It's gonna be a good day. I'm gonna have about 5 or 6 brewskis.
5 or 6?
7 or 8. Good call.
You'll black out.
I'm probably gonna black out at work today.
Shane?
2 or 3 brewskis.
Fine, 2 or 3.
Deal. 6.
You guys make it impossible for me to manage this place. You showed up late for work almost every single day. Copy that. You pooped in the customer's bathroom, and you used up all your vacation days, and I still looked the other way the day after that Insane Clown Posse concert.
I couldn't get the fucking makeup off.
Okay.
These numbers are dog shit, pal. When's the last time you sold
Hey, Stavy baby, what the fuck?
Anything.
Are we closing? Is our shop shutting down?
There's a time to start caring. It's now, my man. You want to watch me peel out?
Yeah, absolutely.
We are in a bit of a pickle.
You want me to fix it? I can help you.
That feels like a trap.
I'm gonna take care of this.
Why'd you just do that with your eyebrows?
Do what? Look, I'm gonna be straight with you. We're the dumbest fucking guys on earth. Maybe I shouldn't have fucked around so much in high school. Maybe I should chill on the drinking. Maybe the whole party's over. But fuck that. We can sit in here and sulk in the dark, or we can crawl our asses out into the sun and sell some fucking tires.
That's really nice.
What are you gonna do, suck his dick?
All right.
Put a heads up, though, guy. It's gonna take 45 fucking minutes.
Fuck off.
Let me tell you, I've never been to let go of the magic hanging by 600 skin.
You look good.
Dude, you're like way older than us. You're like old enough to be our dad.
It's pretty hot when you put it like that, isn't it?
No.
Valley Forge Auto, this is Will. How can I help you?
Uh-oh.
Stop.
This chat trying to judge this on whether it's funny or not. I mean, we'll see. I'm excited for Stavy baby. I'm excited for Stavy baby going Hollywood. Look at this guy. Did you watch Civil War? No. Bro, I didn't watch Civil War. Everyone said it was ass. Why do you want me to watch it when everyone says it's ass? Did you see Stavy's Baltimore Ravens official video? No.
Nice work. Somehow, you always come through. But now, I've got a very important message that I need you to deliver.
Oh my God, Coach. I have been waiting for this moment my whole life.
Now that you've secured the schedule, there's no time to waste. Go straight to the airport. Grab that flight. Here's the company card. Don't let me down.
Straight to the airport. No messing around. Coach is depending on me. Nice. Okay, everybody. Free stuffed animals for everybody who thinks we're gonna beat the Bengals. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Beat the Bengals! Yeah! Excuse me. Yes.
Which one of these fish is the most delicious?
You're not gonna be able to eat any of the fish.
I need to eat one of these fish, my friend.
That's not a thing.
I can afford it. Yo, everybody thinks the Ravens will win the Super Bowl. Gets a free lunch on me. Yeah! Don't think we're gonna beat the Eagles 100-0 or 200-0? 200.
Yeah.
My man. Yeah.
Me personally, I ain't never been more west than Frostburg, Maryland. But you know what? I might go this year. Then we're gonna beat the Raiders. Ain't that right, boys? Yeah. Beat the Raiders.
Oh man, this is fun, but I gotta get out of here.
Don't you want to have a beer?
Bring beer if the Ravens go 17-0. Yeah.
Beer for you, brothers.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna whoop the Cowboys, man. Hey, Coach. Yeah, I'm on a tarmac. The flights keep getting delayed, but I'm almost there. I need a ride.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to California Sunglasses.
Where is he, man? Where's he at? Where is he? He ain't even here.
He's too busy doing this shit. That's why he can't come on the stream anymore, dude. He's fucking gone Hollywood. He's gone Hollywood, baby.
Hey,
Coach Harbaugh, great to see you.
Good to see you. I've been looking all over for you, Coach.
Welcome to LA.
Thank you. I got a very important message from Super Bowl winner John Harbaugh.
No. My dad told me to never take anything with nickel.
Okay, fine. But listen, he said you better have 53 place settings at the dinner table when the Ravens come to play.
Duly noted. Tell him I said hello.
And he also said he's mom's favorite.
Duly noted.
You're going down, Harbaugh.
The Baltimore accent is the only one you can't do. I would also rather hang out with the Ravens than get woke scolded by chat. No. Eric Andre made a video on his stance on Palestine.
Yo, I'm setting the record straight. No one's talking for me. Stop weaponizing anti-Semitism. As a self-loving Jew, let me just say, permanent ceasefire, end the siege on Gaza. Let Gaza live. Impeach Netanyahu. Fuck Ray.
There were people in my Discord saying like that fucking he was like Zionist or some shit. I was genuinely surprised, and then this video came out.
Fuck Lockheed Martin. Jewish and Palestinian safety's intertwined. Not in my fucking name. Send them home. You do not need to cut off people's water supply in the name of Jewish safety. You do not need to bomb universities, bomb hospitals, bomb ambulances in the name.
Because he signed the original Hollywood shit. What did he sign? I don't even know what the fuck he signed. Bro, he's doing like Margaret Thatcher memes and shit. I would have been shocked. Someone said the condemnation of Jonathan Glazer. No, I don't think Eric Andre signed the letter condemning Jonathan Glazer. That would be pretty funny. Like, he would be probably the most high profile person who signed it then. It would absolutely be mainstream news if he did that. That's hilarious to assume that he did.
In the name of Jewish safety. You do not need to bomb children in the name of Jewish safety. Free Gucci Man, free Boosie, free Gaza. You can donate here. You can donate at unrwa.org. You can donate at Gaza Mutual Aid on Instagram. And you can donate at campusbailfunds.com. Peace and love. Love you guys.
Wait, what? He did a 180? Self-loving Jew, Eric Andre clarifies stance on Israel Gaza. Wait, what? What do you mean 180? Eric Andre was a loud and proud Zionist before October who loved to gush about how wonderful Israel was. He was a loud and proud Zionist after October and signed the goofy-ass pro-Israel letter. He's only switched his position from social pressure. Keep that pressure up. Wait, what? After Andre signed the president's thank you letter, he had to cancel his 40th birthday party in March. After the New Orleans cover band LSD Clown System he booked as entertainment quit the event in protest, Andre never responded publicly to the band's post announcing they dropped out of the gig and requested that Andre publicly redact his name from the letter, publicly call for an end to the occupation, and donate proceeds to Gaza. A few months later, Andre's done all three, and he says he's setting the record straight. No one's talking for me. In the video, as he directs his followers to several ways that they can donate to Palestinian refugees. I don't know why people look at this kind of stuff and immediately go like, yeah, public pressure is the reason why he fucking changed his mind. Maybe he saw personally like a bunch of fucking death and destruction being done in his name and thought that it was disgusting and gross. Like, it's okay, guys. Like, what kind of too charitable, Hassan? Yeah, of course I'm going to be fucking charitable. What are you talking about? Like, it's insane that people just like, it's insane that people can't, people have to maintain this like weird purity spiral. I'm sorry, guys, but look, I've been advocating for Palestinians for more than a decade publicly, okay? And as someone who's been doing that for more than a decade publicly, I need you to understand something. It doesn't matter. There are plenty of people who like learned about the shit post October 7, okay? As long as you're not learning about the shit post October 7 and then trying to arrive at a position that makes Israel look good and deny the reality that is happening, you know, it's great. Like, what's the opinion here? Like, oh yeah, we can't have fucking, we have enough people who are pro-Palestine now. We just don't want others. Is that what it is? He's been liking posts on Democracy Now! Socials and Eye on Palestine for a while now. He's definitely seen some horrible stuff happening in Gaza. I think a lot of Jewish people had been avoiding interrogating their feelings towards Israel for decades, and after 10/7, they finally did the reading and watched documentaries, and they were obviously horrified. I think that plays a part in it too. I'm not spiraling. I've consumed their content for years. Bro knows what Zionism is and dropped it once it got fashionable. Dropped it once it got fashionable. Bro, there are so many more people in the real world that still very much maintain the position that like anyone that is even remotely critical of Israel is anti-Semitic. It is not fucking fashionable to drop Zionism in any circle outside of TikTok and maybe this fucking community, which apparently still will be incredibly cynical when someone comes out and makes a statement like this. I don't understand what you guys are saying. I think you are a little lost in the sauce overall if you personally think that being pro-Palestinian is being openly pro-Palestinian is not going to like cause you reputational damage potentially. That's crazy. Yeah, acting like Ilan Pape didn't almost get sent to Gitmo like 12 hours ago in fucking Denver, dude. Okay, like we're having this conversation where apparently fucking Border Patrol was like, I don't know. I don't know if you're sufficiently pro-Israel. It says here you're an Israeli Jew. I question that. And the guy doing that on the other side is some like white American dude. You know what I mean? White American Christian dude who's like, It says here that you lived in Israel for almost all of your life until you moved. Where's he a professor at now? He's like, oh, it wasn't Denver. Sorry, Detroit. People still have sponsors getting dropped. He lives in England now, right? Yeah. People who can't be happy there's one less Zionist now. There's one more person on your side. I know. At Exeter University, yes. Yeah. Elon actually only started to be pro-Palestine because he was put on the block list. Yeah, I have it on good authority. Ilan Pape saw the TikTok block list and was like, shit, got to come out with a statement real quick. Fuck it. Rashid Khalidi, same thing. Avi Shlaim, Gideon Levy. These guys are all, they're seeing the fucking Ross Segal. They all saw Gabor Mate. They were all like, damn, I don't want to get fucking blocklisted on TikTok. Norm Finkelstein. Ilhan Omar. That's funny. No, not Steven Seagal. Ross Segal. He is also a Jewish Israeli Holocaust historian who wrote the fucking article on Jewish Currents magazine. Shouts out the Jewish Currents magazine, by the way. Yeah, he wrote the article like early October about how Israel's actions in Gaza can be correctly identified as genocidal. And then Melissa Barrera famously posted an excerpt from that article, and then she got fired from Scream. And the unimaginable cruelty from Hollywood, once again, to add insult to the injury, they literally stated that it was anti-Semitic of her. I heard someone put you on the block list. Yeah, I heard that too. Steven Seagal sees genocide every day in the streets. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Steven Seagal blocked you? I don't know where you're coming from. What is this? This is a Sean video
Here's
that
the thing, chat. They hate me because I'm beautiful. They hate me because they hate me. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Pokemon's on it too now, apparently. Wait, what? Pokemon's on the block list? The fuck? Pokemon, 1, is Muslim. 2, has spoken out since early October. The fuck? How do I get myself rid of Islamophobia? This is what I meant about the block list shit. There must be a reason why. Check. Yeah, I know what the reason is. The reason is people don't fucking know what people's positions are. And then, you know, they're very excited at like doing a little bit of a struggle session. Yeah, Pokey also, I think, donated to our fundraiser as well. Hassan, she's not Muslim. I don't believe you. When was this law? Wait, what? She's Muslim? Okay, that's a joke, right? Yes. She's been Muslim since birth. Chatter. She's Moroccan. She's a Moroccan Canadian Muslim. What the fuck? Her name is not Pokimane. It's actually Iman. Chatter just being careful after J. Miles claimed he was white and victim to anti-white racism. Moroccan doesn't mean Muslim. Yeah, but she is. Also, again, Iman, you know, pretty. No way your name is not Hassan Abi. It's Hassan. Morocco was like 99% Muslim. I mean, I don't know. This chat is not beating the allegations. Yeah, this is a very white chat. Xi Jinping has successfully carved out his fan base in America in Muscatine, Iowa.
Never traveled beyond the United States. When he was asked in January, would you like to go to China?
I was lucky I had my passport to go.
The invitation wasn't for a date in the distant future. Los and 24 other students from his high school had less than 10 days to commit to the trip and prepare to fly.
It was very spontaneous.
Spontaneous, but by no means an accident.
Oh, no.
In 1985, Sarah Landy hosted a group from China in Muscatine for several days on an agricultural research tour of the U.S. One of the participants was Xi Jinping, now president of the People's Republic of China. Landy helped organize his stay in Muscatine.
Good things happen when you're a good friend to people, I guess.
In 2012, she returned to Muscatine, visiting his old friends from Iowa in Landy's living room. Then, last November, Landy attended a dinner on the sidelines of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit in San Francisco.
That's so sick.
In his remarks at the event, she expressed his...
Muscatine, sister city de Romola? Wait, really? No fucking way. Dude, all of my Iowa slander, I gotta dial back a lot. We've covered this. When I first found out about Xi Jinping's soft spot for Iowa, I could not believe it. But goddamn, this shit's awesome.
Desire to welcome thousands of American students to China, prompting Landy to follow up with a letter to her old friend.
And I got a reply to that letter and said, you know, I hope Muscatine can be part of this. So that probably was the incentive for this invite.
I feel so proud. President Xi recently attended a ribbon-cutting event at my dad's medical school in Guangzhou to introduce a new mobile clinic service for rural areas in the province.
Xi's offer of an all-expenses-paid trip to China came with few strings attached. The Muscatine students and staff spent 8 days visiting with local Chinese students, touring the Great Wall of China and other landmarks and cities, and participated in a conference for students.
Bro, this shit is fire. We should do more of this stuff, honestly. Combat xenophobia.
Learning the Mandarin language. Los says it was hard to find any sign of U.S.-China tensions.
You felt very special over there.
Actually, I'm very, very proud of them. Seems like they grow super fast in few days.
Heidi Kuo, originally from Taiwan, teaches Mandarin at Muscatine High School and accompanied the students to China. Of the many lessons they learned, she hopes one stands out.
The world is super big, not only us here. That is...
Oh, interesting. If you ask Redditors, though, Taiwanese people automatically hate fucking mainland China, right? Across the board. Interesting. Perhaps your opinion is a little bit shrouded by people that are super visible online and in many instances, not even fucking Taiwanese. Like, even if you personally want, I mean, as far as my experience goes, I will say this much, as I have reiterated time and time again, I probably have more of a familial relationship with people from Taiwan than 98% of the fucking white Redditors that yell at me. But Taiwanese people still ultimately, many Taiwanese people still ultimately, one, have decent relations, work in mainland China, and also simultaneously, you know, still see themselves as Chinese. Even, dare I say, consider Chinese development to be an overall good thing. Like, that they're proud.
Mind-blowing.
Ann Edkin grew up in Muscatine, a city of about 23,000 on the banks of the Mississippi River. She now teaches at Muscatine High School and was one of 4 staff who made the trip to China. The connection between her community and China's leader is a baffling but welcome relationship.
The fact that he came here, that's cool. But to have that ongoing relationship, and it's not just a blip, but it's a continuing relationship that makes it so unique and special.
As more students prepare for more trips to China, Landy's next goal is to encourage her old friend to return to Muscatine, which she thinks is perfect for a future summit with U.S. President Joe Biden.
Muscatine would welcome it.
A potential venue could be the Muscatine home where she stayed in 1985.
The Sino-U.S. Friendship House? That's
Now
fire.
preserved
They
as a
kept
museum,
it intact.
Mostly visited by Chinese tourists. Kane Fairbaugh, VOA News, Muscatine, Iowa.
Being politically opposed to certain developments, not liking China and Chinese prosperity. The election doesn't say anything against that. These exchange programs are super important in both directions. Meeting people is good. Yeah, except a lot of people literally think that, like, when someone says they're Taiwanese, that they just, like, have the same level of fucking brain rot, the unimaginable brain rot and xenophobia, which, of course, given that Taiwanese people are also Chinese, they will be victim to, and they understand that better than anybody else. They also recognize the many accomplishments, as far as I've seen, the many accomplishments that China is made in terms of development over the course of the past 3 decades, and they find understandable pride in that, especially considering that, you know, many Taiwanese people also work in China, in mainland China as well. But for many Redditors, many white Redditors and white defenders of American State Department interests, they ironically escalate xenophobia, which ends up harming Taiwanese people as well as people from mainland China. What is outrage today? Our government is clearly showered with TikTok. They would view Taiwanese people even as Chinese. No, it's just like, I mean, this doesn't mean that there aren't like super openly anti-China, anti-communist party people in Taiwan. Of course there are. This isn't even about like unification initiatives or people's opinion on that at all. This is more so about like the overarching attitude not being as black and white as the way that many America defenders think it is, especially when considering the reality that like the way that people from Taiwan are viewed in the eyes of the American population. They're still very much Chinese. Fuck it. If you're Singaporean, you're Chinese. If you're Japanese, you're Chinese. They don't give a shit. You know what I mean? What kind of Chinese are you is the overarching sentiment. This is something that you know, many Muslims also understand as well, especially when they live in the Western world. I'm arrived, so don't yell at me if you cover this. David Pegman just released a video about what you said about the debate. What debate? What debate? Biden Trump? Oh, my tweet. Oh no, did he not like that? You need to do 15 hours today? Okay, chill out. Disco Elysium time. I will play Disco Elysium. I just don't think that people are that interested in it, but I will continue it and build communism as I promised. But as I've mentioned already, if people are not interested in it, I'm just going to stop playing it, considering that it's a wonderful game that I very much enjoyed. Game of Thrones Telltale? No, my next one is going to be Batman Telltale. I heard really good things about that.
Scab? What did he just call you? Oh no, this again. You just got away from that fucking kid.
Mesh Gear, thank you for the 10. Clank Zed, thank you for the 10.
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses.
We're gonna do the Measurehead part again because, hold on, I'm gonna blast off and say that a return to Disco Elysium. Hold on. Elysium returns, Measurehead Ron. Do we have a Disco Elysium meme to put on here or no? Here it is. Okay, we're blasting off. I used the Measurehead one again. The final boss of racism. Lock in. Kind of worm, contend with your. You don't seem to like them much.
Gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to Scab. Or I guess scared maybe. But scared of what? Of who? Personally, I'd rather beg than Scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something.
Have you tried talking to them?
We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time.
I'm not a scab. I'm a cop.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the strife?
Come to Martinez investigating a murder.
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder.
You're right. It's almost impossible. I'm 91% sure I'll never get it solved.
Probably not. I wouldn't even know where to start with that. Much better here at the harbor, for an honest union man like me.
I'm a bit short on money right now. Can you give me some of it?
Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin Naren slips by your outstretched fingers and falls to the ground.
I caught it last time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to throw it like that. It's a thing we harbor folk do, passing around cargo and such. Was not meant as provocation or ridicule.
The Boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
I almost had a heart attack.
I'm really sorry, friend. Fritz nearby. Get some Nosafed. Good stuff. Helps against heart attacks, too.
I need to know what's behind these gates. I'm exploring.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits.
Does this mean you can let me through the gate?
I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
That's simple. I just walk in?
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in.
Past Measurehead?
Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini Supremus is there. Walk right past him.
Right.
Then press the button to unlock the door.
Aha.
Then go past him again.
Okay.
And you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
For some reason, it doesn't seem like it's going to be that easy.
Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best Measurehead in a physical confrontation, or you could convert to a Semini Supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible.
Has anyone ever bested him in a physical confrontation?
Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong.
Nothing a couple of solid hooks from Dexter and Sinister won't fix.
Has any of the scabs tried converting to his worldview?
Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition.
Got it. Another thing.
Sure.
What's the strike about anyway?
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
Brother, there's 200,000 people watching Kai. What are you doing? Why aren't you watching Kai? Like, that's insane. Motherfucker came in here to be like, bro, why are you guys watching this guy? Go watch Kai, which is what you should be doing instead of watching me. Quick recap at the beginning of the game. You're a detective who has amnesia as a consequence of you're a detective who has amnesia as a consequence of alcohol poisoning. You are trying to investigate a murder mystery while also simultaneously investigate your own personal background without like giving the game away too much. The game is basically a literary, like a visual novel, a playable visual novel, and you know, there's a litany of socialist memes in it made by socialists, and we've so far only found our clipboard, but I also don't know where my gun is, nor where my badge is.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return.
And this right here is the Senelese monster.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Don't say anything. Size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Am Sandwich. You are not in danger, because you are not a threat to me. What is this androgynous display of sexual maturity?
You hear your heart pumping fast and irregular. Your joints ache and you feel old, but still alive, somehow.
Stop it! You are embarrassing yourself in front of this woman and your pedomorphic friend.
Pedomorphic.
This display of weakness may appeal to older women with a stronger maternal instinct, but it is a liability here on Battlefield Martinez.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
My body is unimportant. I'm with the police, and we need to get into the harbor.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
You're right. I'm an alcoholic. Now I need to enter the harbor.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
Show him the ham still got it.
I'm the police and I need you to comply now.
Jerking motions. Signs of a late-stage neurodegenerative disorder. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft.
I'm beating his ass this time.
You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Push him out of the way.
Oh! That is right. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Simonine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
This is your chance. He's talking. Rip into him with a punch and catch him off guard. No, don't rip into anyone. You're sensitive. Remember? Communicate. Go ahead. Don't be shy. Just ask for race secrets.
I need some of that race stuff in my brain. Suck it to me.
Inane popular culture lingo. It is intellectually uninteresting to sock anything to an infant such as you.
I'm doing it.
Just like that, instinct took over. A solid strike straight into his throat.
I've never done that!
Cartilage. You could swear you felt the soft palate break.
I've never actually gotten that successful. That's crazy.
The man is reeling.
Oh my
gasping
God.
for air. Time stands still around you. In the distance, the sounds of the harbor are falling silent. All you hear is a small gurgling sound as a trickle of blood appears on the man's lip. He's open. Rip into him. Right hook. Escalate it. Get intimate with him. Bring the hurt
Back up and perform a 360 flying spin kick or rip into him with a right hook. Oh, everyone says spin kick. Oh, I'm gonna fail this, aren't I? Oh, what the fuck?
Hands with a dull thump, like a broken down puppet of muscles and sinew. For a moment, he still tries to keep his head up, dazed eyes looking at you with unimaginable surprise. To your left is the button.
Disco Inferno!
As you slam your fist on the button, the man collapses entirely, his head rolling to the side.
Looks like you're the new measurehead now.
Her voice is surprisingly calm.
Oh my God, dude. I haven't gotten a win that hard since I served you a top of the hour ad break exactly at 7 p.m. Pacific, which is coming right now. I just killed the CEO of racism, which kind of sucks because I wanted to learn racism from him.
No one is the new measurehead. Let's go before he gets up.
The man is still. It'll take a few moments for...
That was crazy. I'm so fucking cracked with it. Oh shit, wait, hold on, let's save. Dude, I've never done that before. I've played this game before. Every worker equals member of the board is written on the top of the flyers. This is a Dewey typewriter. The model name is on the back. Standard office file cabinet. The drawers seem to be locked.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
Fortune8, thank you for the 5 gifted
It's
subs.
unfortunate for the union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Dude, that's it, dude. The best solution to that level of racism
Let's see
is
what's
a swift...
inside, he thinks. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. 2 kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Coulon, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer. It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Everard Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
What is so special about this borscht? Code for drugs? Remember, Leo, all items on the list. The drawer slide.
What's this? Someone left the coffee machine on. Dark liquid in the pot looks almost sentient. Wait, what is this? Postcard Le Jardin. Ooh, magnesium. Good stuff. Neat office shades. Gotta put that on, dude. Oh, -1 drama, but +1 visual calculus. This is better than that one. Book La Fumée, Volume 1. Radio's emitting a strange buzzing sound.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change.
Don't go to Everard, the chair is coming up? Wait, what do you mean?
The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move. It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right now, your finger is just drawing vaguely occult patterns in the air.
The only chair that's coming up right now is my chair because I gotta go pee real quick.
Undoubtedly, no. Sure, why not? Muscle memory is a tricky thing. Nothing tricky about that. You just do, fail, repeat.
Interact
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head,
I'm not even doing a
pair
physical
of
build,
white
and I'm still
antlers
physically
spread
besting a
to
guy.
the
When I did
corners
the
of
physical
cover.
build, I couldn't.
Because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism. They represent a society in accord with the natural world and, at the same time, above it. A shameful way to treat a former king. Even one as underwhelming as Friesel. Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column
Classic.
of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles. After rifling the pages with your thumb the magazine is divided into several sections. International developments,
Leftist humor.
Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note. Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turn to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel.
Oh my
La
god.
Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics,
it's Nathan J.
culture,
Robinson.
and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors.
Kim, I think this is a communist magazine.
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the Debarders Union. They're probably bankrolling the thing.
You flip back to the front of the magazine.
Oh,
The
Kim is an
table of
anti-communist.
contents unfolds
Thank
before
God.
you. This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Semenine. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd. Face it, you really aren't interested in foreign affairs. You're not even sure where most of these countries are. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
What is Kunst und Kultur?
It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée. This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer.
Just a moment, what is this tip-top tournée?
The actual article is surprisingly light on details, but after skimming a page or two, you gather that it has something to do with motor carriage racing.
All right, let's see what these communists have to say about tip-top.
You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colorful drivers. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tournée.
Wait, what's wrong with
Where
Tip-Top?
to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships, and then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes.
Hang on, who wrote this
Oddly
stuff?
enough, this article has 2 bylines: Nasteb Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka.
What's so bad about sponsorships?
Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around a track, is reduced to an advertising opportunity. Thus, the so-called tournée becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brand signifiers. Your discount laundry detergent racing against a pack of Astra cigarettes, or even a Fritta.
Right, but then you get to see them crash.
And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for.
Wow, you're right. I really am just in it for the violence.
You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip Top Tournée is simply the apotheosis of spectacular entertainment under capitalism.
Kim, did you know that Tip Top Tournée is actually an orgiastic ritual of capitalist destruction? I had no idea.
I can safely say the thought had never crossed my mind, Detective.
Wonder what else is actually just a metaphor for life under capitalism.
I'm sure most things are, if the young men who wrote this article are to be believed.
You seem to be harboring a little bit of resentment towards communism, Kim.
If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less a motor race. I take whatever they write with a large grain of salt.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Let's see what they mean by local concerns.
Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike. You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta.
That's why I brought up the Tip Top Racing to Kim, because I know he loves
Finally,
cars.
there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Cape Side Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Damn communists should have killed a lot of them when they had the chance. If it weren't for the wild pines, all those mooches would be out of a job. Charging rent to live somewhere is pretty outrageous.
The writer, G. Martin, remarks dryly that capitalists love wealth redistribution, so long as it's only redistributed upward. You flip back to the front of the magazine.
There you go.
Hey, you, yes.
Who, me?
You. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
Again?
Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too?
Can't argue with that.
So, what about all that communism you've promised to build? Word on the street is, you've woken up from 1,000 years of slumber, promising to erect a version of communism many times greater than any attempted before. Is that true?
How come there's a word on the street?
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
Oh, right. That does sound like me.
Funky style. Very funky. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
Wait, first, what is this communism even about?
Failure. It's about failure.
Failure?
Yes. Abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished. Beaten. Curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world. You alone. Against every living thing. Against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother. You against the atom, the charm and the spin. Where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist.
Yes.
Now get to work, comrade.
Roll up your sleeves and start building communism.
Oh yeah. Get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
Wait, what? Firing squads? You didn't say anything about
Too
those.
late to back out now. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs.
All right, then. Wait, why can't I internalize it yet? Oh, I have to unlock it? No! I have to unlock a new slot. What are we doing here? What were we doing? I want to do more into rhetoric, dude. You're dumb, increase your logic. I know, but it's too low. All right, fuck it. Let's go upstairs. Oh, this is a sick jacket.
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. There is a white rectangle
That's my
clearly
jacket.
visible on its back. This is your cloak. You can feel it.
Lieutenant, I think that's mine.
Yes, it does bear the RCM insignia, and we are the only detectives in Martinez.
You think I should get
The
it?
service cloak issued to you by your station? Yes, I do.
As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost feels like the cloak wants to deliver a message of comfort through your fingertips. I will shield you from the elements and give my life for yours. That's what the cloak is relaying. Hobocop. Technically, you wouldn't be a cop anymore, but a hobo. That would mean game over for the cop chapter of your adventures. But who knows where the hobo part takes you? To the bar? The old L'Assommoir? To the pier or the sewers? To Le Royaume, where for 300 years they interred the dead. You could plunder royalist crypts
Hobo
for
cop
long
sucks.
forgotten triple malt bourbon. Then fight the Aramakan beast that lurks the bottommost sepulchres. The secrets of the city are all yours at last.
I'm cooked. I have to accept it. There's nothing else I can do. I don't have enough skill points to forget it. I want to replace it with communism, with Mazovian communism. White pine trees are printed onto the screen covering. Looks like a forest under snow. I don't want to drop the other ones that I'm learning. I can't buy a skill slot yet, chat. How do I... Yes! I'm gonna be rich!
This is the Night Watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud.
Kim, I'm gonna take a quick look inside.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table.
I take the picture.
It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man is young, dark-skinned, and dressed in a Royal Carabinieri uniform. The girl is smiling playfully at the camera.
Why did you take that?
I'm a cop. It's instinctual to collect evidence.
Fine. But let's move. I don't want to be seen snooping around.
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrête are faded with use.
Should I fuck
it
this
seems
up?
to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
I wonder what's inside the container. Communism?
And with a surprisingly quiet thunk,
Perhaps.
the crane places the container down. This crane was built with a purpose, which has now been fulfilled. To move this container.
What's inside the
Who
container?
can say? All you know is, it's special.
I can't see how that was worth the ruckus. Except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Press arrête.
The crane does not return to its original position. Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
Lieutenant, I think there's something special about this
You
container.
do? Because I don't.
What? Why not?
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
I don't know, Kim. It just feels special.
It's a cargo container, detective. Just like all the others. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
No reply.
Open the door.
Attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Because getting physical wasn't an
Because
option.
what wasn't an option?
Using my body over my wits.
Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can do that after hours.
What the fuck? Ooh, the fawn gloves. I'm getting dripped out, baby.
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on. Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Do not interrupt the little man in his joyous activity.
Container, container, Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
What is it with you people and scabs?
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
What are you doing with the containers?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am, yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
Let me ask you about something else.
Sure, mister. About what?
Where's everyone? The harbor is empty.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
What kind of trouble did this Titus and his friends get into?
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling him to take some time off.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
But what did they actually do?
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Okay, Leo. Let's hear about this fight you got into.
I remember I was the runt of the class. The bigger boys always used to pick on me. You see, I had a bit of a temper back in the day. flew off the handle like nobody's business. But Mr. Everett and his brother always came to help. Once they beat old Noel Becker so bad he needed stitches on his head. Noel never started another fight with anyone after. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar are real nice guys, mister. You should go talk to Mr. Everett. I'm sure you'll be good friends.
You're never getting anything useful out of him. It's good enough you found out Everard has a brother called Edgar, and he helped Leo.
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more.
Yeah, he was.
I almost forgot
He was
about
bullied
the borscht.
He was bullied, being called a C word. It's messed up. What was that about the borscht?
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a borscht that turns little guys into dogfighters. Alcohol, however.
What do you mean by taking this soup to the men? Is it for striking?
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
Hold up, who makes it at the whirling?
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad.
Looks like the borscht is spiked. I'm gonna look into
Oh,
it.
sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
You work here?
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town. And Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes,
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
Hold on, who's this Miss Beaufort you mentioned?
Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly. But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood, knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years she has.
I think you're doing a great job around here,
Yes,
Leo.
this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright.
The white rectangle on your clothes might not mean an awful lot in Martinez, but the recognition from an authority figure made Leo's day.
What's in that container over there?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Told you.
I'm looking for the leader of the Dockworkers Union.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys.
Easy now, Leo. I just want to know where I can find this man.
Mr. Everett is where he always is. In his office, of course. Bye-bye now.
Think you'll ever play Ghost of Tsushima on stream? I did. I finished it on stream. Long time ago. When it first came out.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
Are you in charge of the dock workers?
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a tortured.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Oh, I forgot I don't know my name. Why are you calling me Mr. Dubois?
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. He's trying to throw you off your game with this Dubois nonsense. Don't give him the pleasure.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
Remain serious.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Hey, that's 25 real. That's good money. Think of all the stuff you could.
Wait, you know Garth?
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
Should I take the check?
Is there anything you'd like to say to me? Or...
No, it's cool.
Cool? I wouldn't go that far. I'm sure there are cooler things than delivering a comically oversized novelty check to a cafeteria manager. But, sure, if that's what's cool nowadays.
I'll take the union money.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
How do you know about my lost gun?
I know everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
Kim?
Officer, we will deal with this later.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Uh-oh. I'm cooked.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
So what? Men cry too?
You want to cry? God.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
What is this Mr. Dubois he keeps repeating? What is he trying to pull here? You need to cool the fuck down. Chill.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
There are no Harrys. Let your mind go to your safe space.
While Everard is distracted by your odd behavior, the lieutenant's eyes are mapping.
Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
Actually, this chair is uncomfortable. I could use that glass of water.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time. And I'm an extremely busy man, as I'm sure you are too.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer questions. It is about time to stop embarrassing yourself. Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
Everard, I'm going to leave now,
Wait.
but we might talk again later.
You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Great. Wouldn't want to get stuck in here.
You're one of us now. A real red and white union man. Take care, Harry.
I'm going to save it here, and I'm going to end the broadcast with this note because I'm tired. Okay? And we'll pick it up tomorrow, maybe, potentially. Okay? Everybody, we're back. I just want to say, we're freaking back, baby. Streams are back. And, you know, we're back in general. I go spend some time with my daughter, which I haven't seen in a week. So that's what I'm up to. Love you all. And I will see you tomorrow. I can't believe we KO'd Measurehead. Yeah, that's crazy. Peace, everybody. Just begun. There is again a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. There is again a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at Chip Prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There is again, a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. There is again, a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, a sun is streaming, a sun